Hello again. This is probably going to be the part where we find out that MSFS doesn't get along with this rendering method. Hopefully not, but I feel like we might discover that. How was the sleep? It was okay. I've had better. So yeah, I'm not sure what my internet's going to do for this one. I'm not sure what it was doing this morning either. That was really, really bizarre. But hopefully now it'll behave. Hopefully my PC will not die. Hopefully MSFS won't crash. Hopefully OBS will get along with it. And like half a dozen other things I have absolutely zero control over. And we'll just cross that when we get to it. Whether or not MSFS works out, I do want to try and squeeze in some DCS towards the end of the stream. I just want to see if it will play nice with me now. Because if it does play nice with me now, then we can start looking at streaming that again when I get back from Melbourne. Anyway, we're going to start off MSFS with something a little different than what we usually fly. Certainly something a little different than what we usually fly in that sim. I said that sim, not VAT sim, by the way. We haven't tried that yet, and I'm not sure if we will. I don't think they take very kindly to me intercepting people. Alright, I've got to fix up my camera because I forgot to do that. This morning was such a fucking dumpster fire, man. Like, literally, when I went to restart my PC, the battery in my mouse died at precisely that moment. It was fucking fantastic. And then I realized I apparently don't have any spare AA batteries anymore. I don't know what happened to them. I had, like, a full box of them the other day. So I had to scramble for something I could cannibalize one from. So that was cool and fun. There we go. Alrighties, let's get this thing going. This this looks a little unusual. What might this be? This might be me pressing the wrong button and potentially breaking the stream because I wasn't tabbed into the sim properly. Let's try again. What might this be? Well, it might be this. It might be this. Is it super duper accurate and realistic? I have no idea. I have no clue. I definitely do not have any documents for this thing. That is not a joke. I have none. I have no clue. But it looks nice and it's fun to fly. So, worth it in my opinion. We are at Vandenberg Air Force Base, which is the airport that, well, air base that serves the Vandenberg missile test range. This is custom scenery. Some dude on .to made it out of, like, just default scenery parts, kind of kludged together. It's pretty nice. Yes, the .to controversy. That is an issue for somebody else to cover. I'm not touching that one with the 10-foot pole. Not today. Don't play with my balloon. It took me 3 weeks to... I wonder if anyone's made a balloon for the for this yet. Like, I know there's the HCG hot air balloons, which I still need to pick up at some point, but like, I wonder if somebody's made the actual, like, the balloon for people with the F-22 to chase. Anyway, let's get the jet started up. So, to get rid of the remove before flight covers, we just need to flip that on. I want some lighting. Okay, that's for those. Console flood we don't need. Should about do us. Exterior lights, we will go position only. Form lights, we will leave on like medium brightness, I guess. Okay. So battery's on. We'll get the armrest out of the way. OBOGS is on. Let's set it to normal. These I don't think even do anything, but we'll just click them anyway. Get radio volumes cranked. I don't know if these are even functional, to be honest with you. There's a few switches and knobs in the cockpit that are animated, but don't actually do anything. They're just there for like flavor. The OBOGS system is one of them. I'd like to see them actually implement hypoxia and like depressurization and stuff in this, but I'm not holding my breath that it's ever going to happen. Defog we don't need. ECS and cabin temp we can leave. Okay, so to get this jet actually started, we want to hit the APU switch. If we go to the external view, you'll see the little APU doors pop open, which is what those are. And then if we go to start the engine, give me a moment here. Turn on the gens as well. Get taxi light on. Just trying to remember where everything is because it's still a little dark. Okay. So, fuel pumps, ignitions. We could also just hit quick start, but... And then we'll hit start on the left and start on the right. We'll go outside and have a look. I think we might have missed it. Oh, no we didn't. There we go. Expecting you in the Caribou. Probably going to fly the Caribou a bit later in the stream. I meant to fly this last time I did a MSFS stream, but the sim crashed on me, so we're picking it up today. And then we'll hop over to the Caribou at some point. As long as the sim doesn't crash again. If the sim crashes again, that'll get put off to the next MSFS stream as well. Because I don't want to be constantly chasing my tail. So this should allegedly show traffic, but I've never seen it actually showing traffic. I think it depends on an add-on I don't have. Like, I think it might need the working tidal avionics stuff, which I don't have, because it's irrelevant for like 90% of the stuff I fly. More than 90%, in fact. We can turn the APU off since the engines are running. Put everything on there that needs to be on. You'll notice we've got a pretty neat little controls indicator here. And if I go external on the jet, and then we hit the button to be able to control it in external view, you'll see all the surfaces moving. And they are mixed according to, I don't know if it's the correct fly-by-wire logic, but they are mixed according to fly-by-wire logic, so like the little tip aileron bits will deploy at a certain speed if the air brakes are out to try and balance out the effect they have aerodynamically on the jet. It does all sorts of cool stuff, honestly. I actually really like the look of a F-22 with the external tanks under the wings, but we're going to fly it clean today because I want to do some high-performance stuff. To be fair, I don't think the tanks actually have much impact on its performance at all, but just for the sake of, you know, immersions, we're going to do that. So we'll come down here, we'll get rid of the parking brake, which is there. We're going to stand on the brakes a little, wander around in the dark. Hello? Where's this switch? It's hard enough to see in daylight, let alone at night. There it is. You can also have the canopy hold part way open, but I'm just going to fully close it here for the taxi. Like most HUDs in MSFS, this one tends to like skip a little as the aircraft rapidly changes direction. I don't know what causes that, but I imagine it's a factor of, or like it's a factor of that would be the refresh rate for the MFDs, which I've got set to I think medium, because I don't fly much stuff with MFDs, right? So I don't really care if the refresh rate's not there. But I think it affects the HUDs as well. So the HUD does slide around a bit, but it's probably something you can avoid with either higher graphic settings or, you know, maybe something that can be worked on later. Before I get too carried away here, I do not know which way the wind's going. Now, to be fair, we're in an F-22, so we don't really need to care which way the wind's going that much. But, I should probably figure that out. I think the nearest windsock is down the end of the runway, though. You know what, fuck it, we'll take out over the water. Take off out over the water. So that's the prettiest takeoff. Hey, Fenrir. And Korchek, good to see you guys. We had a bit of a disaster with the stream this morning, so armor ended up basically kind of not happening for me. I was able to play about a third of the mission with extreme, like, lag problems. People were teleporting around my screen, so decided to just say fuck it, go back to bed, and come back and stream later, which is what we're doing now. Some days, it's best that you just write off the morning and try again later. Some days, it's best you just write off the whole day and don't try again. Round dials are interesting. Eurofighter has them too. Yeah, I think a number of aircraft do, actually. I'm not sure if the real F-22 does. I think it might. I don't remember if I've ever seen a HUD tape from a 22. It's been long enough since I looked, put it that way. But yeah, it's common to a number of aircraft. The newest, newer Russian upgrades of their old Soviet airframes do it too, like the Su-25 SM does it. Or one of the SMs, I think the SM-3 or something. Later upgraded Su-27s do it, Su-30 and Su-35 do it as well. 100 miles west of Iowa? I think I'm more than that, aren't I? Definitely southwest of it. But I think I'm more than 100 miles west of it. Oh, Battleship Iowa, I gotcha. I gotcha. Actually... yeah, I have an idea for where we might check out today. I'm just going to fly into the desert, but we might do a coastal run, maybe. Don't need to manually set flaps on this, it'll set them itself when the gear's down. Like it schedules by airspeed. The fly-by-wire logic isn't exactly correct. I'm assuming that the F-22 in real life is trying to trim to 1G, like the Hornet is. Like most things are, I think the F-16 does as well. In MSFS, I've yet to see something trimmed to 1G. Most of the time it's just an attitude hold, which functions as a 1G auto trim, but you can reveal what's actually going on by just rolling inverted and the jet will like nose over at minus 1G to try and stay on its attitude, which it shouldn't do. Okay, everything is on that needs to be on, everything is off that needs to be off. Taken off a few times with the APU out because I'm a dumbass. What am I pressing there? Hang on. Oh, I was folding that, which is what I was trying to do. We'll get rid of the taxi light because it's starting to get light enough that we don't need it to see. And I think we might take off from external. I normally wouldn't do this, but with this jet, it's kind of a thing that you want to do. It looks pretty awesome. Notice the nozzles, they vector. Typical procedure for the F-22 is to take off in mil, because this thing legitimately has so much thrust even in mil power. But you guys know me. I like my afterburners. It does have a tendency to try pull to one side on takeoff. Gear comes up immediately so we don't overspeed it. And we're going to go back to the internal view here. Bye-bye, Vandenberg. At least for now. We'll pop back down later. But just to show off the climb capabilities of this thing as it's modeled in the sim, I have no idea about real life, obviously. I'm already pushing 500 knots. And it's only when I'm up to a 50-degree climb that that speed evens out and slowly starts winding back. You can see we've got quite a crosswind here, 52 knots. Front quartering crosswind at 64 knots now. So I think we're punching up into one of the jet streams. And we need our HUD brightness a little higher now that we're out under the clouds. 32,000 feet. Let's call that good. Come out of burner. Overshot that a little. I could have just nosed it over, but you guys know me. MiG-21 habits. Roll inverted and pull is how I do things. 76 knot quartering crosswind now. The the flight path vector is falling off the HUD. Now that we're established, it'll pretty happily hold this. I could set the autopilot. I usually do if I'm flying longer distances and I want to fly hands off, but for shorter stuff, you don't even need to. It's pretty well behaved. Get the brightness on the screens up. We'll turn the form lights off, because it's daytime. And I know I'll trigger a bunch of people if I'm flying with my form lights on in daylight. Brightness up on that a bit. So you can see down here we got our fuel systems diagram. It's not showing external tanks because we don't have any today. This is all our engine, flight control surfaces, our center of gravity even. It's got everything on it. You can toggle between showing the leading edge flaps and the flaperons. And then we've also got other options for what you can show on the screens, but we'll just leave it as... Actually, you know what? We'll go to config. That's the wrong config. Stations is what I want. It's an Air Force jet. Stations, not weapons. Or config. So, we can't use them. They're just there for show, but we are indeed loaded for, I would say loaded for bear, but loaded for balloon might be the more appropriate terminology these days. The doors open at a different speed on the ground versus in the air, which is probably a real thing, to be honest. It's a nice little detail. And then if I close them, back they go. It's quite fast when you're in the air. They don't take long to for the fangs to pop out. Does the radar work? No. So there's no simulation of the radar. What there is a feature that will take traffic data from the sim and it will display other aircraft on the HSD. It's not using the radar to do it, it's just using the traffic avoidance system to do it. However, mine doesn't work, because I think that relies on external avionics mods that I don't have. So I've never seen other traffic pop up on my HSD, although the aircraft does support that as a feature. I did say we'd go back to Vandenberg and have a look around there. So, you know what? Let's do that. We were just super cruising a bit past Mark 1 there, by the way. This thing will super cruise at about 1.5, 1.8, depending on altitude. It accelerates like you would not fucking believe. It's like a rocket. It would... Put it this way, it accelerates at the level where, like, if it was any other jet, I'd say it feels exaggerated. But for the F-22, it's probably correct. Or at least close. In level flight at high altitude, this thing will reach Mach 2.6-ish. It'll start throwing overspeed warnings at 1.9, because apparently the real jet's service limit is somewhere around there to preserve the stealthy coatings and stuff. But the jet aerodynamically is capable of more than that. And with the installed amount of thrust, at least in the sim, it will pass Mach 2.5 quite happily. Never know how much the performance is MSFS FM, especially with the 5th gens. Yeah, exactly. You're recreating the highest air-to-air kill in world history. We don't have a balloon to do it with. But I also, I don't know if it actually is the highest, to be honest. Was the balloon flying at 65,000 or something? The jet shot up at it from 58? If it is the highest, it's probably not by much, because there were plenty of weather balloon shoot-downs during the Cold War by both sides. Ever try the DCS F-22? How close is this to that? I have not actually tried that yet. I have it, I just never got round to binding it up and trying it. So that might be something we can do. I don't know if we'll do it later. If I do play DCS later on stream, I just kind of want to do the usual. But that can be something we look at in a future stream, is comparing this and the DCS F-22 alongside each other. I'm throttled pretty far back just to stay subsonic, by the way. Like, if you fly this thing at mil, like, you know, a lot of us Cold War DCS people have a tendency to do, because that's, you know, our jets just won't maneuver outside of that setting, you will very rapidly find yourself busting all kinds of speed limits and then becoming supersonic at low level. It really does not take much throttle to get this thing past Mach 1. And again, it seems like it's exaggerated until you look at the amount of installed thrust this jet has. It is insane. These engines at mil power produce more thrust than most fighter engines do. Each. Kind of makes you begin to realize why the US did not export this thing. They'll export the F-35, which has much more, well, supposedly has much more advanced avionics, but, and performs pretty well in its own right, but this, oof. Mind of the 23 can exceed Mach 1.0 in medium altitudes. So can the MiG-21, so can the F-104 at light fuel loadings for all of them. Like, once they burn off enough fuel, most of the faster Cold War supersonic fighters will actually just brush up against or slightly past Mach 1 at mil power. It's not super cruising though, so super cruise technically means you're cruising at more than about Mach 1.2 to 1.4, it depends who you ask. Because if you're sitting at Mach 1.05 or 1.1 or something, you're still in transonic drag, you're burning a fuck ton of fuel to get through it. So there's Vandenberg. We'll do a bit of a low pass down the runway. I've got to come way back on the throttle to not bust the sound barrier while doing this. Could have probably tickled the air brakes as well. The air brakes on this are the rudders, they turn inwards. So we got some cool radars there for tracking missile or rocket launchers. That's a vehicle assembly building back there. There's the actual base. A little bit of stutter. And even though they were never stationed here, just because Vandenberg was one of the alternate landing sites for the space shuttle, there's the 747 mothership with the SST on it. Or STS, I think, is an abbreviation for space shuttle, sorry. SST would be Concorde. The coast here, just by the Vandenberg test range, is quite nice. You can see these are all, like, these would all be launch sites or preparation sites. Some of them have, like, little huts or things modeled on them, most don't. However, I think SpaceX uses a couple of the old pads now, including this one that's just about to pop up off my nose. I'm just brushing the sound barrier again. So that's like a prep site, probably a control bunker or something. And we got a rocket on the pad. Is the TVC modeled? Absolutely. We're not using the weapons, so we'll go back to system synopsis. Which is, interestingly, not showing us any of the control surface inputs at the moment. It might be the bug where the instruments freeze, which is a MSFS issue. I don't know what causes it. It usually resolves itself after a few minutes. More test sites out there. But yeah, like if I go to the external view, and then... Oh! Oh, that's interesting. So, the animations have gone wonky. Okay. What's causing that? I love whenever I have weird bugs, they always happen when I'm streaming. So it's only oh, you know why? It's probably because I'm so high speed. I was going to say I'm not getting any control deflection. The animations are balked, but I think it's actually because I'm way too fast. No, I think it's... For whatever reason, it doesn't want to play nice with me. Let's go external view. You can see them there. Yeah, you can see the surface is moving now. I suppose I was just too fast to get much visible deflection out of them. As you can see, she has vapes. So yeah, let's do a bit of a... I don't know if I can do it without splitting my throttles. I might have to switch my control profile. It's also remarkably hard to fly from third person. Let's actually do that. Let's go into controls options and let's switch my profile to twin engine. Solid Snail, cheers for the follow. Welcome to the stream. This will be a good setup for when I do fly the Caribou anyway. So now I should have split throttles. So let's move the camera back a bit. Look at that scenery. Isn't it beautiful around here? I love flying from Vandenberg. And you can just let the jet tumble, and it will recover. As long as you have just a little bit of altitude to do it, it will recover. You can also put it into like a spinning falling leaf, basically a controlled flat spin. You need a little bit of... Oh, that's right, yeah, I remember how it works now. You need to give it aileron input to make it do the falling leaf properly. And then we can light the engines. You see the auxiliary intake ducts, or the bypass valves, or whatever they are, open there. When you're at an extremely high angle of attack and you want to light the cans. Nice, good rate of roll, as you would imagine. Turns like a thing possessed. It doesn't quite have the full range of real maneuvers that the F-22 can do, because the sim doesn't natively support thrust vectoring. The devs had to kind of kludge it in. They kludged it in remarkably well. It feels pretty convincing, but it's not 100% there. So you can do most of the F-22's airshow maneuvers, but you can't do everything with it. It's not quite at the level where you can do that. Can it cool bits? Sort of. I think if I actually flew the proper profiles and the proper entry speeds, I could probably make it do everything in the routine. So once again, there's Vandenberg Air Force Base. So this is all very sensitive defense establishments around here, and then the actual, like, civvy airport back there. We pulled a maximum of 9.0 Gs during all those maneuvers, so the jet will limit you to 9. I've actually gone past it. It's kind of like in DCS, how in the Hornet, if you pull the stick hard enough, fast enough, it'll overshoot the G limiter. It will do that with this as well. I've had it go up to 11 point something, and the jet didn't break. There are a lot of fighter jets in Misfits. Like, currently is a bit of a niche. It's a bit of a... Okay, so there are a few, but in terms of, like, actual worthwhile ones that are, like, well enough done to consider buying them, not many. A lot of the fighters in Misfits at the moment are just low-effort cash grabs, and it really shows. So, like, the F-16, the F-15, one of the Eurofighters I know is a cash grab, the other one allegedly is okay, but, you know, the Misfits community's perception of what is okay for a fighter jet and mine are obviously very different. There's even one which uses, in fact there's more than one, I think, which uses the same model, the same Turbo Squid model, as one of the freeware mods. So there's a freeware MiG-15 and a payware MiG-15, and the fucking payware MiG-15 uses the exact same art assets as the freeware, and neither of them are any good. I had to watch somebody else fly the payware, because there's no way I was buying it, but I flew the freeware one, and it doesn't fly like a MiG-15 at all. Doesn't look that much like one either. Especially on the inside. Easy market? Yeah. Well, especially for the Xbox guys, because, like, they can't have mods. So they're entirely dependent on what's on Marketplace. If you've ever looked at the Marketplace in-game and gone, who the fuck's gonna pay for a livery? Xbox players, because they have no other choice. It's kind of fucked. Like, kind of really fucked. And that's the other thing for them, is if an official module releases to the game, which is just on the cusp of greatness but not quite there, they can't fix it. So, like, we have the Duckworks DC3 mod, and it turns the DC3 from okay to, like, one of the best things in the sim. They can't use that. Getting some nice turbulence down here. Let's move my stick over a little so I can actually see chat properly. Oh, Slabber, you gotta get it. It's so good. Like, it is really, really so good. The DC-3 is, like, if I'm gonna do a sort of medium haul flight and I'm not worried about getting there in a hurry, the DC-3 is just the natural choice now. For a couple of months, it was the only thing I was flying. Alright, I've had enough of getting jostled around in the turbulence down here. Let's go upstairs. We're not doing the best in the fuel department, so I'm just going to climb it up at mill power. Or thereabouts. Actually, a little below mill, I think. The mill power detent on my throttle is behind the mill power in the actual jet, because I don't have a curve set up for MSFS so that, you know, everything respects that detent. But even then, it just has so much power. Oh, I see somebody we should go say hello to. It's FSLTL traffic, though, probably, which means it's flying at, like, Mach 0.3. So a proper intercept's going to be extremely difficult. I don't know what it is with the FSLTL airliner traffic, but they fly, like, so slowly, you can't hold formation with them. Even in another airliner, they're just too slow. I don't know why they are. But we'll go say hi anyway. So we might actually land back at Vandenberg. We'll grab the tanks, and we'll do a bit of a longer flight. Doing Mark 1.09, I think that is. Yeah, 1.08 now. And I'm throttled back quite far, as you can see from the engine gauges down there. I don't want to be cruising too fast, because then I'll overshoot this guy really badly. I also need to figure out, I'm not sure what's caused it, but my contrails are really wispy. I mean, the HUD has like a filter on it too, which doesn't help, but my contrails in Misfits are really wispy lately. I feel like something either in a recent update or maybe a mod conflict is causing that. It makes it kind of annoying to work out which is the head of the contrail and which is the tail of it, but I think we've got the head of it just off the nose here. And it disappeared. There we go. It's probable that this guy's actually just brushing the bottom of the contrail layer, actually. That could be the problem here. I can see his lights now, so I know that he's traveling to my right. Yeah, the clouds definitely look amazing. I mean, they've always looked good, but I feel like they do look a little better now. Something that I would like to see, and this is something I'd like to see in DCS as well, is I'd like to see longer contrails, and I'd like to see them render further away. Now, with the FSLTL traffic, there is a limit imposed on how far away the aircraft can even spawn in, let alone render contrails. But that should really be as far away as practical, I think. Not going to do a supersonic intercept? Oh, but we are. We are, my friend. We're doing 1.09. Throttled pretty much half throttle, like half physical position of my throttle. And I know that the FSLTL traffic flies really, really slowly, like I'm pretty sure slower than they should be. So I don't want to have too high of a closure rate on this guy. Because we are already getting quite close. Little choppy up here. We're going to have a fucking 78 knot tailwind as we turn onto a parallel course with him. We're still doing 1.03. I'm going to get a little closer and then tickle the air brakes. There go the brakes, which, as I said, as the rudder's turning inwards, you can see that down on the system summary page. We're going to overshoot him anyway. It's an Alaskan Airlines flight. You can see the intensity of that jet stream. Look at the angle between the jet itself and the contrail. Now, I'm not sure if the contrail should be blown that much off course. I've honestly not looked at enough fucking contrails coming off airliners in crosswinds to know, but it's pretty crazy to see. We just bled all our airspeed and we're literally falling out of the sky at this point, so we're going to tickle the burners to get some of that speed back. And we have flying speed again. Is it legal to do that? Absolutely not. I mean, pilots on air defense duty will do that to, like, other countries' military aircraft. Not quite that close, usually, but they will do it. And generally, nobody in the military complains about it except press attachés. pilots just know that that's what both sides do. It's kind of accepted. Always has been. So every time you see a big fuss in the media about, oh, dangerous intercept this, dangerous intercept that, know that the pilots that performed that intercept and the pilots who were intercepted knew that that's what happens. It's always been like that. The only reason we hear about so-called dangerous intercepts is when somebody wants to create, you know, create international indignation against somebody. We are going to need to come back into the burner to catch up to him. Like I said, I'm pretty sure the FSLTL traffic flies way slower than they should be, because I should not be struggling to stay in the air next to him. I really shouldn't be. Like, what's the... We're below his landing speed, I'm pretty sure. Like, the landing speed of a typical airline is, what, about 120 knots? 110 knots, something like that? We're below his landing speed. So yeah, like, FSLTL's great, but I think it still has a ways to go. Because of stuff like this. Like, I'm not even really picking up much altitude here. Look at my angle of attack. Okay. Again, you can see that that's a crosswind now, not a full tailwind. You can see what it's doing to his contrail. Is that an Embraer of some sort, I think? But yeah, I can't hold level with him, because he's flying at like 100 knots! My brother in Christ. Anyway. We're nearly at LA by now, but let's head back to Vandenberg and let's pick up some fuel tanks. We could also land at LA and pick up some fuel tanks, but I'm scared of what will happen to my PC if I go there while streaming. We're probably going to do it anyway, but... I've just got live weather on, so I don't know if the snow is entirely realistic. It's probably not, but... we'll leave it at live weather, I think. Classified Brazilian lift technology? Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't know what it is with the FSLTL stuff, but it's always flying sub 150 knots, and often it seems like it's sub 100 knots. Every time I try and intercept them, no matter what I'm in, I cannot hold level flight alongside them. So again, I'm sitting about halfway on the physical position of my throttles, both in the cockpit and in real life. I just have a one-to-one, not even a curve, just one-to-one on the axis. And we're doing Mach 0.93. It's a very fast jet. Very, very fast jet. Got to intercept the Caribou. That would be very funny to do, actually. There may be some spills when I do fly the Caribou. I like to fly it loaded up, and I've noticed that CCM's flight model tweaks don't always like having a heavy load in the back of the aircraft. Now, having said that, my testing conditions last night were in severe weather with a monstrous quartering crosswind, and I perhaps got a little carried away with the flap, but we'll see how we go. Once it was in the air, it flew beautifully. It was just getting it off the ground without it tail striking or stalling that was the issue. What is this, an F-16? This is an F-22. There is an F-16 for MSFS, but I would not recommend buying it. It's pretty low effort. The reason I would recommend buying this is because the F-22 is classified enough that a best guess is all we really have anyway. Oh, hello, I got a friend. I didn't even notice. I've been intercepted. That's awesome. Get a screenshot of that. And sorry, you're going to teleport out of my screen because I just froze as I took the screenshot. But yeah. Like, I would not recommend the F-16 for the sim because it's pretty low effort, and we have all the documentation on the F-16, right? We know how it performs, how the systems work. There's no reason to half-ass it unless you just want easy money. Whereas this, the devs had to make a bit of a best guess for a lot of things, but I think they did a good job on it. And it's like legitimately fun and unique to fly because this jet can do things that no other jet can. Well, the F-35 can, to a degree. I think the F-35 in the sim is quite okay. It could use a little more work on some aspects of the flight model. Like, it can't do the high angle of attack stuff that this can. It doesn't have any attempt at thrust vectoring modeled yet. But I think with some more work, the F-35 could easily be brought up to a really good level as well. Who's the wingman? We'll see if the labels will show at this close of a distance. Oh, we just had a... They're a ghost! They activated stealth mode. They are nowhere to be seen. We were intercepted by a ghost. Okay, I did throttle back a little too aggressively there. We'll put some power back on. An i5-86K and a 1050 Ti, definitely not playing this anytime soon. I used to be on a 1050 Ti for the longest time. I will say that if you don't get carried away with scenery add-ons like I do, the sim runs surprisingly well, even on sort of medium setups. But I'm the kind of person that as soon as I built a PC that could handle this sim, I cranked all the settings up to maximum and just started downloading terabytes upon terabytes of scenery. And now the sim runs pretty poorly for me, even though my PC's a beast, because I've just got too much shit packed into it. And I'm you know, my settings are turned right up, but it's fun either way. A lot of the time when I'm not streaming, I'm just, like, cruising around taking screenshots and stuff, so I don't really care if it chugs a little. It's been pretty smooth so far today, though. How's the stream, guys? Has the stream been stuttering at all? No, the stream looks good. Okay, we might have finally found... Oh, there's a little bit of stutter in the preview. We might have finally found a setting that both DCS and MSFS will tolerate. I hope. Because I don't want to be changing encoding method every time I switch sims. There's a little? I'll have to have a look at the VOD later. It looks mostly smooth in the preview window on OBS. There's just a little stutter here and there. Because I've had an ongoing problem where if I use CPU or NVEnc, one or the other sim doesn't like it. So I'll play one sim and it runs fine, then I go play the other sim and either it runs like dog shit, or it runs fine, but it looks like dog shit. And because I can't usually see the preview window for the stream, I don't know. Like, my chat is covering the preview window. So I'm pretty reliant on people telling me when there's stutters or things on the stream, because I can't usually see it. I'll have to tab out and look myself. Shikara Fight's not really stuttering, it's just it's buffered a couple times. Oh, okay, yeah, that's probably okay then. I was also having some internet issues this morning of unknown origin, but it seems that it's working now, fingers crossed. So if you look at the physical position of the throttle, it's like maybe a third of throttle travel, and we're doing 0.77. Like, this jet is just... holy shit. She got some performance. See a gap in the clouds, so let's punch down through that. Does the game allow you to eject? No. And the weapons are non-functional. The weapons are displayed in this, but they're non-functional. How fast can it go? Mark 2.6. It takes a while to get there. It will get to Mark 2.25-ish quite fast at high altitude, and then it'll slowly accelerate to Mark 2.6. but it'll start spitting out all kinds of overspeed warnings on the way. Okay, there's Vandenberg Air Force Base, so we're already pretty well set up here. We just need to make a slight right turn, and we'll be established. Once the gear comes down, we should get a little sort of T symbol coming off the left side of the... or like a little vertical bar coming off the left side of the flight path vector, and that tells us if we're too high angle of attack or too low. And you wanted, I think, like 2.5 degree glide slope or something like that, so pretty close to what we are now. In fact, we're below our gear speed, and we're pretty close to established, so I'm just going to pop the gear now. My landings in this are still a little iffy. I haven't quite got the hang of it yet. So we're probably going to descend a little steeper than intended here. I don't think the traditional trim system's functional in this module. I think the devs were considering making it functional, but they haven't yet. So it's just pure auto trim. So I got to fly this with the stick. What plane is this? The F-22. Made by Top Mark Studios. This is the payware version. The freeware version's pretty good too, but it doesn't have quite the same flight capabilities or systems as this. Top Marks. Not quite. That would be the MiG-29 or Su-27 or something. There is a MiG-29 for the sim, don't buy it. It's a low effort cash grab and it really shows. If you want a MiG-29 in MSFS, wait for somebody to do a proper one. How sanitized is it for classified document stuff? It's largely based on photos of the real thing, for like, if somebody got a photo of the cockpit, one of the screens or something, and then just guesswork, or publicly disclosed information. There's nothing in this that's not public knowledge. So probably the performance is a little high in some respects. It might even be a little low in some respects. I honestly don't know. But looking at the publicly released numbers for the F-22 and just the design of the aircraft, I could believe that its performance really is like that amazingly good. Okay, we're a little fast. Well, not a little fast, actually. We're a little high is the problem. Oh, I see lights down there. That might be our F-35 buddy again. Or somebody else has come to join in. No, you can't, Gurn. The weapons are just for show in this, and the only balloons in the game currently are hot air balloons, which generally don't get up that high. Okay, my angle of attack's a little high here, or a little low here, I should say. We're descending a little steep. Like I said, my landings in this are not going to be pretty. So as long as it gets down, just make sure the gear is in fact down. It should be, otherwise we wouldn't be getting the landing symbology. Increase the power a little, bring the nose up. Got quite a gusty little crosswind down here. We don't want to give it too much flare, because you're looking down over the nose on the F-22, so you've got more flare than you actually think you do. We're going to hold the nose off for a bit. Let it come down naturally, so you can see just how much the nose dipped as the nose wheel came down and contacted the ground. And now we want to keep her on the runway, and just gently, gently toe the brakes. And we are down at Vandenberg. So we'll taxi out to the far end, come back down, we'll park up on the apron, quickly chuck the tanks on, and then we'll take off again. We'll probably head down. Maybe we'll do a buzz around LA, I'm not sure, it might kill my PC, but we'll probably go down to San Diego. We're a little fast for a taxi, I should probably tap the brakes a little. Pop the chute, the drag chute like Will Smith's FA-18. Yes. The F-104 in this has a working drag chute. There's that HUD sliding effect I was talking about. Again, I don't entirely know what's causing that, but I suspect it's the MFD refresh rate setting combined with just the HUDs being kind of not a central feature of the game. Also, I'm taxiing way beyond the speed I should be. Thankfully, the F-22 is kind of wide and flat, so it doesn't tip over as easily as an F-16 would, but she will tip if you get carried away with the turns while you're high-speed taxiing. Now, we're also too fast for the canopy, so let me slow us right down. We'll just crack the canopy. Like I said, we can just do that and have it sit in the hold position. No, I know, Gurn. I know. And we just passed the canopy speed limit again. So yeah. The US Air Force doesn't want you fast taxiing, apparently. I think it's when you get past 15 knots it closes automatically. What? What did I collide with? Bruh. What did I collide with? Alright, we're gonna restart the flight then. From the same place, at least. I mean, at least we landed at the same airbase, right? We're gonna go park up in the same spot and refuel, but... we'll accelerate time forwards a bit. Invisible jet. Other players don't have collision. There must be a misplaced, like, invisible bit of scenery or something on the runway. I don't know. That looks about right for lighting. Okay. So, we'll just, for the people that missed it before, we'll do a quick external look around the jet. You can see when it's parked, it's got all its remove before flight tags, its control stops, it's got the plugs in the afterburners. And the afterburner pedals actually split apart when it's parked, like the real jet does. Got a ladder there. And we can manually remove, like, we can manually add or remove all this stuff, but we can also just start up the jet, and as we go through each part of the startup sequence, it will automatically remove the relevant pieces. But what I'm going to do, and I think this will give us the tanks. If it doesn't, then I'll have to set them up through the displays. Yeah, okay, I'll have to set them up manually because it hasn't given them to us automatic. Go in here, get the battery running. And then we go menu, config, sim, drop tanks. There we go. And we go back to our moving map display. APU on, which opens those little doors there. Like I said before, you can see the tanks are now on. And this time I'll try and get a good view of the engine start, if I can. Get rid of the taxi. Yeah, get rid of the taxi light, we don't really need it. So control, and we'll just go quick start. And you can see the engine spitting out all that smoke as it starts up. And as the engine builds up hydraulic pressure in the hide systems, you'll see the flight controls neutralize out. Why does the vector look off-center? Because there's a crosswind. The flight path vector will move with relation to the wind. So because the wind was blowing me sideways, the flight path vector went sideways. Okay. That's the engines running. A little bit of a freeze there. Hello. Oh, no, it's not a freeze. It's my track IR being paused. I have a huge brain, obviously. Generators are off. They will go on. APU can come off. Parking brake, canopy open, APU on. There goes the APU on caution. We can leave control mode in that, because we've got the jet up and running. We'll give ourselves some lights. It is daylight, so form lights go off. Just chuck the positional lights on. We'll get some illumination on the console. Panels are fine. We might turn them down a little. Just because while we're under the cloud, they're kind of bright. Flash banging myself a bit. You can also manually start the engines the old-fashioned way with your little switch here and your motor button, but I usually just use the MFD because it's quicker. You've got to use the MFD to turn the fuel pumps and shit on anyway, so kind of, you know, why not? Okay, parking brake goes off. Canopy closes, and we are going to go taxi. So the jet will still reach pretty much all the same speeds with the tanks on. I don't know if the tanks in this actually have any simulated drag penalty or anything. I'm not sure. Unfortunately, you also can't jettison them in the traditional way. So I can remove the tanks in mid-flight to simulate jettisoning them. The problem is it also removes the pylons, which are not, as far as I know, jettisonable. That's a word, right? They might be. Maybe they are, because, you know, my stealth jet. But I don't know. Oh, hello. Someone's flying something I don't have. What are they flying that I don't have? They're too close for labels to show. There we go. Uncle Boris 43 flying the Tomcat. Oh, that'd be why. Heat Blur are bringing their Tomcat over to MSFS. If you haven't bought the DC Designs one, I'd recommend waiting for Heat Blurs. Well, actually, India Fox Deco are doing the work of bringing it over mostly, but it will be Heat Blur's Tomcat from DCS. There was another Tomcat released other than the DC Designs one, but I wouldn't say it's much of a step up, so... And for anyone that couldn't wait and just had to pull the trigger on it, don't worry, I'm not judging you. But as advice for those that haven't committed yet, I would not recommend it. I'd wait for like good devs to start doing more military stuff. Is the combiner even angled correctly? Let's find out. Yep. Yep, because the actual, the lens itself is angled to begin with, so yeah, the combiner's angled. You can see it, it's like a 30-something degree angle, it looks like. I don't know what it is, but just, like, the F-22 is a beautiful jet, but when it's got tanks on, it just completes it somehow. It looks even better from above or below, like, it just adds something nice to the silhouette. Yeah, it is. I think it's actually the same HUD as the F-16 Block 40 uses, I think. If it's not the same one, then it's very similar. It's even got the same, like, full sort of arch over the glass. The War HUD? Yeah, it might be. Wide-angle reflector or whatever it is. Or wide aspect ratio, I suppose. So we'll take off in mil this time. We really don't need to go full burner on takeoff. Because if you do go full burner on takeoff in this thing, there is a substantial risk you'll overspeed the gear before you can retract it. It is that quick to accelerate. Good practice for the MiG-23, because I'm told that's a problem it has as well. Nope. There we go. There's our F-35 buddy again. I'm a little leery of trying a formation takeoff in a crosswind, but it's not like we ever have good ideas on this channel, so why not commit? I'm curious if they'll ever figure out a way to get pilot models to consistently show in other players' aircraft, especially where they use a custom pilot model, because that's something I've noticed is kind of lacking in the sim in general. There we go. We're really getting pushed around by that crosswind. And see, it's 7 knots at ground, and as soon as we climb up any, it's up to like 12, 15, and then it goes up to 70 by the time we're above the clouds. So yeah, there's Vandenberg Air Force Base and Vandenberg Missile Range. Let's turn inland and punch up through the clouds. And you can see, like, I'm sitting just past half throttle-ish. And I'm still doing 200, like I'm maintaining 250 knots in almost a 15-20 degree climb. If I tickle the afterburner a little, I did pull my gear. Did I not pull my gear? That would explain a few things. My gear wasn't up. I must have hit the lever when the mains were still on the runway. And unlike the real jet, this one will stop you from doing that. So that's something we know from the real F-22, is it will not stop you from raising the gear when the mains are still on the ground. What a gorgeous jet, though. Seriously. I'm not usually one for modern stuff, but there's just something about the F-22. It just looks right. Everything about it, it just looks right. We appear to have left our buddy behind. The F-35's no slouch in performance, but I'm not sure if it'll keep up with the 22 in the climb. Oh, by the way, Lüneburg reflector. I think that's what that is, a Lüneburg lens, so that radar can see us, like so air traffic control know that we're here. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. I can't imagine what else would be dangling off the airframe down there. Blue Echo, cheers for the follow, man. Good to see you. For those that don't know, Blue Echo here streams DCS and MSFS as well. I recommend going and giving him a follow. One of the most watchable VR streams you will find on Twitch. He's put a lot of effort into setting it up so it doesn't make you seasick. Another airliner or something over there. Dangly bits, pair of truck nuts, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Luffin, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we're still not afterburning, by the way. We are starting to lose speed, though, as we come up through 33,000 feet. So we'll turn down the climb angle a bit, so we don't bleed off speed so fast, and I probably will just plug in the burners eventually, but I'm trying not to get too crazy with the fuel at the moment. TACSAC VFG. I don't think it's going to mount very well to my Enfield or my Mosin gun, to be honest with you. Give her a bit more throttle. So it looks like the afterburner detent in the real jet's at about 96-97% RPM. Like, you see that slight little tick mark on the engine gauge there, and then the nozzle's going to yellow. So I think that's where our afterburner kicks in. We can probably confirm that by going to the exterior view here in a second. We'll just bring the climb down again. We're more or less level. In fact, we might be descending slightly now. Yeah, so that's, like, if I just advance my throttle forwards the tiniest bit, there goes min burner. And then as we continue pushing the throttle, we get fast boy mode. So we're now in full blower. And you can see the speed picking up even with the tanks, even with, like, a bit of angle of attack on the jet. It picks up speed real quick. Now, like I said earlier, this doesn't simulate hypoxia at the moment, and cabin pressure will throw cautions, but it doesn't actually matter. So you'll get cabin pressure cautions up at about 50,000 feet, and then a get the fuck down, what are you doing, at about 58,000. I don't know if the real jet doesn't have a connector for a compression suit, but this one sure doesn't. I was actually planning on throwing on my compression suit for a joke while streaming this thing, but it's too hot, man. It's too hot. It's very thin material, but I don't want to, like, get all sweaty and gross and fuck it up, so... Besides, I need to save something for the OnlyFans content. So up at 47, 48,000 feet here in a minute. We just cap it off at 47, I think. We're doing Mach 1.34 already. And I can actually go in, and we might use the autopilot here just to hold my altitude, because I am not very good at doing so manually. I'll set it at 50,000. I always forget how this works. It's a little clumsy. Then I have to go... No, I don't want that on. To go... Where is it? Back up here, and then master on. And that should bring us up to 50,000. And then I can set a heading and everything as well. We're now doing Mach 1.75, still accelerating. Contrail beneath us. Another contrail beneath us. There's our sonic boom as we move the camera around behind the jet. So you don't get silence ahead of the jet like you do in DCS when you go supersonic, but you definitely get the boom as it passes. And because we're doing nearly Mach 2, the boom's quite far behind. Now, I'm not sure if sonic booms sync over network in MSFS. I don't think I've ever heard another player's sonic boom, even when they have been going supersonic, but it's something that's worth looking into, I think. I know it would get annoying for a lot of people to just be constantly hearing booms every time some hooligan in an F-22 or an F-35 or an F-18 goes past, but I'd like to be able to hear them. I'd like to have the option, at least. So we're now doing 2.06, I think. We've already had our first overspeed caution, because, like I said, the service limit to this is apparently 1.9 to avoid degrading the radar-absorbent material. And we've got a little HUD repeater here as well for if the HUD's glared out by sun. Might turn the brightness up on the HUD as well. So yeah, Mark 2.15 at the moment. We're still draining off the fuel tanks, which is interesting. Or off the wing tanks, rather. I think... Hang on. We've already gone through them, probably. I actually didn't check if they were filled on the ground. I think when I put them on, they were set as empty. Don't know. But we'll just leave it. We'll come out of burner here in a moment. We're doing 2.24. I don't know if I want to take it all the way up to as fast as it'll go. I'm kind of curious to see what I can get it to with these tanks installed. Just to see if there does appear to be a drag penalty. But... yeah, we're doing 2.29 and the acceleration's slowed right down. I'd be going through my entire fuel supply to get to 2.6. So I think we'll just drop back to Super Cruise. Now, Super Cruise is still a time-limited thing. It still uses a shitload more fuel than subsonic cruising, because you're still fighting supersonic drag, just not as much as you are around transonic. But it's a useful tool to have anyway, because it does extend your supersonic range. It means that you have a longer distance or a longer amount of time you can do supersonic sprints over. So it's not the be-all and end-all, but it is useful. Okay, we're just passing LA, which is why my sim is currently shitting its guts out. Who did this F-22? Top Mark Studios. Oh. May have been a bad idea approaching LA at Mark 2.3. I just realized all of this is going to want to load in at once, because the sim can't keep up. Like, no joke, when you're traveling at Mark 2 in MSFS, it cannot keep up with you. It's trying to load scenery ahead of you, and it cannot keep up. So quite often when I've been flying this, I've done like a Mark 2.3, 2.4 sprint, and I've arrived at my destination and I found that it looks like the surface of the moon, because the sim hasn't caught up with me yet, and it takes a couple minutes just circling overhead for it to load in. What we're going to do is we're going to go... heading lock, and then we're going to change this to... like 150, and the jet will do that for us. So yeah, LA's under us, which is why the sim is not performing so great right now. The entire region between, like, I'll show you in a minute on the VFR map. But, like, this whole area is all photogrammetry, either by default or because I've got mod photogrammetry for it. Snow in LA, are we sure about that? Anyway. Like... everything you can see, pretty much, right now, everything you can see, except for Santa Catalina, is photogrammetry. And look at all the traffic. That is why the sim is trying to commit Sudoku right now. It snowed in LA? Holy shit. Nice, okay then. Yeah, there's the city centre down there. I'd like to go down and actually do a flight around LA, because I've got a bunch of nice little add-ons for it, but I don't know if I'm brave enough to do it on stream after a Mark II flight. Because the sim will often need a restart, or, you know, like my PC may even need a restart if I've passed over too many bits of photogrammetry. It seems to memory leak quite badly. So yeah. Just have your page file up? I do, but there's only so much that can do when it comes to very powerful MSFS scenery. A lot of it's mod scenery that's maybe not the best optimized as well. $30 make it min and max. I have it 64. 60 fucking 4. Although I think I've got it set to like 32 and then 64, so I do need to make it just flat 64 so it's not changing numbers at all. which it used to be, but that was when it was on the SSD, which now hosts MSFS. Just get myself some more tea in a bit. So we're throttled back a little, and we're cruising at Mach 1.44, which is pretty good. Burning 10,000 pounds per hour. Well, 11,000 pounds per hour, and we have just under 10,000 pounds of fuel left. So we have just under an hour of endurance at this speed. Well, at this power setting, which is quite nice. Same Rossman that hung out on the Gearbox Brothers in Arms forums about 15 years ago? Yes, it is. Holy shit. Small world. It was more than 15 years ago, I think. Oh, actually, no. Yeah, no, it would have been more than 15. I think it would have been closer to, like, 18 or 20 or something. It was when I was still in fucking school. Okay, there's San Diego up ahead. We're just gonna drop out of Super Cruise, drop out of autopilot, and go down and have a look. Oh, hello. I think that's that F-14 from before, but it appears to be a Beechcraft Bonanza on our screen. I do wish that there was better model matching, like at least have a lower detailed version of each module in the game, if that makes sense. Have it be like an optional download or something? I don't know, dude. Like, I feel like model matching could be done so much better than it is. And in a way that doesn't violate, you know, devs' fucking intellectual property rights or whatever. Like a certain download site is at the moment. Fire the non-functional weapons at it. Well, like I said, Gern, they're non-functional, so I don't know if that'd work. So we're just going to casually break a few windows down here in San Diego. Or wherever this is, we're not in San Diego yet. I haven't checked the Gunner Heat PC Discord for a while. I've been so busy trying to catch up on all the other ones, I've kind of neglected that one, to be honest. I'm scared of like how many messages have been posted since I last looked. I'm gonna have to, like, I don't know. I'm gonna have to try and train myself out of the habit of trying to catch up on everything, but it's very hard to not do. Because I guess it's like it's called fear of missing out or something, but like I'm convinced that somebody's posted something really interesting that I'm going to want to look at, and so I won't skip past it, because I'm like, oh, but they might have said something interesting that I want to look at, and they probably did, but, like, then I'm going to miss 50 other things because I didn't scroll down for 3 weeks. We flying to Steve's house? I think we've gone past Steve's house. What if there's a life-changing meme? I know, right? You never know. You never know. This is all stock photogrammetry down here, by the way. You'll notice that the stock photogrammetry blends in a lot better than a lot of the mod stuff. Not just color-wise, but also material-wise. Like, the stock photogrammetry is not overly reflective when the sun hits it. Because it has, I think, proper PBR baked into it. Whereas a lot of the stuff that people pull from Google Maps at times of day where the sun's hanging low in the sky, it will be like excessively shiny because it's just all uniformly, it treats it all as the same material. It comes out looking kind of like really shiny plastic. So the stock photogrammetry is generally better in that it's better optimized and it blends better with the rest of the sim, but the mod stuff usually doesn't have overgrown autogen trees everywhere, so it doesn't look like it's out of fucking I Am Legend, and also the mod stuff tends to be a little higher detail when you get closer to the ground, which is probably why it's not optimized. It's pretty damn good, I know, right? It's beautiful. I also, just as a disclaimer, if the sim does like start stuttering or shits its pants or something completely, My dumbass did turn up the render distance for terrain and objects to, like, about 1.5 times what the maximum is in-game. I had to do some text file editing. Just because I noticed when I was doing high-altitude, high-speed runs, things were not rendering in as quickly as I'd like them to. So I attempted to fix. Got the global ship package? Abso-fucking-lutely. Don't fly without it. I've also got We Love VFR, I've got the Power Lines mod, I've got all that fun stuff. A little airstrip down there. We're still going pretty decent on fuel, actually. We might refill here and then fly out over the desert. We'll ditch the bags, and then we'll make a max mark run over the desert into a ballistic climb. How about that? How's that sound, chat? Get your fucking spacesuits ready. In fact, maybe just for the memes, I'll quickly go change. But I'm not going to wear it for the whole stream, because, like I said, I don't want to get it all sweaty and gross. So we do have the naval air station here we could land at, but the scenery for it's kind of crap, because either there was a very big convenient cloud over it, or they censored it. I have scenery that fixes it mostly, but like it still looks kind of dookie, so we might just land at the actual airport. We'll see how we go. Well, yes, Gurn, but I'm already sweaty, because it's already hot. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's already hot enough that I don't want to wear it, because I'm sweaty. It's the middle of fucking summer here. And even with the air conditioning on, it's too hot. He has. He really has. So welcome to San Diego. And again, except for the Naval Air Station, all of this is, and the bridges, all of this is default scenery. The bridges are there in the default scenery, but they're kind of janky because they're photogrammetry. So there's like weird floating polygons and shit. Or floating vertices, I should say. Whereas this is a custom-made model. The problem is, like, I've got a bunch of bridge custom-made models for this part of the US. The meshes themselves are really good, but the guy that made them doesn't appear to know how to texture stuff very well. And so they're not untextured models, but they're pretty close to it. So I'm going to have to crack into the texture files later and do some tweaking of my own. Won't publicly release it unless he's okay with it, but just for my own use. So again, this is default scenery. This is just default photogrammetry. How good does it look from up here? If I was to get lower, you'd start to see buildings look a bit melty. But from this height, it looks good and it runs well. As you get lower, it starts to look worse and it starts to get more laggy. Like, it'll start to cause stutters. Particularly if you've covered a lot of ground in the sim already. Oh, shit, hang on. I got a phone call. Sorry about that, guys. So yeah, welcome to San Diego. I know, right? Okay, so I'm going to land this thing. We might actually do the airport, because then we get a nice view of the city as we come in as well. So I'll land this thing, I will top up the fuel, get rid of the external tanks, I will take a very short break to grab myself a drink and just get changed. I've got to send off a couple messages as well, and then we will go for a speed run. Fully through the... She knows I'm weird. It's fine. It was my support worker. I've got an appointment booked tomorrow. It was kind of short notice. So coming over the bridge. Oh yeah, there's the naval base, by the way. So we got a couple LHDs. I don't know what he's doing. Jesus, mate. Not the place to be running into the fucking pier. A couple more LHDs, some destroyers. Hospital ship. Huh. Still low pass. I'm not sure if I trust this bridge enough to take the F-22 under it. It is a custom asset. Some custom assets, they just use a simple box collision. Some they actually put effort into it, and I don't know what this guy did. So you know what? I know we've flown all the way here, and so if I get, like, collided into it, it's going to be a bit stupid, but fuck it. Also, we've got one carrier that's flat, and one carrier that's actually 3D. The sun reflecting off the water is not going to help me here. At least the weather's a bit calmer. We've got a 4-knot tailwind. Please, 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 please. Have a proper collision model. Please. I want to believe. I wish there was a way to test this before actually flying under it. Whoa! Oh, we got away with it. Like I said, the stuttering gets worse as we get closer to the ground because the photogrammetry starts tessellating. I know, right? The cool thing with the global shipping traffic is that quite often you will see Arleigh Burkes transiting up and down here. Pretty awesome. On the other hand, every now and then you'll have a ship who gets very, very confused and crashes into the piers like Old Mate did back at the naval dockyards, and Old Mate has done down there as well. He's beached himself. Okay, as we come over the city, we're going to get a bit of stuttering. Sorry, guys. I should have thought about that beforehand. Not sure which end is active. Okay, we want to hang around to the right. We don't have much wind here, like 2-knot wind, but the wind is coming from the sea, so we'll turn around. I've got a couple mods that remove excessive auto-gen trees from different areas, and you can see down there is one of them. It means that some of the photogrammetry trees look kind of, like, fucked, but it means that it also doesn't look like a jungle when it shouldn't. Okay, let's get the gear down. We'll want to start regulating our speed now, and our angle of attack. Tiny little overshoot on the turn, but not too bad. We can easily correct that. We're also a bit fast and a bit high. Again, my F-22 landings are not fantastic. So we're just going to intentionally get a little slow here, and then float it out with some power as we come over the threshold. Which is one of the things with the jet, its engine response is quite good, and it has a shit ton of power behind it, so you can do this. You can kind of wait until the last moment and apply some power to float it. Not too much power, because now we've got a little too much float. Come on. We want a little less angle of attack as well. Oof, I felt that one. And you don't want more than about 10 degrees pitch at the moment of touchdown, otherwise you'll tail strike it. You may as well burn out the brakes as well, right? Why not? No gear indicator page. It doesn't have a page, it has traditional gear lights, which is very funny to me. It's got all this other high-tech gadgetry in it, but the gear lights are still 3 greens down by the gear handle on the left. We'll just park up here on the right. Wonderful display of airmanship, taxiing at like fucking 50 knots and skidding all over the place, completely avoiding the fucking guidance lines, but you know. They're called guidelines, not fucking rules. We'll park up here. There's probably a fuel bowser somewhere around here, which would be very funny to park in front of, but we don't need to. Okay. Let's get a parking brake on. I'm going to leave the jet running. We're going to, like, pretend we're hot fueling it. Oops. Just crack the canopy a bit, open it a little. We're going to go into the config menu. Oh, that's what that is. That's a telemetry device, not a Lunenburg lens. I forgot I had that on there. So we'll leave it on there. We'll pretend we're doing some test pilot shit. Yeah, all that's turned on, so... We're not seeing the traffic, although that is a feature this should have. Don't know why it doesn't work for me. Alright. I will be back in a couple of minutes, chat. I will leave you with this absolute fucking banger and a nice view of the jet in place of the traditional be right back screen. And you should be able to see some airport ops too in the background while I'm AFK. Right about there, I think. We'll try and straighten out the camera a little. Alright guys, I will be back in a few minutes. I just remember the green screen doesn't like this. I'm going to have to play with the white balance on the camera a bit to get it to show up. But I'm going to grab a drink, so give me a minute. Right, I got some tea on, so while I'm waiting for that to boil... Airport, we're at San Diego. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. Hey, there we go. There we go. Right there. It still makes me kind of transparent, but... Hey, Atomizer. Good to see you, man. There we go. Okay. For those who haven't seen it yet, and I'm going to move the green screen so you'll see like everything behind me, but my flat actually is tidy for once, so I don't care. And that should get rid of the see-through effect as well. So we'll turn the green screen away from the camera. There we go. Oh no, it's still trying to green screen me. But if we're going to do a high altitude flight, we have to be dressed suitably, clearly. So for those who haven't seen me wearing this ridiculous fucking thing before, this is a VKK-6M high altitude compensating G-suit. It is actually a G-suit. There's a plastic bladder like right here, and in fact, I've got to remember which hose it is. It's this one. It works. So if I wanted to be really stupid, I could hook this up to an air compressor and then have the air compressor run data from the sim. But not even I am that autistic, so I haven't. But it does actually inflate, it doesn't leak or anything. So when you're pulling G's, right, positive G's that is, the blood is going to want to run from, I need to stand further back, I don't know if you guys can still hear me okay, but the blood's going to want to run from your head down towards your feet, which is bad because your brain kind of needs oxygen to function, you know, just a little bit. So your average untrained person, if they're reasonably physically fit, will usually start to G out at like anywhere between 4 and 6 G because they're experiencing 4 to 6 times their own body weight and it's pulling the blood away from their head. This is a problem in a fighter because you're frequently pulling that, and it's just physically exhausting as well. Even if you don't black out from lack of oxygen to your brain, you'll still, like, it's still a physically exhausting thing. So the very earliest way of fighting this was to kind of strain your core muscles and try and close off all the blood vessels as much as possible and keep the blood in the upper half of your body. Then some genius thought, why should we have to do this when we can just make a suit that does it for you? Hence, you have an inflatable air bladder that you just plug into the jet. And then when you start pulling G's, that air bladder inflates, which squeezes your stomach in and keeps the blood up in the top half of your body, so your brain has access to some oxygen, has some of that good. This one's for like temperature control because it gets kind of cold up at 50,000-60,000 feet. So this just plugs into into the cabin DCS environmental controls, and that runs like down the legs and everything. And the other thing this does is it helps to keep the suit tight. What actually makes this a compression suit is all of this fucking corsetry. It's basically like a corset, right? It's got lacing all the way up the fucking front of it, all the way down the legs, all the way up the arms. If I turn around, make sure my zip's done up all the way. If I turn around, there's lace all down the back of it too. And it's to basically hold all of your bits in at very high altitudes where the pressure is so much below what human bodies are built to withstand. So above about Above about 50,000 feet, if the canopy fails or the pressurization system fails and you're not wearing one of these, you've got probably a couple seconds of useful consciousness. If you're up at like 60, 70,000 feet and you are exposed to ambient pressure, all sorts of unpleasant things happen. You know, there's the classic, oh, your blood boils away and all of that, and if it was exposed to the air, yeah, your blood would boil away. But what actually happens is, it's kind of like the bends. In fact, it basically is the bends. You'll start to have things like nitrogen bubbling out of your blood, like the gases in your blood will separate out from each other, and you'll end up probably dying from like a heart attack or something like that. And so the goal of this suit is to kind of, because it's so tight, they're all like custom fitted, you know, by way of getting the right size and then lacing it down so it fits you perfectly. By having a suit that's like tightly squeezing you all over, it basically holds all of your bits in and applies some pressure to your body to kind of make up for the fact that there isn't enough air pressure at high altitudes. It's like, if you guys have ever seen a photo of a blobfish, they're hideously ugly things. They look like a lump of fucking, like, meat. Like, just a pink, nondescript lump with eyes. It's the saddest looking thing on Earth. But that's because like, people have brought them up from where they live in the deep sea, and they brought them up to, like, sea level atmospheric pressure. If you look at a photo of a blobfish where it lives, in the depths of the fucking ocean, at pressures that will crush a submarine, a blobfish just looks like a normal fucking fish. So, like, to kind of get across how bad no-no it is to lose the pressure that you have on your sort of skin holding all your bits in, that's what happens to you, just slightly less extreme. And it's, as you might imagine, not good for your health. Anyway, the jug's boiled, so I'm going to fetch myself a cup of tea, and then we'll quickly refuel and we'll take off again. I love this song so much. Okay, let me get chat back open so I can see what you guys are saying. Oh, hey Sterlo, good to see you, man. I'm gonna have to fidget myself back into a comfortable position, set my tracker back up as usual. Okay. That alert will be from the canopy being cracked, so once we close the canopy that should go away. Once we're off the ground, and especially away from San Diego, we should start getting better frames. Oh, no, I don't want aux tanks or the drop tanks, I don't want them. I just want full internal. gave me a caution there because we just went back up through my bingo setting, or my joker setting, I should say. Bingo would be a separate warning. Okay. Canopy's closed. We are fully internal fueled, so we can nix the parking brake and go. Curious which end of the runway the airliners are using. We might just follow suit. Looks like they might go from the other end. Sorry about the stuttering. MSFS does tend to get a bit that way in really heavily built up areas. I'd say that's probably our F-14 buddy again. A levitating Beechcraft Bonanza. Just normal things. Yeah, I don't know if San Diego is one of those airports where they always tend to take off from the same direction, but I've noticed every time I've been here they take off from the west end of the runway, regardless whether the wind's coming from the sea or not. If it's a weak wind, anyway. It's only 5 knots. Oh, except we got this guy doing his pushback the opposite direction, so I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. Somebody's in on final, too. Alright, let's go around to Old Mate here. Feeling some Gonna Heat PC later? We'll see. I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming for today. I want to get some DCS in after MSFS, just to test whether DCS is actually going to be playable on stream now that I've changed my stream settings a little. But if I've got time, I might do some Gonna Heat PC as well, because I should probably check to make sure that plays nicely with them too. OBS settings are kind of the bane of my existence when it comes to playing so many different games, as they all, and simulators especially, because they all tend to be quite intensive on different parts of your hardware. And it's usually, like, the game you want to play is trying to fight OBS for whatever the thing you're rendering on is. I was debating whether we should sneak in before this guy or wait for him to land. We might wait for him to land, honestly. Depends how far out he is. He's pretty close. We'll let him land. What's our alert here for? MSN alt. Dunno. It might be complaining because I haven't zeroed out the autopilot yet. Turn that off. Oh yeah, okay. We'll turn that off as well. Get rid of all of that. Hasn't cleared the caution though. Whatever. Okay, there's that airliner there. I can actually physically see him, just barely, so he's pretty close to landing. Oh, what a time for a stutter. Come on, man. There we go. Okay, let's just sneak onto the runway now. I think we'll do another mil power takeoff, but then we'll go to afterburner during the climb. Okay. Should be fully set up. I still don't know how to clear that alert, but I think we can get away with it. Don't need to worry too much about it. Okay. Runner up to just below afterburner. Wants to rotate at about 100 knots. And we're up. And positive rate of climb, gear up. This time we actually waited until we were off the ground to pull the gear. And now we light the candles and we climb. We've already busted the 250 knot speed limit. Apparently in the US, if you're military, they don't really care as much, but we do want to get some angle of climb here so we don't bust supersonic right over a major city. That would be spicy. Very spicy, and a lot of property damage done if we broke the sound barrier that low next to a bunch of fucking glass and steel skyscrapers. While I don't personally care, you know, we'll try and simulate some degree of best practice. So, bye-bye, San Diego. We'll reduce the angle of climb a bit, because we are starting to lose speed now. See, we've got quite a strong quartering crosswind from behind there now. 54 knots. And you can see it's pushed the pitch ladder and the flight path vector off to the side of the hut. 40,000 feet. We're gonna come out of burner just to conserve a little bit more fuel, because I'm gonna want the fuel for the sprint. So we're still subsonic, but only just 0.9. I'm going to level off here, and I'm going to let it slowly accelerate itself through supersonic. And we're going to go external view as it does. If I can manipulate the camera competently for once. Now, I don't know if we're going to get a vapor cone forming up here. We might not be in the right weather conditions for it, but this aircraft will form one as it goes supersonic. We'll give her a little bit of afterburner just to see. But we might be, might not be in the optimal conditions for it. If we were down at low level, it would. Yeah, we're already supersonic, so no vapor cone up here. But like I said, it will form them in the right conditions. So down around sea level, especially near the coast, you'll see them a lot. Prop Governor, cheers for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. We're accelerating. We're just going to leave the burner plugged in now. We're going to climb a bit. We get up to about 50, 60,000 feet. We'll probably accelerate to Mark 2 at around 45 to 50. And then, so yeah, we'll level off here and we'll accelerate to Mark 2 point whatever we can get her up to. And then we'll begin a gentle climb up to about 50 or 60, and we'll use that as a start point for a ballistic climb. Bit of a hop. Mark 1.62. What's our fuel flow? Our fuel flow is 64,500 pounds per hour, and we have 13,000 pounds remaining. The F-22 carries quite a surprising amount of fuel. It's like 18,000 pounds internally or something. It's like 26,000 with the tanks. So it carries a shit ton of fuel. it burns it really quickly when the burners are plugged in, but when you're a little more conservative with it, this thing will stay in the air forever. Like, I was genuinely surprised. We're now doing 1.9. We should get a caution here in a second for overspeed. There it goes. That's to preserve the stealth coating, but we're not here to preserve any stealth coating. We're here to go fast and climb high. So we don't really care about that. We should also probably avoid trespassing too far into Mexican airspace. I just realized we were flying southeast instead of northeast. I'm not sure whose side of the border we're on at the moment. I think we're just slightly on the Mexican side. Because I think that's the border down there. Yeah, that's the border down there. So we'll, we'll just do one of these ones. We'll drift over this way a bit. About 050060 should put us roughly on course for where I want to go anyway. We're now doing Mark 2.27. We probably will get another overspeed caution here in a minute. Around 2.3, 2.4-ish, I think the second one goes off. And then you get like a solid slow the fuck down around 2.6 usually. We're going to begin a gradual climb here, just to get a little more altitude. Otherwise we'll probably bust our VNE before we hit our Mach limit. VNE in this is like 800 knots, I think. Which I'm pretty sure it is for the F-16 as well. Although the F-22 is a little bit faster than the F-16. The F-16's not... Like, it's fast, but not Mark II kind of fast. Whereas this thing very much is, and beyond. Okay, I think we're technically still just on the Mexican side of the border, but whatever, close enough. We can let the diplomats take care of that one. Hey Ligma, what are the TVs in the cockpit? Yeah, I know. This is the one plane I can tolerate them on. But I wouldn't say no to a steam gauge version of this, just saying. Okay, there goes the other caution, that was Mark 2.3. Actually, no, that'd be an altitude caution, because we just passed 55,000 feet. Cabin pressure low, as you can see there. It's going to really start squealing at me in a minute. We'll just leave the cautions page open because I'm not even using the nav page, to be fair. High altitude warning at 60,000 feet. Mark 2.27. Burning 37,000 pounds per hour with just under 10,000, well, 9,000 now left in the aircraft. Steam 22s actually exist ever? I don't think so. I don't think even the prototype had any steam gauges in it, to be honest. Although the prototype's cockpit did look pretty funny. It looked like it was cobbled together out of spares from fucking Radio Shack. She doesn't actually want to go Mark 2.6 right now. Interesting. It's probably because we climbed a bit too high. And also the conditions probably aren't optimal for it. Your maximum Mach speed depends very heavily on the weather. Because it's based on the speed of sound in air, right? And weather, like temperature and just weather conditions in general will change the air density. We can get a little bit of extra speed back through a dive. And then at the lower altitude we might get a little more bite out of the engines, but we'll see how we go. About 60,000 feet is pretty much the static ceiling of this aircraft, which is the maximum altitude it can maintain, like, indefinitely, under its own power. The dynamic ceiling is way, way, way up there, especially if you can actually get it to 2.6 before you climb. 2.37, she's still going to accelerate, or are we stuck at this? I think 2.37 is all we're going to get out of it today. So we might have to just go with that. So I can't show you guys an absolute, like, max performance, the kinds of places you only see in the flight manual. Theoretically, I don't have one. Like, legit, I don't have one, please don't. But yeah, like, it's like in the MiG-23's practical aerodynamics manual, it shows, like, the dynamic ceiling at 40 kilometers altitude. You're never going to get there in real life, but theoretically, on a perfect day, if the jet was, you know, if the jet was perfectly functional, everything working, properly cleaned, polished everything, and the, and you were a good enough pilot to hold it steady as you passed your stability limit, you could theoretically get the MiG-23 to 40 kilometers altitude. Alright, so we're now at 61,000 feet. We're going to begin the zoom from here because we're going to bleed off speed otherwise. We want a gentle pull up, no more than about 2 or 3 G. Might make it a 3G pull here. There's the high altitude HUD cue because we've just passed 65,000 feet. And our cabin pressure is rapidly becoming a problem. FS Realistic is grinding my ass into the seat. And we're running out of airspeed, so if I just sit myself up a little. Angle of attack 22 degrees, our pitch angle 60 degrees, so our actual direction of travel is only about a 40 degree climb. We're going to start nosing it forwards while we still have some airspeed left. The thrust vectoring means that we do actually have some useful maneuverability in pitch at this altitude, and even a little bit in, I think a little bit in yaw. I don't think the F-22 does roll thrust vectoring. In a jet without thrust vectoring, we would be screwed. We would have no control authority because there's no air. Well, there's not much air. The density's too low for the controls to take effect. Like, our airspeed right now is 63 knots. Most military aircraft are falling out of the sky with no excuse me, no control authority in any axis at 63 knots. We're going to also come back out of blower and just let it super cruise back down. I probably need to either turn off or reduce the G effects on the camera from FS Realistic in this aircraft, because you can see it's grinding my ass completely into the seat at the moment. Because it still thinks I'm at the top of the climb. Well, actually, it thinks I'm pulling up still. I don't know. FS Realistic gets weird at these altitudes. It's designed mostly for people flying GA planes and airliners, not lunatics like me that do this stuff. What I might do is we'll range out the display here, figure out where exactly we are. Okay, so I want to head like 030. Well, according to the HSD, you can see that the display down there and the HUD don't align in terms of heading. I think it's because one's using true and one's using magnetic. I'm not sure if there's a way to fix that, but it doesn't really matter. What's this thingy? This is an F-22. Or at least the developer's best guess of an F-22. Oh, you mean the Caribou? Yeah, I've tried the Caribou. We're going to fly it after this, if the sim doesn't crash on me. If it does crash on me, we'll have to do it next stream. But I have been flying the Caribou a bit. It's quite nice. So we're just going to super cruise at Mach 1.45, because we can. Why not? We're still kind of high. Still giving me the cabin pressure low warning, but I don't really care. A lot of H145. I don't have that one yet. I'm on the fence about it. It's a bit modern for me. I mean, it's not just because of the screens, but like all the flight assists on it. So I don't know. I might pick it up sometime though. What I'm really interested in is their balloon, just because it seems like it'd be chill vibes, and the action pack. What I've really been enjoying helicopter-wise is the Mini 500. That thing's really fun, and it's really hands-on. Please at me once you're done. Tell me if you experienced the same issue. Could not get the oil temp to stay low. I haven't had any issues with the oil temp. There's two switches over by the battery power switches, and they say oil, and I don't know what the fuck they do. I assume it opens the oil coolers, though, but I don't know. But I haven't run into an oil temp problem yet. So I don't even need to plug the autopilot in. Once you get it set up, happy, it'll stay exactly where you point it. So there we go. And just for the benefit of anyone who missed it earlier in the stream, give me a moment here. There we go. We can't use any of them, but at least they look scary. So we'll go land at Groom Lake or something. Kind of taking my life in my hands by overflying like 3 major cities with photogrammetry all in the same flight, but we'll see how we go. Hopefully the sim will behave itself and won't crash or need a restart. And we'll get a bit of a caribou flight in. I think for the caribou we might fly somewhere a little less built up. Out in BC somewhere, or maybe out in Australia somewhere. Actually, I've got liveries for both the RAAF and the Canadian Air Force, so I could do either. So we're still doing Mach 1.34. And there's the boom, as the camera moves behind the jet. HPG balloon's pretty good, only flown as a balloon normally works. Haven't tried with a flight plan directed flight. I probably wouldn't bother with a flight plan, and I just go up and wherever the wind takes me is where I'm going. That's kind of how I fly in this sim anyway, is like, I don't know where the fuck I'm going, I'm just, ooh, that looks interesting, I'm gonna go look at what it is, check it out. Oil dilution, okay. Yeah, I don't know then. I've not had any issues with oil temp yet. But with that said, I haven't flown it anywhere especially hot, so that might become an issue if you fly out in the desert or something. It could also be that you're just running it too hard. It seems to want to cruise around, I think it's like 2200 RPM or something like that, or it may even be less. It's like 18 or 22 or something. It's really low. Oil dilution effects are not modeled in the sim. I think there's a lot of switches in it that are animated but not functional, same as this. They're just there for flavor and to give people something to click on. Passing over a city down there. I have no idea where it is, but it's been snowing down there according to live weather. Live weather, which is frequently not quite so correct. You know what? I'm just thinking I might have gone for the... Yep, I have. That is where I want to go. I'm pointed at Glen Canyon. I just realized that mountain, I think, is the one that Flagstaff sits at the base of. And then Glen Canyon's just past it, so yeah, that is where we want to go. That's Lake Mead there. And that's Lake Powell. Whoops. Oh well, it's a scenic flight. We can afford a detour. Okay, so snow in Los Angeles is one thing. Does anyone know if it has actually been snowing around Las Vegas, or is live weather just freaking out again? The mountaintops I could believe, but when it starts, like, I don't know. It seems like the coverage is a bit heavy. So at our current altitude and power setting, we got about half an hour of flying time, and we're still supersonic. Snow between LA and Vegas recently got really cold. Shit, okay. Guess everyone's been getting hit with the wacky weather. It was really cool for like the first month or two of summer here, like unseasonably cool. And now it's kind of, it can't make up its mind. One day it's sweltering hot and the next day it's cold again. It's better than it being hot all summer, but still, it's a bit annoying that it's kind of stop-start. Can't make up its mind what it wants to be. Still flying the I-plane? I'm about to land it. Love desert scenery or redheads better? Pick one. Ooh. I'm gonna go with redheads, but, like, it's not a big margin, to be honest. Yeah, because we did a ballistic climb, so I thought I'd go the whole way for the meme and chuck this thing on. After this landing, I'm going to take it back off, though, because, like, I'm legit boiling, and I don't want to sweat it up and make it all gross. And like I said, I need some sort of OnlyFans content, right? Gotta save something for the paying customers. This is a joke, I don't have an OnlyFans yet. When I bought this thing, everyone suggested I get one, though, which is... I'm not sure if it's funny or concerning. Does the Boo have prop reverses? Yes, it has prop reverse. So what you do is... I don't think there's a way to do it without an actual binding, without the reverser binding. But... in real life, you pull the throttles down and then back. And you can actually see that when you hit the reverser binding, the it'll bring the pitch levers all the way back, and the throttle will like come down on a cam, and then you can move it backwards. It seems, either I'm doing it wrong, or it seems glitchy though, because quite often the engines will just stop when I pull that. Like, they'll run and then stop when I come back to idle. Gun, why are you like this? Yeah, I'm not sure why that happens, Yellow Fox. Like, I'm not very, educated in the ways of reverse thrust in propeller-driven aircraft, so I'm sure there's a reason, I just don't know what it is. I am going to the right place, right? I think I am. That should be like made, because yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm going the right direction, chat. I'm pretty sure. Actually, no, you know what? I might not be. I thought it was further inland. Let me have a look. See if I recognize any airport codes. Yeah, LAS. Okay, Las Vegas. Yep. We're just approaching from an angle I don't usually see. So the Hoover Dam is right there. That's Boulder City. Hoover Dam's right there, and then that's the Colorado River running down there. I usually come in from the western side, so I'm seeing the opposite perspective to what I usually do. I've been meaning to do Wolfpack on stream, but I was going to play it with Josh, but we've had competing commitments over the past few days, so probably when I get back from Melbourne, that might be the first stream I do. Hopefully, as we can both get on at the same time and play some Wolfpack. play Wolfpack with Wolfpack? You think I know, like, famous people? I wouldn't say no. I just... I don't think I've ever spoken to Wolfpack, to be honest. I think, actually, no, I did briefly pop into his stream once, I think, and give him some pointers for the MiG-21, but I think that's it. Is game model breaking the sound barrier? Yes. So we're super cruising at Mach 1.5 at the moment. Now, you'll hear sound in front of the jet for this jet. I don't know why that is. Some jets you will, some jets you won't. Not all aircraft model the sound barrier, like the sound of breaking it. Physically, yes, you'll get transonic drag, but it's up to the individual aircraft developer to do, like, you know, a shock cone and the sonic boom. But this, you get the sonic boom. But I don't think that it syncs over network, so I don't think other players can hear each other's sonic booms, unfortunately. It is, isn't it? It just... Man, something about the F-22 just looks right. Like, it just... Everything is perfectly proportioned on it. £4,000 fuel. We're just about hit Joker, which is at like 35, I think. Yeah, 3.5 Joker, 1.8 is Spingo. Be careful when I'm wearing this, I don't hook myself around the switches on my throttle. There's the Colorado River down there. I don't want to chance my luck with the bridge down there. There goes the Joker warning. I don't want to chance my luck with the bridge down there. Because last time I tried to fly under one of the bridges, I think it was the Glen Canyon Dam Bridge, it did have, like, a just giant invisible wall collision geometry, so I don't want to test my luck here, but we'll do a low pass over it, I think. At the expense of some extra fuel. I think it's just convergent evolution, to be honest. Like, that's pretty much the planform you want if you want to be Mark II, but also be kind of low observable. And I think the thing is with the Su-57, it makes some serious trade-offs for performance over stealth, but there's also a lot of really bad fucking disinfo out there about how stealthy it actually is. Like, you see these photos of, oh, look at the screws on the wing, look at the panel gaps, look at any photo of an F-22 up close, especially one that's been road hard and put away wet, it's got all the exact same fucking things. Like, it's all just propaganda both ways. I would imagine probably it's not... I would not think it would be stealthier than a fucking 22. I'd be surprised, really surprised if it is, from any angle. But I also doubt that it's as unstealthy as people think it is. Except from behind, because it's got the round nozzles still. Why'd they give the Su-47 designation, even though it's just a prototype demonstrator? Probably to confuse people into thinking it was the next, like, actual production fighter. That or Sukhoi were getting a bit ahead of themselves in the marketing department and wanted to hint that, hey, you guys should totally build this. Only to be told, no, we don't have money, fuck off. I was going to go for Groom Lake to land, but depending how much fuel we burn having fun down here in the canyons, we might need to shorten it, land at Boulder City or Las Vegas. I'm throttled pretty much right back, by the way. Like, this thing's just so aerodynamically clean, it picks up speed so quickly, and it holds on to it. Limit set on how long the 22 can super cruise, how long it has fuel. You're still burning much more fuel than cruising subsonic, but you're burning a lot less than afterburning. It's kind of like an intermediate step you use if you need to make a long-distance supersonic sprint. I've got to remember which branch of the lake the dam's actually on. It's kind of twisty-turny around here. So we need to go left, follow this canyon, and then just stay to the left, and that'll take us there. The waypoint marker BLD, I think that's I forget what the symbols are for different radio nav beacons. Please, like, don't shoot me. I never got around to doing my nav endorsement yet. I think that's a VOR, and it's BLD, which is Boulder Creek, or Boulder City, rather. I don't remember with the Lightning, and I'm kind of, like, with the Lightning, a lot of the claims about it are they should be followed by several asterisks. Because it's become an item of national pride for Brits. And so the stories get taller every time they're told. What I will say is the Lightning probably had the same thing that the MiG-21, MiG-23, and most Mark II supersonic jets have, is that when it's light enough on fuel, and it's running at mil thrust, it will just break supersonic, which is not the same thing as supercruising by most definitions. Like, the standard definition of supercruise is faster than Mach 1.2 or 1.4, depending who you ask. Because that's where you stop running into transonic drag, and you just get pure supersonic. If you're at Mach 1.05 or Mach 1.1, you're still very well and truly inside the transonic drag range, and you're burning so much fuel, it's not even funny. Just to maintain speed, let alone get any faster. KSP2 stream. I don't have KSP2. And looking at how it's been performing, I'm going to hold off on buying it. I'm hoping it'll come through, but it looks pretty rough at the moment. And while, like, KSP was rough at release as well, KSP was a passion project by someone that wasn't even originally a game developer, whereas KSP2 is supposedly AAA. But, you know, Take-Two have some pretty shitty business practices, and said shitty business practices appear to have impinged on the development of the game quite a bit. Just throwing that one out there. What I do need to do is fix my KSP1 install, because it's been updated a few times since I last played, and a bunch of my mods don't work anymore. So I need to probably reinstall it and slowly reinstall mods one by one until I find the ones that don't work. And stream some of that. Because with the right mods now, KSP1 not only looks better than KSP2, but it looks as good as this. Like, with the current beta version, I think, of the Eve mod, the clouds in KSP1 look as good as, if not better than, MSFS or DCS clouds. It's fucking amazing. And then Parallax for ground clutter. Scatterer for, you know, making things behave more realistically when they're hit by sunlight. Waterfall for rocket plumes and afterburner plumes, although that's applied on a per-part basis. It's not an overall game change mod. It's more of a framework. Give it a few months, see if it gets its shit together. Yeah, definitely. I'm not in a hurry to run out and buy new games anyway, because I am a bit short in the money department. And I'm just bracing myself for a rent increase, so... I already spend too much on this and on DCS, and there's a bunch more aircraft for both this and DCS coming out that I want, so... new titles are going to be on hold for a while, for me. Which is fine, because I'm probably not going to find the time to play them anyway. How's our fuel? We haven't hit bingo yet, but we're into the yellow, so... Oh, hey. That's neat. We'll do a flyover of the Hoover Dam, and then we'll head up to Las Vegas, probably. We might still have enough fuel to make it to Groom Lake, but I just don't want to get carried away. I always forget how big this lake actually is until I fly over it. It's like, have I hit the dam yet? Nope, that's the next section of the lake. Kicked around by turbulence? Oh yeah. You've got that massive big tail as well, so the slightest breeze catches it and it fucking weathercocks like mad. Like, if you watch videos of a caribou on final, you can see them just hammering on the rudder constantly. That's a big rudder too, and they're just constantly booting it back and forth. Does bounce around a ton? Yeah. So I've got CCM's mod installed for it at the moment, which makes it handle a bit more like it should in most respects, but I did notice when I was test flying it last night, it didn't like me flying with a heavy load in the aircraft in certain weather conditions. I'm not sure if that was a skill issue on my part, or if there's just a little bit of tuning that needs to happen for like a heavily loaded up aircraft, because I know he tunes his mods for like just the weight of the pilot and fuel and nothing else. Mostly because if people get a plane and start flying it around, they're going to fly it empty, and they're going to be like, or sorry, they're going to fly it with the default settings, and if the default settings aren't empty, they're going to be like, oh, why is the performance so bad? Whereas I tend to take the plane's default settings and fill it full of either people or cargo, depending what I'm flying, just to give me a bit more challenge and to make it feel a bit more, you know, like I'm actually flying the plane with a purpose instead of just joy flighting it. Even though that's exactly what I'm doing. 22 and 35 have the big wing energy, they sure do. Okay, there's the bridge. Just past this little sort of spit of land here is the dam. I haven't worn it that much, so I haven't needed to yet. Like, I literally have worn this maybe 4 or 5 times total. It hasn't gotten to the point where it smells worse than it did from long-term military storage, put it that way. Also, cheers for the resub pump. I mean, I'm wearing stuff under this, right? So it's not that bad. Hey look, it's the forbidden water slide! And then the forbidden water slide on the other side as well. New Zealand looks amazing. Yeah, I did a few flights around New Zealand the other day. It's quite nice. A couple in the Caribou as well. I could have tightened down that turn a lot because, like I said, this does have thrust vectoring model. But then I'd lose all my airspeed, and with this little fuel, I don't want to have to hit the burner to get my airspeed back. Yeah, we're not going to make Groom Lake. We'll go for Vegas. Fucking... This is the problem with wearing this on stream. Well, one of the problems. This hooks on my throttle constantly. I need to tape that end... Like, it's just that end loop. So I need to, rather than relace the whole thing, which would be a pain in the ass, I need to just tape that down on the inside of the sleeve or something. What about China Lake? China Lake's, like, way to the fucking southwest. Like, China Lake is a lot further away from me than fucking, Groom Lake is. Yeah, we could do Nellis. McCarran's a bit more scenic because it's right next to the strip, but we could do Nellis. Nellis is, like, right there. In fact, I can see it. That's it there. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do Nellis. Actually, hang on. Have I fucked myself up? No, that is Nellis. Because there's like the speedway or whatever the fuck it is. And then along that way a bit is Indian Creek, and then north of that is Groom Lake, Homie, whatever the fuck it's called. And then past that's Tonopah. And then Tonopah Test Range is a separate airport, which I always forget. So there's McCarran, which I can never remember the new name of, even though people keep telling me every time I fly here. Wind is from this direction, so we're going to land from the other end of the runway. I mean, it's going to be a crosswind regardless, but who cares? It's nice having a little wind direction and speed indicator on the HUD. I'm not sure if the real aircraft does, but this sure does, and it's nice to have. We're quite high here, so we're just going to cut to flight idle. We'll get ready to drop the gear, and we'll probably make a fairly hard turn around onto, like, fairly hard base-ish to final turn. Is that the one that's near, Milton Sound, but it's like... Or Milford Sound, sorry, but it's like just along the coastline near it, kind of next to a river. There's one I tried to fly the Caribou from, which was a beautiful strip, but it was just too narrow. Like, it was just narrow enough that my wingtips were clipping on the trees, and I have collision damage turned on, so it didn't go too well. Right next to a river? Yeah, it might have been that one. I don't know. We'll figure it out in a minute. Well, yeah, but it also depends on your, like, collision settings. There's one with trees that I think are not collidable, and the one I tried to fly from, they were very much collidable, as I found out, after several attempts to try to thread the needle between them. Okay, let's get the gear out. You would normally want a bit more fuel reserve than I've got here, but we can get away with it, I think. We're sitting at 700 pounds. This is fine. What I might do is I might also get rid of the air brakes for landing. That might be part of what's bringing me unstuck. Really cutting it close on fuel here, but I think we'll be okay. That's a pretty nice view as we come in to land. Getting a bit slow. This is going to be a bit of a long landing, but we should get away with it. Off the center line, of course, because I always am. keep the nose up for some aero braking. So yeah, a bit past 10 degrees you can get away with, but if I had much more pitch angle, I would have tail struck it. So you generally don't want to land with much more than 10 to 12 degrees of pitch. Okay, we're going to pull out the air brakes now, and we're going to start applying the wheel brakes as well. Mostly just the right brake, because the wind's trying to blow me left anyway. Once we slow down enough, we'll pop the canopy. I think I actually have an idea for where we might fly the Caribou as well. There we go. We'll crack the canopy so we can get some fresh air in. I think the canopy automatically closes at, yeah, 15 knots it is, so we might have to actually leave it closed until we park up, otherwise it's going to continuously close on me. And 15 knots is a bit slow for my liking. You like this one too? This used to be my favourite song when I was a kid. I still love it, it's still one of my favourites, but like... when we first moved to Australia, I didn't hear it for years. Like, it just, for some reason, I would never catch it on the radio. Didn't hear it for years. And then one morning on the way to school, I would have been in my teens, it came on the radio, and I was so fucking happy, man. Because I hadn't heard it for like 10 years at that point. I know, right, newbie? I didn't think that happened in real life. You know what? I was going to park up here, but let's just do a quick tour of the apron and hope that the engines don't die in the process. I don't have that much fuel left. Have a childhood memory with this song? I've got a couple. Because this used to play like 3 times a day, every single day when we lived in the UK. And I never got tired of hearing it. I spy some F-35s and some F-16s. We might park between those 16s there. I'd taxi all the way down, but I really don't think I've got the fuel to do it at this point. Oh, sorry, those are Hornets. My bad. My bad, those are Hornets. Kind of hard to tell the difference in tail shape. And I'm completely off my line here, as usual. Okay. Parking brake. You know what? Let's just open the canopy the whole way now, since we're parking up anyway. APU can go back on. Shut those down. Just leave all those. We'll turn these off. They don't do anything, but we'll turn them off. Turn the O-bogs off. Doesn't do anything yet, but we'll turn it off anyway. And then, all that's really left to do is shut down the gens, shut down the APU. We'll just pretend that they plugged us into a ground card or something, and then turn that off. And what we could actually do, sorry, is I'll turn the battery back on for a second. We'll go menu, oops, menu config, sim, and we'll put all of that stuff back on. We'll put the drop tanks back on as well. And then we can turn it off. Oh, No, sorry, one more thing. One more thing. Because I keep forgetting to do it every time I fly this. Is we'll get rid of the pilot visibility for cold and dark starts. So the cockpit will appear empty once the aircraft's fully shut down. Back to that, and then that goes off. I don't think it has state saving. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. It has, like, it has the persistent options for what you want to appear on the aircraft when you first spawn it in, but it doesn't have true state saving as far as I know. So there we go. Oh, why is my pilot still there? Maybe the setting didn't take. Whatever. We're parked up at Nellis Air Force Base. This is custom scenery. There's a guy on .to that does a shitload of custom scenery for air bases across the US, UK, and Poland, interestingly enough. And I think this is set up for a red flag. Only here for Ross in the gimp suit. I'm not bringing it to Melbourne with me, okay? So get a good look now, because it's not coming to fucking Melbourne. It would take up my fucking carry-on luggage allowance in weight just by itself. What am I doing? Drone camera. Sorry, my brain's a bit scattered today, guys. Drone speed. There we go. Sorry, we got... Whoop, this may be a little fast. We got Eurofighters. Wait, no. Rafales. I'm dumb, sorry. I was thrown off by the complete lack of detail on the fucking texture. Rafales. Does Croatia operate Rafales? I know they were still operating 21s until very recently, but do they have Rafales now? The better Eurofighter, yeah. Real. Fucking real. Super Hornets. Plenty of F-35s. Oh look, there's some stray pilots as well. From Eglin. 22s. From, I don't know which... It's not Hickam, is it? Hickam's HI, I think. I don't know which airbase that is. F-15s from Eglin. More F-15s. And I think we saw some international contingent over here somewhere. Got some Strike Eagles from Lakenheath, although they don't have the second seat in them. Actually, no, those might just be C models. But they're marked up as Lakenheath aircraft, and I think Lakenheath, they only have Strike Eagles. We got this fella over here. There's more of those at Tonopah, if I was to fly up there. We've got a couple C-130s. We got a C-130J, then we got the C-130 I wish we were getting for DCS. More Eagles. Even more Eagles. Oh, that's an aggressor squadron. Those are aggressors, I think. Well, that tailcoat, at least, WA, is one of the aggressor bases. Yeah, here's the aggressors. You see they got their little fuel tank stockpile over there. But... yeah, no, those might be the right fuel tanks. I was just looking at them, and from the angle I saw them, they looked like MiG-29 tanks. I was like, one of these things doesn't look quite right. We've got another 15 over there. What? 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 It's a little baby F-15. Someone's been busy behind the shed, haven't they? That's cute. I'm not sure if it's intentional, but it's cute. And we got these guys over here. Okay, so maybe we don't have the international contingent. I remember one of the airbase sceneries I had. It had like really questionably modeled Mirage F1s and Mirage 2000s and stuff. Oh, here we go. Here's some spicy stuff. Easter egg. Yeah, it probably is. We got our bone over here. Envy, if you need a minute, I'll just leave the camera here for a sec. Then we got this fella. I think that's it. Yeah, because I'm parked down there, so that's it. It's pretty nice scenery. And it's mostly using default models for the actual buildings and stuff, so it's not too heavy file, like, you know, data footprint-wise. It's got a great view towards the strip. Anyway, having done that, let's pop back to the main menu. I will be back in a minute. I'm going to change out of this because, like I said, I'm boiling and I don't want to, like, make this all gross and sweaty. So I'll be back in a minute.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Alright, I'm back. I tell you what, trying to change into and out of that thing, I can really see why the Soviet military put so much emphasis on gymnastics in physical fitness rather than just raw strength. I feel like a fucking ballerina in training. Like, to get your legs into or out of it, you have to fucking point your feet because it's that tight. Ugh. Fucking hell. Alright, let's get another flight going. What? So this happens sometimes with FSLTL. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. The Earth is being destroyed by a giant tube liner. 2 giant tube liners in a mating ritual, apparently. But it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Oh look, CCM's flying. Is CCM actually live at the moment? I didn't check. I'm half tempted to go and harass him. In a very friendly way. But he's in a L19. Oh, Plasma's with him as well. He might be streaming. We might do, if we can squeeze in another flight, we might pop over if he's still there and say hi. But for now, what I'm going to do is we'll do a quick flight. Quick, it's a Caribou, it doesn't do anything quickly. We'll go from Amberley, and we'll fuck off over Brisbane, out across the water, and like either land at this dirt strip here, or there's another strip down here somewhere we can land at. Don't see a stream up? He might not be streaming then. I know he's been having some internet issues lately, so maybe he's just doing some flying off stream. Okay, let's go from up here. Now, like I said, I'm still adjusting to... Where's it gone? Oh, right, I've got a livery that probably fucking overwrote the name of it and it's moved it up the list. I'm still adjusting to the changes CCM made to the flight model. So... there may be a few incidents on takeoff until I figure out how exactly it should be loaded. Because I don't want to fly just empty weight, because that's, I mean, it's higher performance, but it's less fun. RAAF, there we go. So we got a nice amount of liveries for it. These are the default ones here, and that one, and that one, and that. Okay, so all of these are default, but everything above that's custom. So we've got a couple RAAF, we've got a Swedish one, we got American, Air America, so we've got the one that glows in the dark, and then we've got a bunch of RCAF, but we'll go RAAF since we're flying from Amberley. We'll up the fuel to... we don't need that much fuel, it's a Caribou, it'll go forever. We'll call it 65%. We'll make our co-pilot not 1780 pounds, that could be a bit awkward. And then let's call it 2,500 pounds there, and then... oh, I see. I think I see the problem now. And then we'll put 1,200... oof, 12,000. 1,200 there. We're still forward CG, so we can put 1,200 there. Now we're aft CG, so let's halve that. We're still a bit aft CG, so let's bring that down to 400. It might not be exactly right still, though. And if I adjust this, it's still going to scream at me because it wants to have exactly this amount. You've got to play load master. So it's still slightly forward. So if we make that 250 pounds, 150, 33.5. Oh, so we're actually forward CG, sorry. So we'll make this 700 pounds. Now we're too far aft. This is why the Air Force pays people to do this, and this is like their only job. Because if you let monkeys like me try and do it, it will end poorly. There we go. There we go. What about fuel? I could adjust the fuel weight, but, like, the issue's not the weight, it's the distribution. So adding more fuel will bring the CG aft, and taking away fuel will bring it forwards, but, like, I don't want to play with the fuel too much. I'd rather play with the loading of the aircraft. And I'm going to take off with a relatively tame flap setting and a shit ton of nose down trim, because last time I tried with what I thought was the, you know, would be the best nose down trim and the best takeoff trim and the optimal amount of flaps, I just went and tail struck the runway. So we'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. Globemaster has a computer that does it for the... Yeah, those darn kids and their computers. Back in my day, we had a fucking slide rule. And if it was too heavy and the CG was too far off, we had to throw someone out the back. You guys modding this one? CCM's got a flight model mod out for it, yeah. Mostly to adjust how it handles it, like on landing and takeoff and stuff, because it was... They showed it doing the wheelbarrow in some of the promotional screenshots, but it's very hard to get it to do that and like maintain it with the default flight model. So he's been doing some tuning. It was also really sensitive in pitch for some reason. Like they had the values where the controls would start to lose effect due to excessive airspeed. They had that set at like 500 knots. The Caribou's never doing 500 knots. The Caribou's fucking terminal velocity is probably below 500 knots if it was falling out of the air with both wings gone. Okay. Get my view set up. This one's pretty simple. It's not as in-depth as it looks, which is fair. It was only a fairly cheap aircraft. And it's one of the like official ones. It's one of the local legends for New Zealand, go figure. So the fidelity level on these isn't as high, but they look nice and they generally aren't too bad flight-wise. So that's our battery and master power. Our fuel should already be on because it's just turned on by default in this when you spawn in. Get the mags on. We don't need the lights because it's broad daylight. I'm just going to go ahead and set the flaps now. We'll set 20 degrees and hope that that doesn't kill us. Actually, no, we'll set 15. We'll play it safe. We'll set 15. Okay, fuel pumps coming on. We'll just pop the protective covers on the DC gens there. We're going to put on the lights to tell people, hey, we're about to start up the spinny choppers. Unfortunately, they put the fucking handhold machine in it, but, you know, it is what it is. Oh, and the IFF acts as the fucking Civi transponder, which is kind of funny. Makes sense, but kind of funny. Okay, we want the engines primed, so let's prime left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know what the recommended amount of time is. I just use 5 as a general rule. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Master starter on. Give us some left throttle. Make sure the mixture's full forward. What am I missing? I'm missing something. What am I missing? Mags are both in. Does it want more priming? Surely not. We'll give it a little more. Oops, wrong engine. What am I doing wrong? Oh. No. Oh, I remember. Yep, okay. I'm using my twin-engine aircraft binding. I don't have mixture bound. That was my prop I was moving forwards. So yeah, we'll move the mix fully forwards. That was my bad. Okay. Now it should start. So we'll get the left going. There she is. And now we'll get the right going. Good start on both engines. We'll get the DC gens on. Whoops. On, not reset. There we go. I'm just going to turn the cockpit instrument lighting on because I like having it on even if it's daylight. And also, to be honest, the way that MSFS does bloom kind of makes it hard to read the instrument panel if you've been looking outside. Does this have an autopilot? Nope. Nope. It's all hands on. We probably don't need the pitot heat, but we'll turn it on just in case. Cool. So that's all done. Well, it doesn't have one that functions. If the real aircraft had one, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. It's probably... It probably would have been, by the way, there's a troop compartment. You can lower the ramp and everything. We'll do it when we land. If it had an autopilot, it would probably be in one of these blank spaces here, because this is all radio and navigation shit, right? But the autopilot probably would have occupied one of these spaces, because there's nothing on the instrument panel for an autopilot. We do have a rad out, so we'll set that to 250 feet. Okay, we'll check our trim. I'm going to set it a bit past the takeoff trim mark for nose down, because like I said, I'm not sure I trust it at the moment. Not sure I trust myself either. We're pretty much good to go, so we're going to get rid of the parking brake. We've got a little widget here we can turn on that tells us our current speed, I think our ground speed, and whether we've got a course or not, which we don't. Now, which end of the runway is the wind coming from? There isn't much. Maybe a 3-knot cross. There is a cross strip here at Amberley, but I can't be asked. If it's only like a 3-knot crosswind, then fuck it, I'll just take off from the main runway. Sorry about the stutters. The sim is probably, like I said, I think it does memory leak when you fly over too many photogrammetry cities. I probably should just finally install Add-on Linker and restart the sim after every flight or whatever. We'll do it one of these days, probably when I get back from Melbourne. I was going to do it over the weekend, but I just didn't get around to it. It's sad the nozzle steering wheel doesn't turn. Yeah, I wondered if that was a tiller. Fuck the tunes. A bunch of these I just added recently to the playlist, because I'd heard them for like the first time in years. I'm like, why isn't that on my playlist? Not sure what takeoff power is for this. I'm going to imagine it's probably like 40 inches, 45 inches, depending on load. We're not super heavily loaded, so... Oh, that's what I was worried about. Okay, so we're gonna cheat here for a second, chat. So I think the CG is gonna need some tweaking after CCM's adjustments, because I think he tested it without any cargo in. So it might need a CG shift. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go here, and we're going to get rid of that weight and just set that to 0. And then we're going to set this to 800, and hopefully, and we'll set this to like 2800, and hopefully that should give us, something a little bit better. We might need to reset a couple times onto the runway to get this tuned though. And this is all good testing data for him too, because then he can see what, if anything, needs adjustment. So this is at 15 degrees flat. And if you want to do a short takeoff in this, you use 25 degrees flat, so quite a bit more than I've got. I'm full forward stick just to keep the nose on the ground. Hey, we're wheelbarrowing it! We're wheelbarrowing it. Kind of. We're kangarooing it at the moment, but yeah, there we go. Gear up. We'll hold the flaps out for a moment, because we're very, very slow. We just took off at like 50-something knots, by the way. Which this thing will do in real life. Like, the Caribou is crazy like that. Okay. Give her a bunch of nose down trim. We will slowly bring the flaps in. Oh. A little bit too much nose down trim. There we go. And we're going to bring the revs back a touch to about 2,500. This thing has adverse yaw for fucking days. If you want to train your feet, fly this. Another good candidate for training your feet to wake up with adverse yaw is the Virga. And another one is actually the BF-108, the Typhoon that just came out the other day. The BF-108 needs some pretty major flight model tweaking. Any builds have been, I don't think they've got that much experience with prop-driven stuff, I could be wrong. I thought their thing was usually airliners, but the P-40 released pretty rough, and the BF-108's a bit rough around the edges too. I'm sure they'll get around to fixing it, but particularly their prop behavior is very, very weird, and their prop blades are backwards. So the 108's probably worth getting for 15 bucks, but don't expect it to be perfect out of the box. It's going to take some tweaking, and it may or may not require modding to get to where it should be. The 108, no. It actually has, if you are familiar with the BF-109E3, with like the dobber switch that increases or decreases the prop pitch, and you're manually fucking driving the prop, which is not ideal in a combat aircraft. It has that, but it's a hand crank instead. But it's not functioning as one. It's acting like a constant speed prop, which it shouldn't be. So they modeled it wrong. And also the prop blades, and this is the Caribou has this too. I'll show you when we land. I don't know what it is with MSFS devs and not understanding how a fucking propeller works. So the faster something moves through the air, the less angle of attack it needs to maintain the same amount of lift, right? That's why you need more AOA to fly slow and less AOA to fly fast. Well, that's why a prop blade starts with really high AOA relative to the direction of spin at the root, and then it flattens out to the tip. Like, the tip of a prop is not quite flat pitch, but it's pretty close. Well, in MSFS, in the BF-108, in probably several other aircraft for the sim, by multiple different devs, it's the opposite. It starts flat pitch at the fucking hub, and then twists out to being almost perpendicular to the fucking airstream at the tips of the prop. It looks so fucked up. But one of the guys in CCM's Discord figured out that they'd actually modeled the prop correctly, but for the wrong direction of rotation, so the blade was facing the wrong way. And so in order to pretend that they hadn't done that, they took the blade and they just rotated it, but it's made it look even more fucked up now. Because the whole shape of the prop is wrong now. So yeah, it's a little thing, and most people wouldn't notice, but pilots notice it, and once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. It's one of those things that it trips your uncanny valley sense, and then somebody else is like, hang on, the prop blades are fucking modeled the wrong way out. And then you look at it and you're like, oh my god. I wish I could return to innocence. You'll notice I'm getting blown around a lot. I flew the Piaggio around this area last night off stream, and the fucking thermals you get in this area in summer are insane. Like, Bathurst was like this too, but not quite to the same degree. Because I was a little further from the mountains in Bathurst. So, the area around Brisbane makes for some interesting flying in the summer. So while this module doesn't have... Sorry for the stutters, we are approaching a major city. While this module doesn't actually have a built-in autopilot, it does work with the AI pilot feature of MSFS, just not super well. So if you want to, like, go AFK or take screenshots, you can use that. We're going to have that sound stuttering issue, aren't we? I think we are. Fuck. I might pick up some altitude just to try and cure the worst of the stutters. I do apologize for the sound stuttering. I know it's really annoying. There's not a lot I can do about it. Once we're clear of Brisbane, it should improve. And again, it's a mix of the fact I'm streaming the game versus just playing it, and also, like, because I just flew over several major fucking metropolises in the US. The sim is probably murdering both my RAM and my page file at the moment. Like the ASP-21 reticle asymmetry? Yeah, but that's actually part of the aircraft. That's how it's supposed to be. The prop thing is definitely not how it's supposed to be. It's the opposite of how it's supposed to be. So the Caribou had a long and proud service in the RAAF. They were only retired in like 2012 or something. And have always been an airshow favourite with their wheelbarrow landings and their very, very short distance takeoff and landings. It's an ugly plane, but it's endearingly ugly. And the ugliness serves a purpose. So hopefully if we get enough altitude over Brisbane, it'll reduce the LOD that's loading in, which should boost performance a little and help with the stuttering. So looking here at our pressures and temps... Yeah, the oil is actually showing pretty hot. I don't think you can blow the engines on this though, to be honest, Yellow Fox, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. But we will dial the revs back a bit. It's going to cost us our climb performance, but... How much temp in the oil? It's pretty much up against the red line. Trailhead, I have 32 gigabytes of RAM and a 64 gigabyte page file. It's just that the sim tends to memory leak. It's probably why most other streamers that do MSFS, you'll see them restart the sim between flights. I don't do that because my sim takes so long to start. I'm not running add-on linker yet. I'm going to have to because I'm running out of space on the SSD anyway. So I'm going to have to, like, only use stuff that I actually want to fly with. But I have a lot of stuff installed, like a lot of scenery, a lot of aircraft and everything. So that's probably not helping the situation either. And I'm also streaming from the same PC that I'm playing on. So kind of everything's working against me in that regard. It might be a bug, honestly, Yellow Fox. It might be a bug. But this isn't a super high fidelity aircraft, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. You can't blow the engine. So yeah, it probably is a genuine bug. It's a shame that we are getting this stuttering, because if the sim was running better, I would do a low pass through Brisbane along the river. We might do that next time I stream MSFS. We'll take the Caribou or something. Maybe the Piaggio is pretty good at it too, because it's aerobatic. And we'll do the river fire run, which I did last night. I got some nice screenshots of it. Oh man. My ears. But yeah, that's Brisbane down there. And this should all be stock photogrammetry around here. So if this is what the stock stuff's running like, I'm terrified to think what mod stuff would be running like at the moment. What I might do is we'll see if we can get the AI pilot to cooperate with us. Sometimes he tries to yeet you into the ground, sometimes he's good. So we'll do this. And hopefully he's going to start talking to the tower. But we're just going to let him hold the aircraft basically level, and we're going to have a look at it. So there we go. There's our Caribou. With the appropriate livery, too. There's Archerfield Airport, just under my tail, which is where I started flying from in the Piaggio last night when I was buzzing around here. That's where Conti usually flies from, I believe. Because he lives up this way. I don't think I've ever actually been to Brisbane. I might have been up there as a baby, like when my parents came out to Australia one time after they got married, but I don't remember. I have no recollection of ever being in Queensland at all. And I haven't been to Victoria at all. I know that much, so my trip to Melbourne in a couple of days will be my first time crossing the New South Wales-Victoria border. And visiting the land of milk and honey that is known as Victoria, where the state is not overtly fucking corrupt and run by basically the mob, like New South Wales is. Pretty good view. That's Brisbane's main airport over there, which I forget the name of. That bridge you can fly under. I went under that in the Piaggio last night. Talking about Canberra. No, Canberra's not that bad. I mean, it's the home of all the fucking politicians, the federal politicians, but the ACT itself is mostly sane. It's definitely not as bad as New South Wales, put it that way. Nothing's as fucking bad as New South Wales, except maybe the fucking Northern Territory. And it's the NT, so you would expect them to be back in the fucking 1950s. I really wish that there was a fucking function to automatically stabilize the drone camera to the horizon, but there we go. Okay, let's tell our co-pilot to give us control back. And hopefully as we cross the coast, the stuttering should reduce, because we'll be away from the bulk of the photogrammetry. Waiting for WA to declare independence. Don't know if they will at this point. If they had a change in government, they probably fucking would. Like Alberta and its genius plan of having a Wexit. One of my favourite things about politics back home is how much they fucking bitch and moan about equalisation payments to the other provinces. Oh, all Alberta's money is being used to fund Quebec. Well, maybe if you fucking spent Alberta's money in Alberta, on Albertans, you wouldn't have any fucking money to be taken away as equalisation payments. What a radical fucking concept. Actually improving the province and making the lives of people in the province better, so that they don't take your money away and give it to the pretend French. Can't do that. Aisha Speed, thanks for the follow. And okay, thanks, bye. And anyone else I missed? Appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the show. It's a nice flight down that way as well. I think that's Surfers down there, which is pretty built up as well and also photogrammetry, so it would probably nuke the sim, but it's a nice area to fly over. If you're looking for a pretty run from somewhere around Brisbane, like Caboolture or Archerfield or whatever, down to Ballina is a really, really nice run. It's a fairly short flight, and it's really pretty. And there's a couple of nice custom airports for them as well. I think a couple free ones. I think my Archerfield, I don't remember if my Archerfield's paid or free. Might be paid. And then I think Ballina and, what's the other one I have? Sunshine Coast, I think. I think I've got scenery for those. It's paid scenery, but it's really, really nice. But there's freeware for them as well, which is okay. And there's a bunch of little, like, bush strips all through here, one of which we'll be landing at. So just a short flight in the Caribou. And then we might do another short flight. We'll see if CCM's still over in Kiwi land, and we'll go annoy him for a bit. And then we'll see if DCS wants to play nice with us. I'm probably not going to be doing a whole lot of DCS today. I just want to make sure I can actually stream it on these settings, and if it's going to behave itself finally, then it means I can start streaming that again without giving myself a fucking aneurysm. I don't know if Atomizer's still here. We might sneak in some SnowRunner, since we got into that the other day, finally, and had a good time breaking the game very quickly. Who needs wheels when you have a winch? I should have probably leaned out the mix, but whatever, we're not flying that far, don't care. Actually listening to you in the background while I'm playing SnowRunner? Nice. Very, soothing, relaxing noises to get stuck in the fucking snow to. Just me swearing about the game all the time. Okay, so I don't know if you guys can see it, but there's a little cutting right there. That's where we're going to land. It's pretty short. It's just a grass strip with a house at the end of it. We're doing the milk run. We've been, you know, for some reason they want to go out to the shops at Amberley instead of just going to Brisbane, and we're going to drop it off. Some nice sand dunes around here too, actually. So we tried out last week. What did you think about the game? I like it. I really like it. I was playing it after the stream for like several more hours as well. I found some cool custom maps. There's one which is like a desertified area of Siberia. That's what it's based on. I was fucking around on that map for hours. It's quite fun. I think that, like, I've been trying to scheme, like, if I can run it while MSFS is loading without fucking up my track IR for MSFS, that might become what I do. When, like, if the sim crashes or I have to launch MSFS mid-stream, rather than just sitting around twiddling my thumbs for like an hour and a half or something, I'll fire up SnowRunner. Because I think it should work without any issues. If I try and play something else, like if my mouse moves off the screen, I'll misclick and open the wrong thing, but I think SnowRunner I should get away with. Okay, we're getting pretty close to our destination, so we're going to come off the power a bit. I'm going to plug in the revs a bit as well. I'm not overly yeah, I don't think we need carb heat, chat. Fucking 20 degrees Celsius out. Yeah, fuck that. Okay. I have not landed this yet with CCM's FM tweaks, so we will see how this goes. But I think now that we've got our load sorted, we should be good. I just gotta, like, you can see how my trim position now is about my takeoff trim, just to maintain level flight. But I took off with, like, almost full nose down trim, just to keep it stable. So I think maybe the CG needs a bit of playing with. But other than that, like, the way the aircraft feels with his tweaks, it's really good. As always. It's like a running joke in CCM's Discord whenever a new plane comes out and the flight model's fucked. I can fix it, but I shouldn't have to. He's been doing some work on the F-104 as well. So we might have to make a return of the Starfighter on a future MSFS stream. He's been kind of bracketing the performance, seeing, oh, that's a bit too much, that's a bit too little, bit too much, bit too little, trying to get it right about where it should be, because by default it was, like, it couldn't even bust through transonic drag clean without a substantial fucking S-curve, which it shouldn't have needed. It's just a fine art trying to get the balance there. Like I've spoken about on stream before, why flight modelling is considered a black art even amongst aeronautical engineers. It's a lot of trial and error and esoteric knowledge. Doesn't matter if you have the performance numbers for the real aircraft, because the sim might not behave the same. Okay, we should be below gear speed, so we can drop that and slow ourselves a little. Use the gear as our air brakes. Once we're about 100 knots, we can start dropping flap. We're full forward on the props, we're full rich. Okay, I don't want to overspeed the gear, so we need a bit more angle of attack. Probably cut the engines a little further back, right to flight idle. I'm just going to serpentine it down because I don't want to try and force it down too fast. Okay, now we're just going to start dropping flaps. Oi! Okay, the lift off the flaps is probably what was causing me to come unstuck with the aft CG. Yep. Yep, okay. I think that's what it is. I think we found our culprit, chat. And now we're going to end up upside down. Yep. Well, we've discovered the culprit, so we almost got there. We'll just air spawn ourselves, and we'll try the landing again. So probably if I flew the aircraft with absolutely no load in it, it would be perfectly fine, but because I've got cargo in the back, it wants to do these ones. Has anyone done missiles? No. I think the G91 has, like, bombs, and both it and the Corsair have guns that just make a little muzzle flash effect and a sound, but they don't actually do anything. Anything with representations of weapons isn't allowed on the marketplace. You can get it into the sim, just not on the marketplace, and the problem with that as well is there's no, like, infrastructure, so to speak, to support it. There's nothing to really support weaponry in the sim at all. Okay, so what are we at? Like 60... We'll call it 67% fuel, because we would have burnt a bit on the way over. Pair of 170-pound pilots. Let's just call this 2,500 pounds. So we're a bit forward CG. And we'll see how this goes. It's not going to let me fly because the CG is fucked. I think. Oh no, there we go. I just had to double click that. So what he did to allow its stall performance to match the numbers is he played with the like lift and drag coefficients on the flaps, and I think he may have given them a little bit much lift for a loaded aircraft. Clean, it probably behaves exactly as it should, but because of the way that the shit works in MSFS, like the fucking moment of inertia it gets from the flaps coming down and the airflow doing the thing it does with flaps is probably ahead of the CG or something, and it's pushing the nose up. My completely uneducated, I have no clue what I'm talking about opinion. Okay. A little fast for the gear, but we'll just pull it now. Let's see what we do. Flaps 15. Nose is coming up. We're going to trim nose down. Flaps 20. Yeah, it's full nose down. And it's stalling on me. And this is probably going to overstress the aircraft again. Oh, no. We got away with it. Okay, so we're going to have to land with 15 degrees of flaps, which is doable. Like, we can totally do that. It's just not optimal. So, if he hasn't noticed already, I might drop him a line in Discord later and say it needs some adjustment. Because if you're carrying any load in the back of the aircraft, it tries to kill itself. See this instrument at the top, like front and center? This is really cool. It tells you if you're slow or fast for your approach. It's kind of like the AOA indexer you get on fighters, but not, if that makes sense. It's quite neat. So we're a little slow at the moment. So we'd crunch it a bit if we came down here. So we're a little too high AOA, we want a bit less. So we're going to trim down a bit. There's our landing strip. We're pretty much on speed. See, if I had more flaps, I'd be descending at an even steeper angle, and a little bit more power could kind of fly me level nose down like this. but I can't, otherwise the plane will pitch up and try and murder itself. So we'll just have to make do with what we have. A little bit of a side gust there. So I don't want to get too carried away with the throttles here. In fact, I'm going to lock them both together, and we're getting a bit fast. Just a little spicy. You've really got to wake your feet up in this thing on approach. Just like the real aircraft, you've got to be kicking the rudder, you know, this way and that, the whole way to the ground. Don't float, don't float, don't float, don't float. Don't float. Clonk. Oi, bounce, bounce, bounce. Down, 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 down. Come on, come on. Come on. These things do tend to bounce. If you come down a little hard, they will bounce, and they'll do exactly that. But there we go. Whoa, fuck me, the over-rev on that. Well, the props are still running, for once. That's cool. Usually when I try and use the reverse on the props, it kills the engines. For some reason. Like, it doesn't kill them, but, like, they'll shut down for some reason. But today, they kept running. We just over-revved the living shit out of them, because I wasn't expecting them to. Okay. Park brake. That's all good. Oxygen was off. We didn't fly that high anyway. DC gens can go off. Fuel pumps are already off, I think. Looks like they are. So, all we really need to do is we can just leave the flaps where they are. Bring the mags off. Yeah, the fuel pumps are off, and then we come down. Oh, no. Shit. Shit, my bad. No. I need to leave the engines running to work the ramp, I think. We'll just leave one engine going. Big brain here. Let's get the left going. Hello? I need to reset this. There we go. Okay. I think we can get away with only one hide system operating for this. That's going to be off anyway, because it's on the shutdown engine. So we can open this, and then turn the cargo dual power on, and then open the ramp and open the door. What I might do is I'll stop the ramp there. Okay. I thought that extended the ramp, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% certain how this works, so bear with me here. I'm learning. Closes it. Up. Up. Fucking click spot's a little sensitive. So I might need to wait until the ramp's fully down before I hit this switch. And this light should come on when it's at 15 degrees. Which I think is the angle you want to deploy the bottom end of it. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe there's not an extension to it. Oh, you know what? You know what? You probably have to manually put those plates on. I don't know if they've got a click spot on them, though. So I don't think you can fully put the ramp out. But there's like, it's got the little jump lights for the paratroopers and everything, which is pretty cool. There aren't any paratroopers, but it does have the lights for it. So we'll just leave that open and shut it down. So there we go, there's our caribou. It's a nice little airstrip. And then if you have a look, there's a road that, like, there's a little driveway, street, something that leads to this house from the town there. This is probably actually like a flying club or a small airport terminal, but it's rendered in as a house, which is kind of funny. And then the Brisbane skyline is back there in the center of the screen, and the docks are right there. You can see the dock cranes from here even. Now, what I was talking about with the prop blades. Notice they look from the side kind of paddle-ish. They shouldn't look like that from the side. They should look like that from the front. And if you look down the length of the blade, you can see why. Let me turn the drone camera speed down so I can actually show you. Right there. See how the angle at the root is less than the angle at the blade tip? That should be the complete other way around. It should be like this angle at the fucking root, and then at the blade tip it should be like this. Like, I don't know what is with MSFS third-party devs and not understanding how the fuck a propeller works, but it is a recurring theme with several different developers. Some of them it's kind of excusable, I guess, because they make jet modules mostly, and they're not actual aeronautical engineers, so they wouldn't, or pilots for that matter, so they wouldn't know. But, like, come on, man. There's, like, it takes 2 seconds to Google the correct profile of a propeller. I don't know how they keep making the same mistake. But, other than that, this is pretty fun to fly. Just gotta work out what's going on with the desire to pitch up and kill itself when it's got a load in the back, but other than that, once it's in the air, it's beautiful. It was okay out of the box in the air, but with CCM's tweaks, it feels a lot more like it's a heavy transport aircraft. But in a, like, good, controllable way, and you've really got to have your feet awake as you're coming into land. You know what? Fuck it, let's do another leg. Let's do another leg, but let's get the cargo weight out of the back and see if we can get away with a bit more flap. We'll also bring down the fuel weight a bit. 60%. So we'll see how we go with this. So we'll start it back up. We don't need pitot heat. Definitely don't need it today. Not with where we're flying. Fuel pumps can go on. We don't need the anti-ice lights or the ice inspection lights on. I just turn them back on when I respawn it in the air. Get these cranked up so I can actually see my instruments. These have like a ridiculous amount of granularity in them, by the way. I was holding shift and scrolling just to get them to move that quickly. Like, normal scrolling. Like, this is one click of my scroll wheel. I don't know why they have that much granularity in them. It's good to have plenty of it, but not that much. That's excessive. Like, really excessive. Okay. So that's all set up. We just need to... We don't need to prime the engines because we're just running them. So they should have fuel to them already. We just start her up. I didn't even cut the mixture because I got lazy. So we'll just fucking go from here. Mags. You can tell I've been flying jets a lot more than prop aircraft for the last few years in DCS. Okay. Oh, no. That one. We'll turn the oxygen on just in case. We're probably not going to need it, but I'll turn it on anyway. Because it doesn't hurt to have the option. And then we'll come back here. We will get rid of the ramp. I might leave the actual doors open, like the upper part of the doors open, but we'll close the ramp. Unfortunately, the cabin lights, they have an option for white light. Oh, I see. That's what that does. That's power to the ramp, I think. They have a... What am I doing? Jesus Christ. They have a white light position, an off position, and a green position. Unfortunately, only white and off work. They don't have the green lights modeled, which is a shame. They have the paratrooper lights, but they don't have those. And we'll just leave the cargo doors open. We'll set the rad out again. And that's that yellow lamp there, and there should be another yellow lamp. Oh, there, which hasn't come on yet. Correction, it's those two yellow lamps. What's this one? Doors unlocked is what that is. We've even got our call sign, Enfield 210. It's not a pretty plane, but it's a nice plane. Alright. Put the brakes away. I'm gonna take my life in my hands, I'm gonna try 25 degrees flat. But I'm gonna trim it. It's already trimmed full nose down. We'll trim it back a little. God, the trim on this thing moves so slowly. There we go. We'll leave it nose down trim a bit, because I don't really trust it. Need some air conditioning. Yeah, fuck, it's 25, 26 degrees here outside on the ground. Which is probably what it is here today as well, something like that. Mid-20s it feels like, maybe high 20s. Revs fully forwards. Okay, we'll give it 45 inches pressure. Oh, yep. Okay, too much flap. So yeah, the flaps are not playing nice with me apparently. Let me just pull us back here. And we'll go back to 15 degrees of flap, because that seems to be the safe setting. And we're still, like, really nose down trim. Much better. Much, much better. So yeah, I think he might overcook the flap lift slightly. Oh, look at that. Now we bring the flaps in. We're gonna... Oi, 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 oi. I really need to be more ready for that than I was. You're flying so nose down with this thing with the flaps out that as soon as you pull them in, you're in a pretty spicy dive. Okay. Let's climb out to the... let's go to the right. Alright, to about 2,600 revs, 2,700. Some very nice sand dunes down there. Is this Fraser Island, or is that further north? Do we have any Queensland knowers in here? I have no fucking clue. Oh, not this shit. It's not my internet, it's the servers. It does it from time to time. Should reconnect in a second. Yeah, there we go. So I think that other airstrip, that might be it there? Or is it further down? I don't remember. But we'll keep going. I think we'll fly down to Ballin or something. See how much the thermals here are knocking us around as soon as we're over land. Because the trees just suck up heat and then radiate it out for the rest of the day. Twatter? Nope, I don't actually have the twatter. This is the caribou. You can definitely see some common de Havilland genetics between the two, though. The cockpits are quite similar. How's it fly? So I'm running a mod at the moment, which tweaks how it handles in the air, and it also tweaks how it handles with the in-landing configuration. It needs a bit more tuning. Out of the box, it flies okay. I wouldn't say it flies amazingly. It's kind of difficult to do stall stuff with. Not, like, bad, but it doesn't bleed speed very quickly. And it just doesn't quite hit the advertised numbers, shall we say, for some takeoff and landing performance. So, Canadian Captain Mustache, who does a lot of flight sim streaming when his internet lets him, he has been working on a mod for the aircraft to tweak that a bit, which is what I'm using at the moment. It feels really good in the air. We're a bit bumpy today because it's hot as fuck and there's a lot of thermals coming off the ground, but it just needs a little more tweaking, I think, with the flaps out, because it's generating too much lift and it's trying to nose up, and if I've got any load in the back of the aircraft and more than 15 degrees of flaps, it'll just... Spending all my time in the DC-6 lately. It's been way too long since my last DC-6 flight. I have been doing a lot of DC-3, especially since the Duckworks mod became a thing. I've been flying the pants off that plane. In fact, we might even sneak one in today. Just a short one. Hey, Baxterbury. Good to see you. So we're just flying along the coast off Brisbane, which is in that direction. In fact, you can just about see the skyline from here. So that's the docks, and then that's Brisbane itself there. And we're heading down. We're going to go over Surfers Paradise, and then we're going to probably land somewhere in either Ballina or maybe a little bit up the coast from that. Somewhere in New South Wales, probably. I still haven't got round to trying anything like on-air or, you know, any of its sort of contemporary, shall we say. I don't know if competitors is the right word. It's something that I'm interested in, but I just haven't found the time yet. And I'm also the kind of person that, in the sim, I'm generally just flying around without much thought to navigation or comms or anything sane like that. I just go out joy flighting, pretty much. Fake money collecting. Yeah, if only it wasn't fake. Someone needs to convince the fucking crypto nerds that they should use, like, on-air money as a fucking cryptocurrency or something, so that you can at least generate something. Although with the fucking value of crypto, that's probably a bad idea. I'd feel bad for supporting anything like that, but at the same time, I would like to actually be paid to play this game. So, crypto nerds don't exist, they all died of starvation. No, they exist, you just gotta go to the local Macca's and yell out to the back room. I'm not doing a very good job of holding my altitude here. One Ligma coin for each kill on ECW. Does that include teammates? Because there'd be some very rich people if that's the case. Yes, the Lisanov Litu liveries. I have, like, all of them. I don't think I've flown any on stream. That could be something we could do next flight. We'll see if CCM's still buzzing around New Zealand. If he is, we'll go pop in, say hi, fly on his wing for a bit. Otherwise, I might grab a Elite 2 and we'll do a flight somewhere up the fucking... up one of the rivers or something. Are they realistic? The externals, yeah. The internals, no. Because they're kind of limited in what they can do. You'd have to remodel the cockpit to get a proper Li 2 cockpit, and even I think the PS-84s, the Lend-Lease DC-3s, they changed the instrumentation in those too. However, at least one of the liveries I have changes the illumination on the gauges so that they, like it makes it look like it's, I don't think it's meant to be radium paint, but it's like green phosphorescent paint, which is quite nice. I did a flight on that off-stream around Antarctica, which was a pretty nice chill flight. By chill, I mean I was shitting myself the entire way, because it was a competition to see which I ran out of power to climb over first, mountains or storms, and then telling which was a cloud and which was a mountain, because they look the same down there. And then I made it all the way to where I was going. It took me like 2 hours to get there, only to die because I attempted to land at like 3 times the fucking rated crosswind landing, you know, wind speed for a fucking DC-3, on a runway that was very narrow and had like massive snowbanks plowed either side of it. It is what it is. That's why we plan our flights ahead and check the weather. Well, at least we do if we're sensible people. I'm not one of those. I'm almost tempted to hop over to the co-pilot seat and fly off the beach so I can look out the right window at the water, or not the water, like at the shoreline, but don't know. We'll stick with this, I think. In fact, you know what we'll do is we'll just kick it out a bit, and then we'll tell the AI to do the hard work for us, and we'll just sit in the external view and pretend we're a tube liner streamer. No offense to any tube liner streamers. But that's what we'll do. And he's gonna start talking to ATC in a minute, probably. What the f... No. 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 What the fuck are you doing? I don't think I can just tell him fly straight and level. Look, dude, just... How hard is it? Just fly the aircraft straight and level. Does it have a real... does it have an autopilot? Not in this module. The real aircraft might, but this doesn't. No, okay. Okay. Hang on. What are you doing, you lunatic? Fuck it, we're gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. In that case, we might switch seats. There we go. This is going to be discombobulating because I'm not used to flying from the right seat. Ooh, but we can see all sorts of stuff we usually can't see. Neat. We're probably going to get some more stutter because we're approaching a shit ton of photogrammetry. It is what it is. It will pass once we're away from said photogrammetry. But I do apologize in advance for any unseemly audio stuttering. Impressive, the stream is better than the computer. Let's not say things that we can't take back. Trust me. Just double check my flaps are actually all the way up. Yes, they are. Can never be too sure with me. Apathetic Castle, cheers for the follow. And I think that's all my alerts caught up on, I hope. One day I will figure out how to get my alerts to actually show up in the same window as my chat, so I don't have to constantly glance down at my phone, but that day is not today. In fact, that day has not been any day for the past 4 years. Tell me all the reasons track R is a bad idea. It's expensive and the clips are really flimsy, that's it, those are the only reasons. If this was better designed and built of more sturdy material, I would just recommend it without hesitation. Well, actually, no. Also, they've got kind of shitty business practices, because they try and, like, basically try and stifle any competition as much as they can. But yeah, like, the clip is the only weak point of the entire design, really. The software works well enough for what it is, even though it's kind of archaic. It does what it's supposed to. The camera works well. I've never had to replace the camera. Fuck, I don't think I've even had to fucking do anything with it. It's just, it sits there and it works. But these things break all the time, and they cost like 50 fucking bucks to replace. So either get an alternative clip, or build your own, or something. I'm not handy enough to build my own. I probably will next time this one breaks, because I'm just sick of fucking replacing the things. But that's the only weak point of the entire design, really. I'll add it uses a USB port too. Yeah, if you don't have enough USB ports, that's another reason. If you had, say, a 3D printer and could fix that, oh, absolutely, yeah. If you had a 3D printer, and, you know, you can afford the opt-in price for just the camera and the software and everything, absolutely fucking get it. Now, to be fair, I haven't tried any alternatives, because I've not needed to. I've had this for fucking 12 years, and it just works. I know there's, like, eye trackers. Those, I've heard, are alright for sims like this, although there are some downsides. Apparently you can't pause them. It just resets the position if you try and pause it. And also, like, if you have a cat or something that likes to walk in front of the sensor, it will pick up their face instead of yours. This is just what I've heard from other people, not speaking from personal experience, by the way. But I've also heard their track rate's kind of slow, so they're not real good for things like DCS, where you need to flick your eyes around to keep eyes on someone in a dogfight. But in MSFS, they'd be fine. And, like, if you want to show someone where you're actually looking, you can show, like, where your eyes are focused. Not just your head, but your eyes, where they're looking, which is pretty neat. So, I know that's the thing. It's not really for me, I think, because I do play so much DCS, and also, like, I wear glasses, and these are really reflective because they've got anti-glare coating on them. So I don't think I'd be able to use any of the eye tracking solutions. They just wouldn't work for me. So I've just stuck with track IR, despite the pain in the ass of constantly replacing or repairing the clips. Would buy a track IR before rudder pedals or even a throttle? Yes, I would agree. In fact, that's exactly what I did. Especially if you're playing combat sims. If you're playing civvy stuff, it's not as big a deal, but if you're playing combat sims, you need some sort of head tracking. Either track IR, VR if you have it already, or if it's affordable to you. Although that comes with its own set of problems, or like some sort of head tracking or eye tracking solution you would definitely need in a combat sim, in my opinion. But it's like, I've become so reliant on this thing, I don't fly without it in any sim. Like, even if I'm flying a fucking tube liner, I'm still using this thing, because I'm looking around constantly. So that's Surface Paradise down there, I think. Where all the fucking kids go for schoolies and trash the town. You can see why it has the name it does. Pretty nice beach. As I continue to lose altitude. Need a lot more nose-up trim here than I'm giving it. Aircraft like this make it really obvious why you would want a yoke if you can afford one. I don't have one, I'm just using my Connie Alpha. And while the Connie is a great stick and the Warbird base is a great base for combat flight stuff, for trying to control a caribou in gusting crosswinds, or where there's a lot of thermals coming off the ground or the water, not ideal. Really not ideal. My hand's cramping up. Like, you can see how many adjustments I'm having to make to this thing. No, like I said, no yoke. I don't know if I'm ever gonna buy one, like, especially because yokes tend to cost more than actual fucking sticks. Like, holy shit. It's highway robbery what peripheral manufacturers get away with for fucking CiviSim players. Like, I've seen them selling just a simple yoke with a fucking two-position... No, I think it was a four-way trim hat and, like, a button. And it was a yoke. And it had, like, 14-bit precision or something. It wasn't even fucking 16. And they were selling it for $1,000. I was just like, you're on crack. I paid less than that for my entire fucking Virpil setup. Like, you're on crack if you think I'm spending $1,000 on a fucking yoke. Let alone one with so few fucking functions. I've heard good things about the Honeycomb, but like I said, if like that's $600 is what I paid for like a substantial amount of Virpil gear. I ain't paying that much money for a fucking yoke. Especially because I'm only going to use it to fly things like this or maybe the P-38. The yoke price was a joke. Yeah, you really could. But those are the prices people will pay for that stuff, so there's no incentive for them to fucking make it more affordable. And there's also the issue that if they try and get it certified by the FAA or whatever for use in simulators, that's going to drive the price up as well. And then they use that as a selling point, like, oh, FAA certified, real fucking sim use. It's like, that's cool, I don't care, I'm not building a fucking FAA certified sim, I want something affordable I can use at home. I've heard pretty good things about the VKB stuff. I was tossing up between getting the Connie and the Warbird base or getting the, I think it's the Gunfighter, is the VKB equivalent. I was really close to pulling the trigger on that, on the Gunfighter, but they didn't have the model I wanted for sale in the, like, Oceania region store, and they wouldn't do shipping from one of the other regions, so I was just like, fuck it, I'll get the Virpil stuff. I'm sure there's some sort of business reason why they have different regional storefronts and they don't offer the same products, but that's basically what caused me to buy Virpil over VKB, and I already had good experience with Virpil stuff, so I was like, I know Virpil stuff just works. So between that and not being able to get what I wanted, I went for Virpil. So I think we're just coming up... Well, like I said, I don't have really a good sense of geography in this area. I think this is Tweed Heads. I think. TM16000M kit? Yeah, a lot of people start out with that. I never used it personally, but like most of my friends have had at least one of them. And they work well for like a certain amount of time, but then they start breaking in weird and wonderful ways, because Thrustmaster and quality control are two words that, or two phrases that never appear in the same fucking sentence. Except with no in between. In fact, for those that haven't been around here that long, I've got a Thrustmaster Warthog throttle and stick sitting on the couch next to me, waiting for me to clean it up and send it off to somebody. Because that is what I replaced with my Virpil stuff. I got so sick of parts breaking on it, and having to spend so much fucking money to either replace them, or the idea of mailing it back to Thrustmaster, paying for fucking postage, and then them charging me for a replacement part. I was just like, fuck it. So I'm going to find a friend in need, and I'm going to send them that, and just be like, hey, the left throttle doesn't work properly, and the trim hat's a bit dicky, but everything else on it should be fine. I think I have an Escort. I can't see them, but I can hear them. Unless it's the airliners at the airport down there. The airliner sounds from FSLTL are really loud, so it might have been that. FSLTL is like, it's a freeware model matching slash airliner injection thing. So the default sim injects real-world flights into the sim, but it's not super consistent, and it doesn't have basically any model matching. What FSLDL does is it gives you a shit ton of aircraft models and liveries for different airlines. So, and then it'll also take, like, I think it takes actual ADS-B data or something and injects it into the sim externally. So it's kind of doing what the sim does natively, but doing it a bit better and with a bit more detail. So I can form up on a flight, and I'll actually be able to see which airline it is and what kind of plane it is, as opposed to in the default sim where it'll just be like a generic low-poly model of like a 7.8 or something with some generic fucking livery on it. It's probably the airliners that were making the jet noises. So I think we're now in New South Wales. I think that was the border we just passed. Is there a mod that adds Elon Musk's plane into the game? Probably. I mean, what is this? Like a fucking citation or something? Or a Gulf Stream? I don't know. There probably is. Which I hadn't heard about, Verpal. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for your bank account. But you know what they say, misery loves company. Streamer's bad for me. Flight sim streams are a bit like that. It's like it rolls downhill. I'll watch CCM stream something, and he plays, like, he flies this plane I've never heard of, and it's like, oh my god, that thing looks wonderful, I'm gonna go buy it. And then I'll be, like, talking about all this Verpal gear, and people will be like, oh, Verpal stuff sounds amazing, I'm gonna go buy it. And then there's probably something they talk about on their stream, and then somebody else buys it. It's like this ever snowballing fucking system of debt that happens in the flight sim category. Do you actually want the real answer for that question? Because there is. Do you want the real answer, or do you want the I'm going to save you money answer? MFG crosswind pedals. They're like $400 or something. But oh my god, they're so good. Like, they're really sturdily built, but lightweight. They're simple as fuck to put together. You can, like, get modifications for them, like you can get a damper for them, so if you fly helicopters or if you don't like the spring being bouncy, you can get a damper, which I have for when I fly helicopters. The centering spring on it acts on like a cam arm, and so all you have to do to convert from centering sprung pedals for flying a fixed-wing aircraft to flying non-centering pedals for a helicopter is reach down under your desk and pull the spring off a hook. Done. You now have helicopter pedals. And then if you've got the hydraulic buffer, you just turn it up a couple cranks. Now you've got helicopter pedals. You go back to fixed wing, easy. Lean back under the desk, hook the fucking spring back over the cam, done. Like, it's so good, man. The sensors are really precise, there's no noise, nothing like that. They're so easy to set up, and they just fucking work out of the box. Can you do that without the damper mod? Oh yeah, you can do that without the damper mod. Just, you won't have the additional force of the damper to give you resistance. Like, I cranked the damper up so that I've got a bit of resistance to stop me from heavy footing one pedal. Because I do that subconsciously if I haven't got the spring on. Fuck, I do it even with the spring on. I'm sorry. If you happen to, like, have a spouse or anything who tends to panic about large expenditures, don't tell them about me. I don't exist. I've never seen you before in my life. Never heard of MFG crosswinds. I have no idea what they are. So we'll fly a little bit further down. I think Ballina's just past this headland. I think it might be the next one down. But we'll head down that way, find an airport and land. I think once we've got this flat business worked out, I'll be doing a lot of bush strip stuff in this, but just want to make sure I'm comfortable with it before I do that. Pocket money system with my wife, an allocated amount every week goes into a separate account to fuel my hobbies. Guilt-free. That's a good system. I like that. That's some good forward thinking there. I know a lot of people that could probably stand to adopt something similar themselves. Thankfully, I am completely unlikable and irresponsible, so I don't have to worry about anyone else. I can just spend whatever the fuck I want on myself. Because outside of loaning money to my sister every now and then, I don't have to give a shit. Hobbies collecting hobbies, so I needed it. Yeah, it gets a bit like that sometimes. And it's always the expensive ones that you collect. Just for some reason, that's always how it goes. I'm really bad at holding my altitude. really bad at holding my altitude, but I always have been. I am in real life too. What airport are you near? I'm somewhere in the general vicinity of Ballina. I don't think I'm there yet. I think Ballina's like just down there somewhere. So I think Sunshine Coast, if we haven't passed it already, I'm coming. Actually, that might have been Sunshine Coast we passed before. I'm trying to remember what it looks like from the air. I think that might have been Sunshine Coast. So yeah, Ballina should be the next one we see, I think. Or one of the next ones we see. So that headland should have a nice lighthouse on it, which I think I have scenery for. We'll give that a buzz, and then we'll find the airport and set it down. It's been a while since I've flown up here. I remember I followed Conti along one flight that he did like probably 2 years ago at this point with the P-38. Well, I was in the P-38, I forget what he was flying. Gonna be lazy and take my feet off the pedals because I think I'm doing more harm than good with them, and also I'm getting a bit sore. I think I pulled a muscle changing out of my fucking compression suit. Right. I'm not joking, you have to be fucking acrobatic on a level I am not to put that thing on or take it off again without causing yourself some sort of injury. I'm definitely not a fighter pilot, but it is that type of compression suit, yeah. It's an old Soviet one. I found it on eBay, and I was like, it'd be funny for the memes on stream, why not? And before I knew it, $300 had left my account, and I suddenly had a very bizarre-looking GIMP suit turn up on my doorstep. Yeah, I'm probably on every watch list under the sun. I like to collect those. It's actually funny, like, anytime I'm using Facebook or something with ad block turned off, I get bombed with ads to fucking apply to ASIO for a job. I don't think I'd actually get a job there, I've got no resume worth a damn, but it is pretty funny all the same. So that's not Ballina, because Ballina's actually got a paved runway. I'm not sure which strip that is. We might have to fly into there one day. That looks like a nice little strip. Be good for the caribou as well. I think I see a hot air balloon down there. You know what? Fuck it. We'll do a touch and go at Ballina, and we'll come back up and land there. Not sure what strip that is. I don't think that's Ballina. Maybe it is. It's been so long since I flew here, I don't remember what the airport looks like. I thought it was further south. We'll switch back to the left seat for landing, I think. I can fly from the right seat okay, I'm just not used to it, but if I'm going to be landing, I prefer to be on the left so I'm a little more at home and I can see the more important instruments. Yeah, the VKB stuff looks pretty good and I've heard mostly good things about them. The complaints I have heard have mostly been like customer service things more than anything, which is true of most companies, to be fair. But, like I said, they didn't have what I wanted available in my region, so I just said, okay, well, if you insist, I'll just go to Verpal. That contrail up there is an airliner that'll be placed by FSLTL. It's quite a neat add-on, and the contrails from it I think are a little bit easier to spot than the default sim ones. The problem I've had is, for some reason the FSLTL traffic flies super slow, like landing speed for an airliner or slower. So if I want to conduct a practice intercept in the fucking F-104 or the F-22 or the F-35 or something, I can't, because they're flying below my stall speed. Well below my stall speed. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. It just happens. Yeah, it's fly-by-wire. So you just install it through their launcher. As much as I hate everyone and their mother having a fucking separate launcher, at least in this case, it's using one that I've already got, so one less to worry about. There's the lighthouse. In a bit of a descent here, so I just need to watch myself. Don't want to fly myself into the Tasman Sea, that would be a bit embarrassing. And then from memory, Ballina should be, I think it's the next headland down, and it's slightly inland, so we should be able to see it. So we'll touch and go there, and we'll come back up the coast and land at that grass strip I saw, because it looked like it had a museum or something attached to it. Like, it looked like an old vintage airstrip, so we'll give that a looky-see. What my engine's doing. Give him a bit more power. No wonder we're descending. We'll just cruise at 40 inches, I think. Been tempted to VATSIM. VATSIM's a bit much for me. I might try it one day, but I'm well out of practice with my radio calls. I haven't flown for about fucking 5 years at this point. 5 or 6 years, I think. But as well as that, VATSIM's mostly catering to, like, airliner guys. It does GA stuff too, but, like, the airliners are kind of the big deal there. And I'm not much of an airliner person. The most I tend to have to do with airliners is I appear on their wing and give them the follow me and flash the fangs at them. And I don't think VATSIM controllers would, or the network in general, would take very kindly to me LARPing a Soviet air defense pilot every time somebody flies over Kamchatka when they shouldn't. Someone needs to give me a Sukhoi 15 though. Like, I'm so happy we're getting the Antonov An-2 and the An-225, especially the 225, since it was unfortunately destroyed by a bunch of fucking hooligans. But, I really want a Su-15. God, do I want a Su-15. Oh my god. The thing is, like, I think they get the shits with you if you go supersonic. And they get the shits with you if you do intercepts, because they're, like, especially with streamers like Chewy or whoever who have hundreds of viewers, and they mostly do airline stuff, they're probably sick to death of having some 10-year-old flying a fucking C-130 trying to intercept them by slewing through them repeatedly. Like, Conti the other day was, he was being escorted by a bunch of guys in the Typhoon, and they just kept flying through him and doing aerobatics in front of him and, like, some guy was slewing in front of him repeatedly in the Spruce Goose. It's just distracting. Like, if I'm going to fly along with a streamer, and especially if I'm going to pretend I'm intercepting them, I will fly up, I will form up on their wing, I might pull ahead of them slightly so they see me and give them the waggle of the wings and then drop back on their wing. I'm not doing fucking loop-de-loos and shit in front of them, because it's just, like, as someone who streams myself, it's really distracting. I don't mind people flying along with me, I encourage people to fly along with me, I just don't want, you know... If you want to show off your fucking sick stunt routine, stream the game yourself, basically. But often, like, if I see somebody streaming, I'll just fly along and form up on their wing and use them as formation practice. Like, one time, Fliggity was flying into, Tucson. Yeah, Tucson's the one that Davis Monthan's in. He was flying into Tucson in, I think, a 7-3, and I flew the F-104, and I intercepted him, and I sat on his wing for like 15 minutes before he realized that I was there. Now, he didn't see me as an F-104, because he doesn't have it. He saw me as a very, very, very bizarrely handling Bonanza. But, like, I was sitting on his wing for 15 minutes, and he did not know I was there, until he went external view and wanted to look at something on the other side of his plane and saw me sitting there on his wing. So that's what I like to do when I fly along. Want a DC-6 off your wing? Hey, I won't complain. Okay, we'll get the gear down. We'll just stay 15 degrees of flaps, and oh boy, she's going to need some nose down trim. Yeah, we'll just sit on 15 degrees of flaps, because I think we've established anything more than 15 degrees of flaps is bad no-no territory at the moment. And we're going to switch seats to the left. So I'll drop a line to CCM about that later. Probably just the flap lift value needs a bit of tweaking. The flap drag feels good, I think it's just the lift that needs looking at. Well, the Caribou, yeah, it is a naturally slow aircraft, but, like, with the flaps on this thing, the way the flaps are in the default flight model, you could probably cruise with the flaps out at 15 degrees the whole time, and it wouldn't impact you too badly. With CCM's adjustments, the flaps at 15 degrees, you can see first of all, I'm struggling to get the nose down, because I still haven't trimmed it far enough forwards. But at 15 degrees, like, the speed just vanishes. Absolutely fucking vanishes. So I think the flaps need some more adjustment. Oh. Wind's not doing me many favors here. Fuck me. Okay, we got a bit of a crosswind. We might even have a bit of a tail here. I probably should have checked. But who prepares? Who checks weather? Who does any of that stuff? People who don't want to die, that's who. This is at 15 degree flaps. This is what I would expect off full flaps, so I think the values might need tuning, or I've got something that doesn't interact nicely with it. It's entirely possible there's a mod conflict going on here, because CCM tested it with his mod on his machine and he was doing fine. And it wouldn't be the first time there's been something like that happen, but I'll just, I'll run it past him later and double check. And if need be, I can always tweak the numbers myself and see what happens. So if there is something conflicting, I can adjust it on my machine. Yeah, this is Ballina. So I've landed into here once with Conti and the gang. A long time ago. Oh shit, we got a raid at the perfect moment. Hello, whoever is raiding, I'll check in a minute. Welcome to the stream. Hope you had a good one. Come on, floaty, floaty, floaty. Oh, little bounce. Big bounce! Yeah, I think the flap lift needs some tweaking. I think she's got a bit much. Come on. Oh, I was gonna do a fucking touch and go, wasn't I? Don't over-rev, please. There we go. There we go. We'll leave the flaps out for a while, because as we saw, she nosedives hard when they come up. So there's Ballina Airport. We've got a little dash parked up there, and Jetstar. So this is payware scenery. I believe... he's going to have to forgive me because I forget the name of his business he runs, but one of the regular Aussie MSFS category viewers who hangs out in all our streams is behind the scenery here. Also did a very nice Canberra, which I have, which is pretty much next door to me, so had to have good scenery for that. And I think he also did the Sunshine Coast scenery. Oh, Giggles! Hey man, good to see you. Cheers. I've had fucking 99 problems today, man. It's been all over the place. I had to fucking shit-can the Armour stream. Fuck me, that's some wind. I had to shit-can the Armour stream because my internet died, and also the new Armour server isn't playing nice with me. So then I was like, fuck this, I'm going back to bed. And then, this one's been going okay so far. The sim's been threatening to crash a few times, but we got away with it mostly. I need to actually wake my feet up. I'm way behind the aircraft here, which is why it's wallowing all over the place. I'm kind of tempted to try and wheelbarrow it, but I don't know if that's a good idea, given my clear ineptitude with this thing. Coordinated flight is a myth. Oh, dude, I'm so bad with it. I'm so fucking bad. The only time I'm flying coordinated in the sim or in real life is by fucking complete accident. Like I say to people, right? The fucking guys who had the best survival rates in World War II were the fucking clumsy natural flyers who were never coordinated, they were never in trim, and they were all over the fucking sky because they didn't know what they were supposed to be doing. They didn't know what coordinated flight was. They didn't know the correct entry speed for whatever aerobatic maneuver. They just fucking did what the plane felt like it wanted to do. And then all the guys who were like super high profile, amazing aerobatic pilots who would make something fly in a fucking perfectly coordinated way in the middle of a fucking Category 5 storm, they all died real quick because they were too predictable. You know, meanwhile, fucking Side-Slip McGee over here just looks over his shoulder and sees a stream of fucking tracer go past him like 5 meters to his right and goes, oh, okay, there's someone behind me. Oh, oh, please don't crash. Please, MSFS. I think we got just far enough away from Brisbane that it unloaded all the scenery and now it's trying to load it all back in. We may have had a critical miscalculation here, chat. Oh, I can coordinate it on the approach to a stall. Like, I can coordinate it real well on the approach to a stall when I'm doing it deliberately, but like, just normal flight? Nah, all over the fucking shop. I'm always either behind it or ahead of it. Which I am in Sim too. You'll see me either putting in too much boot too quickly, or putting it in too late and then holding it too long. And especially in the sim, I'm flying so many different aircraft, and they all handle completely differently that, like, you can tell when I've been flying the Mirage F1 or something like this, or the Vilga, because I'm just booting it. Every time I touch the stick, my boot's already hard over the other side. Plane doesn't have rudder trim, that hardly sounds like my problem. Neither of the planes I learned to fly on had rudder trim. It got to a point where I just gave up, because otherwise I'd have a dead leg by the time I landed. To be honest, I think pretty much everyone does that. If you're flying something without rudder trim, it's just like, fuck it. I cannot be bothered. Hopefully the stutters will improve in a minute. Like I said, it's probably loading Brisbane back in. But our planned full stop is just up the coast a bit here, so not too much further. And then fingers crossed that the sim will go back to the main menu after the flight without crashing. Because usually if it's going to do it, that's when it will. Oh man, come on. I should also reiterate for recent arrivals, some dumbass went into the text files that control the graphics settings for the game and may have turned up the render distance beyond what they can turn it up in the game options. Because they got the shits with it not rendering buildings from far enough away the other night, playing off stream. And I forgot to turn it back down. So that probably isn't helping my case here. But it wouldn't be one of my streams unless I had managed to sabotage myself somehow the night before without realizing it. Nothing like a good slideshow, yeah, I know, right? I'm kind of, like, until I built this PC, like, start of 2021, I had always been 5 or more years behind the curve on PCs. Like, I'd always had an old or low range or both PC, and so I was used to slideshows. I just, like, this is annoying to me, but 20 frames a second is fine. If it's in DCS, I'll notice because I'm moving my head a lot more, but like in MSFS, I don't care as much. So I can tolerate much lower frame rates than most people can, and I know people say, oh, you can totally see the difference between 70 frames a second and 144. Good for you, I can't. I can tell you the difference between 23 and 24, but I cannot see the difference between anything past about 60. That is not a skill I ever developed, because I never had a reason to, or an ability to do so. Just looking for that strip, I think... It was just up here, wasn't it? Just past this town? And then that's Tweed Heads, I think. Or is that Tweed Heads? Fuck, I don't remember. Surfers is up there, and then Brisbane's past it. Brisbane will be over the horizon from us, so we won't see it from here. Even when I used to play shooters, I didn't really notice that much, but I never really played, like, reflex-based... There it is. Never really played reflex-based shooters that much, like, I'm shit at Counter-Strike. I would still play them occasionally, but not that much. I was more like Red Orchestra kind of person. Red Orchestra was more my speed, the original one. RO2 is a bit sped up for me. A bit normified. EFT? Oh, I'm so sorry. My condolences. Okay, need to be ready to catch the nose up here with the trim. 3k out, oh my god. Hey, we don't kink shame around here, it's okay. Look, I'm into a bit of pain too, you know, every now and then. Spices things up a little. So, like I said before, this instrument front and center is actually telling us, it's kind of like the on-speed indicator in a fighter, an American fighter. It's telling us if we're fast or slow for our best stall performance. So I'm trying to keep it more or less vertical. This is 15 degrees of flat, mind you. Or at least that's what we're indicating, is 15 degrees of flat. So yeah, I think the flaps probably need to be dialed back a little, or CCM might have even patched the mod without me checking this morning, because he only released this last night. But that's something that can be adjusted in the future. Either way, I'm going to be flying the shit out of this thing. Because it's a lot of fun, and it's a fucking handful. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Oh, that wind. Oh, that wind is not doing me any favours. I think we do have a tailwind. And it's a quartering tailwind, which is the most fun kind. That is a hot air balloon, I was right. Come on. Get your fucking nose down. I think we're going to do a wheelbarrow landing here, whether we mean to or not. Looking at this approach. Oh, no, 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 no. I don't want to give it too much flare. On the other hand, I don't want it to do that. Okay, that's a go around. Gonna try Atomic Heart. I can't afford to buy new games at the moment. I'll probably check it out at some point, but it's not high on my priority list at the moment. Okay, bring the wheels up. This wind is fucking with me real bad. Where's the windsock down there? Let me have a look. Because if that is... I think that is a tailwind. It felt like one. If it is, then there's no reason to make my job even harder. Gives us a nice view of the airfield as well, circling around like this. I'm going to leave the flaps in, so I don't have to constantly retrim the aircraft, and gives me a nice slow flight so I can check the place out. According to the windsocks, no, we didn't have a tailwind. I'm just bad. But also, MSFS windsocks like to disagree with each other and generally tell lies. So I don't know. Yeah, it's really laggy at the moment. It's like I said, it's because we're probably right next to Brisbane. It's trying to load in a shit ton of fucking really heavy-duty photogrammetry scenery. I think I know how to fix that. And this might also undo my... not that. This might also undo my other act of stupidity last night and set the render distance back to what it should be. We'll just... we'll leave it at medium. It's going to be annoying sometimes when I fly over really heavily built-up areas and it's still not loaded in yet, but it should make the stream more watchable, I hope. I hope. Maybe. We'll see. It still freezes if I look that way. It's the end of the runway there. So we'll kind of head south again and then circle back to the left so I can actually see the airfield. God, you need so much rudder in this thing as you're flying it slow, because it's got such a gigantic tail. And if you, like I said earlier, if you watch videos of these things doing stall approaches or just landing in general, the pilots are just hammering the rudder from one side to the other constantly on final. Just non-stop rudder movement. Okay, I think we should have enough space to make a turn here. We're going to drop the gear again. Bring the power in a little just to not drop into the trees. Bring in some more lag as we turn towards Surfer's Paradise. But it should clear up, hopefully, once we're looking away from it. There's the strip. Okay. Come off the power. This is definitely not an optimal approach, but we might be able to get something workable out of it. Oh god, I'm fast. It's gonna float. That crosswind is really not doing me many favors here. Come on. Come on. Avoid the trees, please. And set down. Oh, fuck me. You've got to be so far ahead of the aircraft with the fucking pitch inputs. Yeah, this is Finish. The song, that is. We did it, chat! We didn't even blow the plane up. Oh, we're going to blow the engines here if we're not careful. There we go. I wonder if CCM fixed that issue with the props. Because I haven't patched this. If they release an official update, I don't have it, so CCM might have fixed that. Which is good, because it was very annoying. When you tried to switch back out of reverse to forward thrust, the props had just, or the engines had just stopped for no reason. At least, not that I'm aware of. Really nice little airport. Let's park up here next to the Cessna. I think... Jesus, the frames. I think we'll just leave that as it is. So we'll leave the ramp up, but we'll leave the door open. Yeah, that works. Oh, what I forgot to do... Sorry, every time I turn my head to look behind me it stutters the game, but what I'll do is I will turn the power to the cargo doors off so we don't accidentally move them, because that would be awkward. Okay, oxygen can go off, not that we really even used it. DC gens can go off. No, we'd better leave those on until we shut down. There we go. The radar warning lamps stay on even with power off, which I find interesting. But yeah, that's the Caribou. And this airport is, I don't know what this airport's called, but it's really pretty and I should fly here more often. Maybe the sign will tell us. Aha, maybe the sign won't tell us. Have a look at the VFR map and figure out what the airport code is. It's quite a nice little one. It's even got the old Falcon Ute. Okay, where is this? YTYH. Oh yeah, this is from, it's from the same creator as the Ballina Airport and the Sunshine Coast one. And the Canberra one. He makes really, really good stuff. So there's Ballina there, there's Lismore. I always forget just how much distance there is between Brisbane and Newey. That's Willie down there, so I used to live pretty much across the water from that. And there's Sydney, Richmond, parents are out in the sticks here somewhere. That's Kingsford Smith Airport. So Sydney itself, the actual centre of Sydney is up here. This is Sydney Harbour. This is Botany Bay down here. Botany Bay is actually, I think, where the Brits landed first. That's where the airport is. Then Shell Harbour, so this is Wollongong down here. Jarvis Bay, Nowra, Goulburn, and I'm down here. And in a couple days' time, I will be down here, because I'm going to fly down to Melbourne and meet up with a bunch of friends, and we are going to Avalon, to the air show, down this way. So it should be fun. It'll be the first time I've been to Melbourne. Alright, I'm gonna pop the view back into the cockpit because I'm trying to figure out what makes MSFS do this annoying thing where I'll tell it to go back to the main menu and it won't load in any of the options except patch notes and quit. Like there's no global map or anything. So I think it might be if I go back to the menu from an external view maybe, but I'm not sure yet. Melbourne's not my favourite city, but it's easy to get around. Nice, neat grids. It's laid out in a grid pattern, is it? It should feel familiar to me then, because that's what it's like back home as well. Whereas Sydney is just a fucking rabbit's warren. Is this Juravli? Sounds like Juravli. I do not see a CCM anymore. Maybe he's done flying for the day. The friends list in MSFS isn't entirely reliable. Sometimes it'll say there's nobody online when you can plainly see them flying around the map. But I'd say he's probably asleep actually. It's like kind of late in the afternoon here. Let's do... I might save the... time is it? Nearly 5 PM. I might save the New Zealand flights. Holy shit. I forgot how much scenery I have for New Caledonia. I might save the New Zealand flights for a future stream. And everyone's doing New Zealand anyway, so it's like... Why compete with that? They're all better pilots than I am. So what we might do is we'll fly out the arse end of fucking nowhere. You know what? I don't think I have done a flight yet around Sakhalin. Or at least if I have, I don't remember doing it. I'm just worried the sim's going to crash, because when it starts stuttering in the world map, that's usually a bad sign. This is where a sane person would restart their sim, but for me to do that, it'd take over an hour. Grids with numbered streets? Yep. Yep, that's exactly what it's like back home. I used to live on 100A Street. Komotovo. I wonder if, fuck. I wonder if the old airbase down here is modelled in the sim. It's overgrown in real life, but the sim might have it. That's an airbase. Dolinsk, Sokol. The scenery is probably going to be really spotty over Sakhalin though, because of the weather. Areas that tend to get cloudy often, like this, scenery is really hit and miss. That's a pretty major airbase, holy shit. Dolinsk. Trying to remember which end of the island it was on. I think it might have even been the north end. Smirnik. Ahaha. Here we go. That's probably it there. Once the sim unfreezes and lets me zoom in. If the sim unfreezes and lets me zoom in. Sorry for all the technical difficulties. That's the old airbase. It's completely overgrown, so I don't think we'll be doing any flying from it. And no, the stream's not dropping frames. This is legitimately how badly it's chugging on the world map at the moment. Pretty sure this is the airbase. It's laid out like one, it's just that the runway and taxiways aren't there, so either they're completely overgrown beyond the point I even expected, or maybe they're building a new one nearby. But yeah, I think when I get back from Melbourne, I'll actually finally install add-on linker so I can just restart my sim between flights. I don't like the idea of having to constantly swap around what scenery or mods I have loaded or don't, but I think that's going to be the go. Oh no, this is a new airbase they're building. Holy shit. Okay, never mind me. I bet that's what it is. This is, maybe? These look like ruins, not construction. I don't know, it's fucking hard to tell with Russia. They look the same whether it's new construction or ruins. Like, the process looks the same, it's only what happens in between that looks different. Where's my fucking airbase? I've seen photos of it in real life. It's it used to be home to a MiG-23 regiment, PVO MiG-23 regiment. Oh, that's probably it there. Yep, that's it. Okay, so they are building a new airbase. This is the original one. This is so overgrown in real life. There's like just random MiG-23 hulks that scrappers have got to, just sitting in the fucking aircraft shelters. Like, each of these little asparagus taxiway branches goes to a hardened aircraft shelter, each one of them. You can't see them because they're camouflaged. They're dug into the ground and they got trees planted over them, but each of those asparagus bits goes to a HAZ. And I'm kind of scared to zoom in much further for fear of the sim crashing, but if I did zoom in, you'd be able to see like a vague sort of rectangular outline, and that's the shelters. So there's like one there, there's one there, there's one there. They just all branch off. And I shouldn't have just zoomed out because I've just made the problem worse. Alright, let's hopefully not crash the sim. We'll do a quick poke around the DC-3, and I think that'll do for MSFS today. I was going to fly the Piaggio, but I might save that for next stream. We might do some Piaggio stuff around New Zealand. That thing's so wonderful. There's been a patch for it. I don't know how many of you have it, the P149, but if you do have it, go to the link that you downloaded it from. So find your original email receipt with the download link, copy and paste the link, but change it from 2. whatever it is to 2.15, and then just hit enter on it, and it should start downloading the update. It's fixed a couple bugs and added a few things. It's not a huge update, but it's definitely a well-needed one. So we got all of these. I'm trying to remember which ones had the different cockpit illumination. There's a bunch more if I scroll down. Can you tell I like the DC-3? Does it show it all? How much time I spend in this thing? There should be some more Aeroflot ones down here. Where is it? Aha. I think it's this one with the custom done instrumentation. They all look pretty good. Oh, and the Malev one has the blue cockpit, and I think he's starting to change the instrumentation to Hungarian. I'll see if there's an update for that. Quite like this one. We'll fly this one, I think. We'll fly it with 70% fuel. We aren't going to need that much, but we'll just take it. Turn the pilot weights down a bit. Actually, what we'll do is we'll just simulate pretty much a full load of passengers. And then we need to make sure that our tail code's empty, but it needs to be like a blank empty character space, because otherwise it'll just default it. Which is kind of one of my nagging issues with the DC-3, is that the liveries, almost all of them, if not all of them, they haven't got anything to block the tail number from showing. So you end up with doubled up tail numbers and stuff, and it looks really silly. So we'll just copy a fucking stack of blank spaces. You need to use the actual blank space character from, like the Unicode character. There we go. So I'll do a quick flight in this, and then I'm going to hop over to DCS, see if that's going to behave itself. If it is running okay on stream, we'll play for a little bit, but it's mostly an exercise to see if I'm going to be able to stream DCS when I get home, because I've been having severe issues with trying to stream it lately, which was kind of driving me loopy. And if DCS doesn't want to play nice, we might do a cheeky little bit of SnowRunner this stream, or we'll do some next stream maybe. So for the DC-3, I'm using the Duckworks mod, which everyone should have. Like, seriously, I strongly recommend it. I mean, the DC-3 is a free aircraft in MSFS, so you're not paying anything for it, and then the Duckworks mod makes it basically the equivalent of most paid modules. Like, it's, holy shit, it's incredible. And then I'm also running CCM's little tweak to free cast of the tail wheel. So I'm taxiing with the engines and with toe brakes, not with magical tail wheel steering. It's one of the things that kind of shits me in MSFS, because they're trying to make it... Oh, we might change the weather so I can see stuff, because otherwise the snow is just going to hide all the scenery. What scenery there is up here. Oh, okay, so this still has the default cockpit, I think. We'll roll with this, but the other Li 2 I had, it changes the color of the lighting to, like, big green, which is really cool. What was I saying? My brain's just switched off. Oh, right, yeah. Free castering. Because they've tried to make things friendly to the Xbox players or people without rudder pedals, a lot of aircraft which shouldn't have active steering on the tail wheel or nose wheel, whichever they have, they do. And while it's probably fine for you if you're using an Xbox controller or something, for somebody with pedals and who's used to flying aircraft, especially like tail draggers, like the Spitfire or something, because you've actually got the tail wheel steering actively, it's keeping the aircraft straight when it should be swinging. And then when the aircraft gets the tail wheel off the ground, you immediately have to cope with the full force of what the prop's doing to the aircraft. So you go from, if you try and correct for what you expect the aircraft to do, you're veering off into a ground loop. And then if you aren't quick enough to counter that as the tail lifts off the ground, you're veering off into a ground loop in the opposite direction, so you're kind of fucked either way. So that's a pet hate of mine. And I'm glad to see that more of the developers at least are including an option for free castering, because it's really miserable without it, in my opinion. Just wank that a bit to get some hydraulic pressure going. And then we... Oh man, those frames are killing me. Oh, I forgot to close the cowl flaps last time, so I didn't even really need to do that. We'll just open the doors and everything while we're getting the aircraft set up. So I want these back. That can stay off. Still got my twin engine set up for this. We're going to turn the fuel on to the main tanks. I said the main tanks, hello, there we go. We'll start getting some lighting on. Even in broad daylight, I like to have some instrument lighting on. Partly because it sets the mood, and partly because in MSFS the HDR kind of like flashbangs you sometimes, so you can't see your instruments. Oh. My flaps are up. It's just the indicator's upside down. Which it should be. Beacon light. Passing light works now. I think it's like a little light in the undercarriage well on one side. Landing lights we don't need. Position lights can go on. We don't need that stuff on yet. Oh, I didn't pull that out. I'm going to quickly change the weather so that we can see a bit more land under the snow. We'll have a bit of cloud, but not too much. And we'll set it a touch later in the year so we have more natural light. Okay, we've already got power coming in through the battery cart. I won't turn the avionics on yet though. Compass light can go on. Boost pumps on for both sides. I'm going to, if the game will stop freezing, close that. Like I said, I think it just builds up memory leaks over time, so you really probably should restart the sim after each flight, especially if you hop from one end of the world to the other like I do. Okay, boost pumps on. We're gonna energize the left prop. Windows open so I should be able to hear it catch. I'm gonna mesh it. Normally you'd count the blades, but it's kind of awkward to do. Shit. I need to... There we go. That was a little clumsy. Oh, no, still haven't got it. Have I got it? Yeah, I got it. Okay, good. You gotta kind of do 3 things at once here. It's a little awkward, but it's fun. Okay, we'll get the right engine spinning. I'm actually going to pull it out of idle cutoff just so that it will catch without me having to scramble for it. Give it a few seconds, get the mags on, hold the primer in, give us some throttle, jockey it a bit. Good start on that engine. Okay, and then we just auto-rich both throttles. Done. So let's have a look at the outside of the aircraft while we give the engines a minute to warm up. We're actually at the fuel bowser. In fact, the ground power cart's kind of clipping through it. So is my nose. That's okay. Doesn't have collision, so we'll just stand on the inside brake and pivot it round. I want to go... I don't know which way the wind's blowing. I don't know if I'm going to be able to see a windsock from here. The runway's behind me, so I either want to go left down that... Oh, no, I don't... maybe I can go left. Taxiways are a little janky. Or is... Actually, no, sorry, the runway's in front of me. I'm dumb. There's the runway. So I'm looking in completely the wrong place for a windsock. If there is one. Oh, there is down there. Okay, so we want to go left. Let me just reset my view here. Hopefully, the frame rate will improve when we get away from the ground. But this is definitely going to be the last flight of the day, because you can see my sim's, like, not handling it well at all. Okay. Is there anything else we need to do? Not really. Close the doors, put away the wheel chocks. The parking brake was actually off. That would have been a smart thing to check. Tail wheel lock, I think, is off. Should be. Oh, yep. Okay, we're rolling. So we're going to want to give the right engine some beans and stand on the left brake. Yeah, MSFS is actually fighting OBS for resources. That's probably part of what's happening. So I don't think MSFS likes GPU encoding, and I don't think DCS likes CPU encoding. But I need to find like a mid-ground between the two, because I really do not want to be changing my encoding method every time I switch sims. It's just a pain. Too much of a pain to have to do that. So make sure that's uncaged. Maybe have Beepski Mark 1 as an encoding PC. I don't really have space to set Beepski Mark 1 up. And also I cannibalize some parts, so I'd need to get more parts put back in Beepski Mark 1. I'd have to, like, do a bunch of shit. It would have to be connected to the internet, so having it running on Windows 7 still would be a security problem, but at the same time it can't run Windows 10, like it's... I can't really do the dual PC setup, to be honest. I don't have the resources. Space-wise or money-wise. Do you do the beta in MSFS? No. I'm gonna go ahead and close the left window. Stutter there. Hope it doesn't become like DCS where everyone uses the beta. I think the last time some of the guys from CCM's Discord tried to switch over to the beta to see what was in it, it caused a lot of problems, so they all just went back to the fucking... Oh shit! That... I always forget this. Always. It's like the fucking ground air cart in DCS. I drag it with me every single time. We don't need the wing de-icer on. Not yet. Hey, Cotty. We're just gonna try a short DC, well, short Li-2 flight from Smirnik. Because my sim is clearly on the verge of crashing. I've been doing a lot more flying without restarting than I should have. And then we're going to hop over and see if DCS wants to behave. Might play that for a little bit. And then we'll see where we go from there. Hop in for a couple minutes, have to drive down a bit. No worries, man. Oh, the frames. Bro, there's not even anything here. Why are you fucking doing this to me? There's nothing here, it's just trees. I like the lovely smooth concrete surface that they've put here. That's not what is there in real life, believe me. It's fucking Soviet hex cobbles. And they're in a shit state too, because it's all overgrown, right? The airfield's out of use. Or at least it has been for a long time. They might have reactivated it, I don't know. I have to check the Li-2 liveries and see if there's been any updates with like cockpit reworks and stuff. I was tempted to do one myself, but I realized like the amount of stuff I would need to change, I would need to just redo the 3D model of the cockpit. Like, I could get it kind of close, but I couldn't get it where it needed to be authentic. And I'm the kind of person that if the font's wrong, I'll notice. So having the wrong instrument bezels would drive me up the wall. Yes, I'm one of those people. Okay, we're going to lock the tail wheel, or we're going to have a very spicy takeoff. Stand up the throttles. Give her about 42 inches, something like that. Oi, oi. We're pretty heavy, so we need a bit of runway for this. And the climb out's going to be a little laborious as well. Tails up. Oi, stay on the runway, thank you very much. That was my fault, I was behind on the pedals. Okay, we probably should have given it just fucking red line power. I'll do that now. We're up. Wheels coming up. Flaps would have helped too. You usually don't take off with flap in the DC-3, but sometimes if you're out push or whatever, it might be an idea. But we got away with it. If you can operate MiG-23s off this strip, you can operate a DC-3 off it. We're going to hold level for a minute just to build some speed, and then we're going to pitch up into a climb. Fucking relying on the thermals a bit here for climb rate. I think that window's... No, it's fully closed, it's just noisy. Vibrating compass housing sure is something. Yeah, the ball doesn't vibrate, but the compass housing does. It actually vibrates corresponding to your engine settings, which was added in by the mod. I think CCM suggested it, and then it was added into the mod, because CCM's been on a kick with vibrating gauges lately and things. Which is cool, because not enough aircraft in the sim have them. Oh yeah, this frame rate's atrocious, dude. Especially for an island where there isn't really much of anything except trees. I like realism, including, in fact, especially if it's annoying. The more annoying it is for it to be realistic, the more I want it. Now, I don't like it when people do fake shit that they think is realistic, because it confuses the normies into thinking it is. I don't like that. But if it's realistic, then I want it, whether it's annoying or not. Kind of didn't realize just how big this valley is. Think it would be a lot less annoying in real life? Not really, no. No, not really at all. It's probably more annoying, if anything. I kind of regret this weather setting. The clouds are a little lower than I'd like. What we might do is we might bring up the lower level a bit, bring the base up. There we go. It's a little better. I mean, if you're trying to read the gauge, it's pretty annoying, but if you're not trying to actively read the gauge, then it doesn't really register, but it doesn't for me either in the sim. Like, if I'm not actively looking at it, it's just background noise to me. I'm gonna go ahead and turn on the gyro pilot. I'll level it off in a minute. Is there a full interior? Yes. It's gonna stutter the shit out of my PC when I look behind me, but there is. We'll bring it back to auto lean. Give her a little more revs. Throttles are fine where they are. I'll just get it to kind of fly level-ish. It's hard enough adjusting this thing to... Like, you're supposed to have it trimmed fully level before you turn the gyro pilot on, if you want it to fly level, but I'm lazy and I don't. I just use it as a really scuffed attitude hold. So, trying to tune it to fly level after the fact, especially with a fucking stuttery sim, is a pain in the ass. Yep, there's the interior. You can't open the bathroom door, though. The cargo version has a different interior. It has just, like, the empty cargo bay and then a bunch of crates in it. And it adds or removes crates based on where you've got the station weights set. So, this area, as we can see, that isn't this just so perfect, so much like real life? Unfortunately, this is the problem with the Far East. It's a beautiful part of the world in real life, and it has like flashes of brilliance in the sim. There are some parts of the Far East that are just fucking gorgeous. But then this is the other half of it. Because there just wasn't a satellite pass that managed to catch it without cloud over it, or it's really old low-res imagery or something. So it's like you truly get whatever's in the bucket when you fly out here. Now I'm sad? Why are you sad? Get my camera sorted out here. Yeah, I know, Kotti. Did you not know that? You flying in China? No, I'm flying over Sakhalin. Russian Far East. Formerly occupied by Japan before World War II. Well, before the end of World War II. Well, actually, no, not even before the end of World War II. Before the Manchurian Strategic Offensive Operation, which happened, actually, yeah, during World War II. Brain not working today. August of 1945, so it was, right before the Japanese surrender. Yeah, did you guys not know that the Phantom was going to have the shitty fucking digital radar display on it? That was one of the, like, aside from the fact it was going to have slats to handhold all the bad pilots in DCS, that was the other thing, is it's going to have the fucking soulless, shitty fucking digital display. I mean, it's still a Phantom, so whatever, but I would have preferred the old CRT. Yeah, slats! You honestly didn't think they were going to give us a fucking hard-wing Phantom, surely. Surely you did not dare to believe that DCS players would be given a fucking hard-wing Phantom. Because I'm sure Heat Blur know that if they did that, there would be mass fucking uproar, and players would be asking for one within a week. I don't want to sound like I'm too down on it, I just prefer, like, you know, an older Phantom. Why fly old shit if you want it to be hand-holding bullshit? I don't know. Ask DCS players. Ask fucking DCS players. Also, they don't know it's old shit, half of them. Or, like, correction. They don't know what old shit is. Like, they think that the fucking FA-18C Lot 20 is old shit. I mean, maybe to a fucking Zoomer it is, because it's older than they are, but, like... This is the problem, is DCS players think that a fucking 1970, like, mid to late 70s upgrade of an aircraft, or an early 80s upgrade of an aircraft, is essentially the same thing as the original aircraft from the late 50s. Like, DCS players have no sense of fucking timescale. Except when it applies to the other team's aircraft. So you'll have blue players crying and screaming they can't have the fucking Hornet from the 80s, and then going, oh, but isn't the MiG-21 we have the most modern version? It's the most modern Soviet-produced version from 1972. But, you know, whatever. I've had this rant so many fucking times, it's getting kind of stale here, but it's also a large part of the reason why I got burnt out on DCS. I just got sick of the player base. And the constant fucking drama in the PvP servers over who wants the best toys and why. See, it looks a little better looking this direction. If we go further south, the scenery should start to get much better, but I don't know how long I'm going to keep this flight going for. Simply ignore the balance chats. I wish I could, but if you ignore it, that just means that whoever's more persuasive will get their way, and you'll end up with bullshit. Like, Alpen's server... When I first started playing, Blue had all the shit you could possibly want. They had the Harrier, they had all the best weapons for it, they had AIM-9Ms on the Harrier, they had fucking, all-aspect missiles on everything. Like, they had everything you could possibly want. But somehow Red was still OP. Like, this is the problem, especially as a Red 4 player. If you play Red 4 in DCS PvP, and you aren't willing to engage with this shit and make arguments in favor of your own side, you're gonna get fucked. Because blue players don't want actual opposition, they want fucking live targets. That they can feel invincible when they shoot down a plane 40 years older than theirs, at minimum. And if you dare fight back, let alone kill them, suddenly it's unfair and OP and real, you know, oh, a real Syrian MiG pilot couldn't do that, a real this couldn't do that, like, fuck off. Or, you know, oh, red planes all overperform. In some, like, the MiG-21, in some respects it does, in others it underperforms. Same as most blue planes, like a certain double delta that was only recently fixed. But then you also get, oh, like, oh, the MiG-29 overperforms. There's no way that plane flies like that in real life. It's like, actually, if you look at it, the MiG-29 underperforms compared to how it flies in real life. It's extremely well documented. I've had arguments with people, and I'm not going to name names because I think they came around in the end. And, like, I'm not here to shame people personally. Like, I used to believe dumb shit when I was younger as well. I still do believe dumb shit, just about different things. But I've had people make the argument to me that all the Soviet planes in DCS are made up, performance-wise, because the documents don't exist. They're secret, you can't get them. I was like, I'm looking at the performance charts right now, and they're like, oh, they're made up. They're not real. Where'd you get them? It's like, my brother in Christ, this is from the Soviet Ministry of Defense. It has the declassification stamps on it. Like, I can read this shit. I'm telling you. I have it. And he's like, oh no, it's not real. Just like... Fuck. Yeah, they did. They did. But apparently that's not real either. Like, this is the problem. You're not arguing with rational human beings. You're not arguing with someone who wants to play a game and have fun. You're arguing with someone who wants you to be their personal fucking toy so they can live out their fucking power fantasy of pretending they're Maverick from Top Gun. This is the problem I have with the DCS community, right? Is like, yeah, there are plenty of awesome people that play DCS. There are plenty of awesome people that play DCS PvP. But holy Jesus fuck! Like, it's just so maddening. There's always this vocal minority, and it is a minority. There's this vocal minority on every fucking PvP server you go to who just come out with the dumbest takes imaginable. Yeah, like... And the funny thing is, when you bring a real, like an actual real aeronautical engineer to an argument, they'll go, oh, why would I believe you? You're not, like, are you an aeronautical engineer? Actually, he is. But, like, I don't know, man. It's part of the reason I don't bother checking Enigma's Discord anymore, is I just got so sick of all the fucking... Sorry, I got dust on my screen. I got so sick of all the fucking idiotic takes, mostly coming from Blue 4 players. Not completely, there were some fucking dumbasses on Red too, and some people just stirring the pot because it was funny to them, but... Like, mostly Blue players, because they're not used to a challenge, right? They're used to having newer aircraft with better weapons, so they don't have to learn. This is why I tell people, don't get MFD shit as your first module. Don't become over-reliant on the Maverick for air-to-ground. Because as soon as it gets taken away, you're going to be helpless. You're not going to know what to do. Anyway, that exact kind of person was making all these dumb arguments and dumb takes and trying to get Blue to be given all this shit from the fucking 1990s and 2000s on a Cold War server, while simultaneously getting Red to have missiles that were in service in the 70s taken away from them. It's just... I'm over it, man. I'm over it. Like, I don't want to sound like I'm generalizing the whole DCS community being super toxic, because like I said, it's a minority. It is a serious minority. Probably not even a third of most servers, not even a quarter, I'd say. But holy fuck, the fucking vocal minority of DCS players who think they know everything about balance and how air combats should be conducted and why you should give them this bullshit that doesn't fit the setting of your server. Oh my god, they're just... It makes me want to fucking gouge my own eyeballs out. I would rather fucking watch paint dry than deal with those people. In fact, I will probably do a stream at some point when they drive me around the bend enough that I do a stream of paint drying simulator. Just because it'd be more fun than dealing with them. It's one thing to have a shit take, and then get corrected, and then, like, you know, kind of, oh, are you sure? Can you prove it? And then someone proves it, and you're like, oh, okay, thank you for informing me. I've learned something today. I will pass this information on to the next person I talk to this about. It's one thing for that. That's good. I like when that happens. But no, it's you can produce the actual fucking original design documents for an aircraft. You can produce anything you want. You could probably fucking buy the plane and bring it to them and sit them in it, and they'll still argue, no man, it's not real. It's made up. It doesn't exist. Like, really need to repaint the DC-3 at the air park here. There was one at Warnervale Airdrome when I was a kid that was in a really sorry state, and I hope it's been restored. I don't know if it ever flew, like, in my lifetime, but it used to just sit there on the grass. And it was pretty rough, even when I was young, so I hope someone's given it the TLC it needed. It's pretty wild, though, just how many DC-3s are still in active service around the world. Like, talk about if it ain't broke, man. Alright, I'm gonna cheat here and pretend we have an actual competent human navigator. Yeah, I want to go, like, south. That is a long flight. I may have bitten off a bit more than I can chew. We might need to find a bush strip somewhere. Normally I like hand flying things, but I'm feeling lazy and the sim's kind of running like shit, so I'm just going to let the gyropilot do it for me. I think, not today obviously, but one of these days I will do a stream in the other livery that does have the green instrument backlighting and all the other fancy stuff. We'll do a polar flight in that, I think. Maybe from Amderma or somewhere like that, up to one of the temporary air bases. That sun's a bit brutal. Bring chains and a winch? Just bring the winch. As we proved last stream, all you need is winch. Winch solves all problems. I don't even know if there would be any bush strips here. We're also a fair distance from where we took off, so if I just turn around, it's not going to do me much good either. That is going to be a long fucking flight. Especially at 150 knots. We're not even that high up, so no point kicking the blowers over. But what I will do is I'll give her a bit more beans. And I think we'll turn inland slightly more. And we'll look for somewhere we can land. Because if I don't land soon, the sim's going to crash. Either I crash or the sim crashes. We find out which happens first. As we fly directly into the sun. I wish I had some curtains on this thing. Some of them are. So some of them, and this is an option in MSFS too, some of them take out the Sperry gyro pilot and they replace it with like a Garmin unit. Some of them, the Basilar for instance, it's a hideous thing. They take a DC-3, they take the engines off, they put turboprops on, they put another turboprop on the nose. It looks vile, but I mean if it works. Turboprop conversions on D3, the DC-3s are relatively common, actually. Why? Because there's no justice in the world, that's why. I'm getting hungry, and I need to eat. So, since the gyro pilot's doing the hard stuff for me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you guys with a nice external view of our beautiful Li-2. And I'm going to hope nothing goes catastrophically wrong while I'm away. I'm just going to pop out of my seat and go chuck a pizza in the oven or something. There we go. Yeah, one of the reasons is because the turboprop engines are so light by comparison, you have to extend the nacelles out to keep the center of gravity constant. So, like, a turboprop DC-3, I don't think there's that much difference, but like I've seen a turboprop B-17 and the engine nacelles ended, like the actual props were in line with the nose. Likewise, I've seen the conversions of P-51s that they did during like the Cold War for counterinsurgency stuff, like for the coin market, and the noses on those are fucking hideous, like absolutely disgusting. They look so bad. There's two different types. There's the Piper one, I think is it the PA-83? I don't remember. The Piper conversion doesn't look good, but it doesn't look awful either. But there was a separate one. Or if I got it backwards, maybe it was the Piper one that was ugly and the other one was okay. But there was one that was like, it wasn't awful, and then there was one that it was like absolutely hideous, kill it with fire kind of level of disgusting. We're just about at the coast, not that I can see anything over there. We'll go external and have a look. Since we'd be able to just get the co-pilot to stick their head out and have a peek. We could totally use that road as a bush strip. I think we'll do it. We'll just grab a nice screenshot too. That's quite a pretty view. Okay, gyro pilot disengaged. Hydraulic lever. Both engines to the flaps and gear. Bring the power back. I don't think this has an outside air temp gauge. I don't remember. Oh, actually, yeah, it does down there. I think. Yep, okay, 10 degrees. We're good. There's a couple nice little towns here, or villages that we could land along. I think, sometime we'll, maybe with, I don't know, I'll try out some of the other liveries and I'll see if any of them have, you know, custom-done cockpits in them. And we'll do an Aeroflot DC-3 flight, I think, along here somewhere. Oh, actually, no, this would be a good place for the AN-2. This would be a great place for the AN-2 when that releases. We'll fly along here. We'll devote a whole stream to it or something. That looks like prime landing I mean, it's some poor fucker's farm, but we could totally land there if we don't overspeed the aircraft first. Or we could land up here. I think we'll land down here. This looks like a pretty good spot. In fact, I think... it might be, like, the thing is, from the air it looks good, but it might be hilly. Like, it might not be very level, so we'll get lower and have a look. We'll circle lower and have a look. But I think I've spotted, if I had to land here in real life, I think I've spotted where. Because that's, I can see that there's some elevation there anyway now. And also that's, like, crop fields. The green stuff you generally don't want to land in, because it might be muddy. Like, something that's dark brown you don't want to land in, because it's either mud or it's loose soil. You want something that's a nice, sort of, even green colour, or a nice mid-brown. Like, that, to me, that's, if that's not an actual improvised airstrip, then that's perfect for one. So that's where we're going to land. That is probably a cutting for a fucking power line, so while the power line mod seems not to cover this area, I would not risk that in real life. Like, that is obviously a cutting for something, so you don't want to land on it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just, like, farm fields. And it's got, like, partially harvested, so it's got something that looks kind of like a little baby runway, but I don't think it's a runway. But it will do nicely as one. We'll come in from this side, because the other side I can see is uphill. So we'll, we generally want to turn left, so we'll correct right a bit, and then we'll do, like, a big loop around to the left. We'll go full revs. We'll go auto-rich. I'm going to open the cowling flaps because I'm probably going to be flying pretty slow for a while with the engines running up a bit. Shouldn't be an issue, but just in case. So we'll continue straight on this heading for a minute, then we'll loop back around. So the ground beneath me is too rough. You can see that there's trees and shrubs, and the ground itself is undulating. It's not suitable for landing. Like I said, this is probably a power line concession under me, so not suitable for landing. The roads... we're in a large aircraft. It's a bit large to be trying for roads. And roads are not ideal anyway, because you don't know if the road surface is going to tolerate the weight of the aircraft or the impact of it landing. And you also don't want to have somebody drive into you while you're landing. It's generally, you know, bad for you. So that's why when you're doing road basing stuff in real life, like real life highway strip operations, there's a lot of practice and preparation that goes into it. Like, they've got to send surveying teams to make sure that there's enough straight road for the aircraft to slow down on. It's a whole ass thing. It's a lot less improvised than you would think. Okay, I think I still see my landing site. I know where it is anyway, in relation to me now. That should be it there off the nose, pretty much. So I'm going to go ahead and drop, put out half flap at this point, I think, and we'll give it full flap in a minute. Let's get a little bit of altitude back so I can see better. Yep, there it is there. I see it. It's parallel to the road. Okay, we are getting a bit slow. We're going to put out full flap. We're going to drop the gear. You can drop the gear on the DC-3 at any speed. Like, you can't actually fly this thing fast enough, at least in level flight, to overspeed the gear, which is pretty funny. So if you need to slow down quickly in the DC-3, just drop the gear. Okay, I need more nose down trim. The DC-3 is, especially with heavy aft loading like I've got, the DC-3 is a little unstable. It wants to bring its nose up when it gets slow rather than drop its nose, which is what you want an aircraft to do. Built different? Sure is. Looks like we've got a decent amount of distance to roll out. It is slightly uphill, which will help us here. Fuck, this is beautiful. Like, this isn't bad scenery for autogen. This part of the island looks quite good. Smirnik looks a bit shit, but this part looks good. I think we'll do some bush flying stuff here in the An-2 when it comes out. Don't let me forget that. Someone remind me when the An-2 comes out and I'm flying it. We're flying Sakhalin. Okay. Gears showing greens. Flaps good. Engines look happy enough. These trees are in a bit of an awkward spot, but that's okay. I probably could have actually touched down to my right. It looks good enough. Like, even enough. No big obstacles. There's a bit of a bump there in front of me. But just because I don't know how firm the ground's going to be, we'll go for the cutting here. Tailwheel lock should still be on. It is. Okay. Oh, she's bumpier than I thought. Like I said, it might look flat from the air and not be. But I think we're okay here. We're going to float a little bit. We should be okay. DC-3s have definitely landed on worse. Tailwheel lock can come off. There is method to my madness, chat. Hold on a minute. Actually, this might I think this is just a strip that's already been harvested or something, or it's been mown, but this might actually be an airstrip looking at it now. And it looks flatter than that does, so this is probably actually like a little airstrip or something. Would certainly make a good double as one. Okay, so we want our parking brake on. We need pressure in the hydraulic system to do that. Not rev the shit out of that engine would be a good start. We're going to go ahead and hit the switch there, which chucks the wheel chocks on externally. Just so when the, you know, if the parking brake pressure bleeds off, it's not going to roll downhill. I don't know if that's simulated. If it's not yet, it probably will be, because M&S is absolutely insane in the best kind of way. Okay, we're going to come over here, compass light. Actually, I'll just leave that on. I usually leave the lights on. I don't think they state save anyway, unfortunately. Booster pumps can go off. Turn off 1 gen, and we're going to put the battery card out. Change over to the battery card for power. Turn that off, turn that off. Pitot heat can go off. Note, those stay on until the engines are off, I always forget. Okay, so, with that done, now we just have to shut down the engines. So we'll start with the right engine, bring it back to idle cutoff, and then turn the fuel valve off and turn the mag off. And then left engine, same deal. And then these open the doors. Oh, I forgot something. We can do this by hand. I usually just leave the side window open as well, so that next time I start it up I can hear if the engine catches. Notice! Oh, look at the prop blades. In fact, they may even... Let me double check, are they the right way around on this? From the cockpit they look okay, but I'm just... Are they? Are they? They are! Thank God, a dev that knows how to fucking do prop blades properly. In fact, they're a little too washed out, probably. I think they're a little too washed out. But that's how it should be. It should be higher angle of attack at the root and then less at the tip. As opposed to what everyone else does. And the reason I parked up here is... hang on, let me figure out my angle here. No, we want to see over the trees a bit. And then, then we come up here. Oh look, it thinks I'm a jet. And then we'll just use our existing one. I'm trying to remember how to do it. I have to go back here, I think. Yeah, we'll just use the one that I've got from the F-13. Bring it in a little closer to the aircraft. There we go. If only I could place people, or like get the pilot out of the aircraft. The shit bucket has ended up under the wing, so it's sheltered from the rain, which is a nice touch. I think that'll do us. A few more tents for all the passengers? I mean, shit, we could. We totally could. In fact, we could put a canopy. Maybe not over the fire, that would probably not be the safest idea. But we could put a canopy, like, here. So it's kind of sort of covering the tables and chairs and shit. And then we can put another tent here. Oh, turn it around first. Move my firewood over here. Actually, you know what? You know what? We'll move the shit bucket, like, back behind the other side of the aircraft, behind the wheel. So you can't see it directly. There we go. Genius. Man, I fucking love this song so much. We'll move the hammock in a second. Let's put it under the aircraft. Shit, why not? Why not use the aircraft as shelter? Well, in case the undercarriage collapses, that's why, but... Let's chuck that there, make that a nice red one. Oh, outside lamps, yes. Yes, yes. There we go. We'll move the hammock under the... little shelter thing. This is a paid add-on, but, like, honestly, it's worth it for the vibes. I don't even care. It's pretty awesome. And then we can move this chair here. This one here. We'll add another one of these. Well, actually, we'll put it here for now, because I'm going to move the table here. And then the esky was under the table. We'll move the esky there. You're right, they are. We can fix that. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. These can be the marshmallow roasting chairs, and the other ones are the, like, it's a bit warm out, I'm gonna sit over here chairs. And then, it's a DC-3. We're gonna need some jerry cans just chilling because it's a fucking DC-3. There we go. You can sit by the undercarriage. Copy it. And another one over by the other wheel. Ooh! Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh. Okay. There we go. There we go. This is the water to wash your hands with after you've done fucking shitting. Look, we're developing deep lore for our DC-3 campsite. How sick is this? There you go. Not for drinking. Definitely not for drinking. That's for hand washing. And we can change these to be Old surplus. I'm curious if, like, this is a thing that other devs or, like, modders will be able to add more items to. Maybe it already is, I don't know. I haven't checked, to be honest with you. I'll just move all this stuff closer, I think. Because that'd be awesome if people, like, made different sets to go with the camping add-on. So you could have a theme set for, like, a particular time period or a particular part of the world or something. Like, you could have a bunch of old Soviet fucking army tents for your Arctic expedition or something in your Lisunov. Hey, Magic Turtle. We're just about to hop over to DCS in a bit, but I couldn't stop myself. We'll chuck some shoes down. Someone's just keeping their shoes under their seat, because why not? They got their boots on at the moment while they're out doing an expedition in the wilderness. What else? You don't really need a windsock if you've got a fucking fireplace that's putting out smoke, but we'll chuck down... We might actually chuck down a smoke canister, because, like, if you're out in the arse end of nowhere, what if your fire won't light and you want to mark your position or something? So we'll chuck down the smoke grenade flare thing. We'll chuck it down a ways from the aircraft so it's not going to be annoying to all the people chilling out at the campsite. We'll actually set it down behind the aircraft so it shows when I get a nice screenshot from this angle. We'll put it over... I don't want it to block the view though. So I think the green area is where it saves. Chuck down red smoke. Done. Does this affect the orientation the smoke spews out in? It should just go with the wind, surely. Because I'm just looking at the fireplace smoke and the smoke grenade smoke going completely opposite directions. Maybe it doesn't get affected by the in-game wind. Yeah, they're both going towards the camera, so I don't know. I might set it to blow off to the side and I'll do the same for the fireplace. Oh, the fireplace should be. No, okay, I think they are obeying the game's wind. It's blowing towards me. Which makes sense, because I landed into it. And then... put a flask down here. Put it down, actually... there, next to their seat. I can't wait until the day when we can finally play SimCity inside MSFS. I'm sure it'll happen one day. And then you need to see when you're shitting, so we need to put a lamp over here by the shit bucket. And maybe another lamp by the start cart. That one probably fits better. So we'll grab one of these and we will drag it over here. Cool. I'm going to need to remember how to save this. If I can save it there. There we go. Yep. We have our camp saved. Now we're going to get a screenshot of it. We'll get a couple screenshots of it. Let's try and get an angle with the whole aircraft in it. Oops. There we go. There we go. And then a nice aerial shot. You can also put in other aircraft. So I could, like, spawn in a Cub or something next to me. I might actually do that, to be honest. We can have our own whole little, like, headcanon of some meetup that happened out here in the wilderness. Just debating, do I want to get it towards the water? No, I probably want to get it towards the mountains. Red flare. Well, we're in the Far East, right? We're in a Soviet Li-2. We're on an expedition, so we're going to use a red flare to show how dedicated we are to the cause, right? Maybe we are in distress. Maybe somebody dropped the vodka and spilled it everywhere. We need some more. And you can actually see it from the aircraft too. So there's our little campsite. Sit up here in the cockpit and throw things at people. So what I can do is I can go back in a campsite and I can place aircraft. It's all just default Asobo aircraft at the moment, so I can't drop a Yak 18 or something down there, or a Vilga, but we can drop a Cub. Right there. In fact, we could drop a couple of Cubs. There we go. Unfortunately, because it is the, it's just pulling the model from the actual, like, flyable one, it does the thing where it masks out the tail number. I really hope that somebody can find a way to get around that limitation so you can actually see other players' tail numbers, or at least see, like, not a blank space there. I get that people write rude things on it, but I'm a grown-ass man, I don't care. And if people start writing fucking gamer words on it, I just won't fly in formation with them. Like, easy. Easy fucking solution. There we go. Alright, so I think it's time to see if DCS is going to cooperate with us today. So give me a minute, guys. I've got to shut down MSFS, make sure it closes properly, get DCS set up, all that fun stuff, and probably get myself a drink and throw my pizza actually in the oven now the oven's warmed up. You know what? I'm going to take a short break to eat. So when I'm back, we'll do some DCS. I wish I'd left the campsite just running as background interest now, but you'll have to deal with the usual slideshow, I'm afraid. If I can click the right scene. Oh, and because I chronically missed chat, yeah, I think I've flown out of alert once. I think I flew up there in, like, the spit or something. But it was ages and ages ago, so I'll have to do it again sometime. The sweet, sultry sounds of updating SRS. Also, some of you may remember I said the other week that I was like way behind on like editing shit. I'm even further behind on editing shit now, so I will probably get around to catching the VOD from this stream and checking what the video quality and shit was like in, I don't know, a month or two. But hopefully I can have a quick look through the VOD and see what was working and what wasn't with the OBS settings. I did notice at one point OBS was complaining about not having enough overhead, which means it was fighting with MSFS for something, but that was after MSFS was already, like, should have been restarted. So, I don't know if it's... I might be putting the cart before the horse there. It might have been a MSFS issue, but we'll see how we go. The goal is to get it so that I don't have to change encoding method every time I switch sims. So I can just hop from DCS to MSFS and back again at will, which is what I want to be able to do and what I usually can do. This song has just given me another idea for a stream I can do in the future with MSFS, is we could take the BF-108 or something similarly thematically appropriate for a flight down the Kiel Canal. Like start from Kiel itself and fly down the canal. And if it's something with long enough legs, or I have enough patience to fly that far, I could land at Helgeland or something. Yeah, that's the point where you just find something else to do for a while. Just tab in and out of the game to make sure you haven't crashed into anything. I really need to get my Silent Hunter 3 install working again. I haven't played it for fucking so long, man. So I can once again be the only man stupid enough to navigate a Type 2 through the fucking Churchill barriers at Scapa by accident, and then completely miss a shot at the Royal Oak. And sink some random fucking destroyer across the fucking harbour. My crowning achievement. Fucking got away with it too. I can't believe I got away with it. That campaign didn't come unstuck until like 2 weeks later in game time, when I decided I'd use a trawler as target practice on the 20mm, except my dumbass forgot to make sure it wasn't an ASW trawler first. So, it was a real call an ambulance, but not for me moment. It was in like 30 meters of water off Harwich as well, so I had nowhere to hide. I don't actually remember if I ever encountered an aircraft. I mean, partly because due to my own incompetence, I never got more than a couple weeks into the war, but I don't think I ever actually... Maybe I encountered them, but I certainly don't remember being attacked by them. I think as well, once the AN2 comes out, we might pick the Grand Tour back up. We'll swap over from the Spit. It's going to make things a lot fucking slower. That's the only thing. That's considering. I might even mix it up. I might do the Spit for longer hops and then the AN2 for short ones or something. But we might pick that back up. I'm just going to have to figure out a way to filter out all the fucking edgelords, because if I'm doing that again, I don't want people coming in making fucking hot takes about the war. I really don't want to be thinking about it while doing that, so... Oh, a Yak 3 would be fucking wonderful, or a Yak 9 or something. But, I'm not holding my breath for one. There is a Yak 9, but it's not a very well done one. It's a cash grab, unfortunately. The Yak 18 isn't really going to be much faster, if faster at all, than the AN2 is, so... I've got plenty of options for slower stuff, it's just I don't have anything sort of mid to fast that is fitting, besides the Spitfire and PVO colours. I mean, I guess there's a P40, but the P40 is slower than the Spitfire anyway, so... Don't exactly have many options. I'm not spoilt for choice, sadly. Something like a AN24, honestly. Like an AN24 would be really good. Yeah, it's a twin engine. Yeah, the cockpit's probably not going to have the greatest visibility, but like it has the speed, relatively speaking, and it has the range. And it's, you know, perfect for that. Okay, I now have food, so a little bit longer, guys, but then we'll be seeing if DCS wants to cooperate with us. I also need to get working on some more of these slideshows. The ideal solution would be to just have, like, and I do actually have an old website I used to use basically as FTP space. It was originally a forum, but the project it was for fell through, so I just started using it as upload space. I don't even know if I still can access it, though. I need to figure out where I can stick several gigabytes worth of fucking screenshots and have them truly randomized, because there's a lot that are sequential, and so, like, if I just try and run it through OBS can only randomize about 20-30 screenshots. It'll just play the same ones over and over again, because every time OBS tries to load something like that, like, put it this way, when OBS loads a slideshow into memory, it's loading everything in that folder. So it has a cap on it, because if I tried to fucking run a slideshow of all the screenshots I have in the folder of you know, intro screen slideshots, intro slide screenshots, Jesus Christ. If I had tried to get OBS to load that whole folder, it would crash my PC. It would fill all my memory and my page file immediately. Well, maybe not. It's not that many, but it's a lot of images, put it that way. So I need to find, like, a way of randomizing them without sacrificing too much image quality, but also, like, without sacrificing the diversity of it, that is less time intensive than the way I'm doing things now, which is going in and renumbering them at random, like just scrolling at random, clicking something, renumbering them by hand because I don't trust the fucking shuffle function in Movie Maker or fucking Vegas or whatever it is I'm using, and then render a video out from that, and then upload the, or not, actually, I wonder if I upload the videos to YouTube, I could have them play on a randomized single playlist. Because at the moment I've got like 5 different scenes, like 5 different layers to the scene that are all the different slideshows. That's why you'll sometimes see the screen go black when I forget to switch from one to the other and it runs out. So I wonder if I maybe stuck them all in a playlist on YouTube or something, I could randomize that, just have it, like, give it the playlist link and then make it follow that. I don't know. These are questions that, like, somebody who actually bothers to do research and knows how to stream would not have to ask themselves. But here we are, like, unbelievably, I've been doing this for over 4 years at this point, which is kind of scary, honestly. And I still don't have a fucking clue what I'm doing. So there you go. Don't let anyone ever tell you it's about production quality. It fucking is not. Production quality is nice to have if you can have it, but you don't need it. You really don't need it. The more scuffed you are, the more you stand out. Also, yeah, any of the Beriev flying boats would be good. Any of them. I would take any. But preferably all. I don't think we're going to have time for a Snow Runner or Gunner Heat PC bit in today's stream. Might do it next stream. Besides, if I do a Gunner Heat PC stream after I get back from Melbourne, A, the patch will probably be out, and B, I can definitely not leak all the cool things I see Harry working on while I'm staying at his place. But really, though, you better believe I'm going to be trying to get every sneak peek I can get at the infantry. I just don't know how much I'll be able to share with you guys, because I'm, like... seriously, I don't like leaking stuff, so. But I'll see if there's maybe a few little tidbits that I'm okay to share, or if there's not, then I'll at least know what's coming. Ultimate prank. Wait until he's not paying attention, then quickly dive onto his PC and change the color tabs on the Soviet infantry to be the right way up. Just the ultimate level of petty rivet counting. We're going to be hitting up a bunch of the museums around Melbourne, and apparently Moorabbin's got their F-111 cockpit open again, and Harry was saying hopefully the lighting's good because he says that would be an absolute king scan, and I agree with him. Even if you can't action it right away, just having a scan of a 111 cockpit would be fucking worth its weight in gold. Which bit? Oh yeah, I remember. I'm a little bummed that Point Cook is closed because I wanted to see the Avro 707, but I can always go back some other time. It just gives me an excuse to go back, right? For those that don't know, the Avro 707 was I think a third scale mock-up of the Avro Vulcan's wing. Really adorable little jets. There were, I think, 2 of them, or 3 of them. They were all different colours. They've got the red one at Point Cook. I think the red one was the one that had the intake on the top, and then there was one with like cheek intakes, and I think there was a third one. I think the third one was also cheek intakes. I have no fucking clue how it ended up at Point Cook, but it did. Yeah, aren't they cute? Yeah, so was the Vulcan. The Vulcan didn't get the double delta until the Mark II. I think some very late production Mark 1s, they got modified to Mark 1A standard, which was it was a double delta, but it was a smaller one. Whereas the Mark II was a full-size double delta. But like the Vulcan prototype and all of the early production Vulcans were pure deltas as well. There's a Vulcan being worked on for MSFS, by the way. Just Flight are doing it, or someone contracted on Just Flight, I don't know. They made a pretty nice looking one for FSX, and I think this is just bringing that forwards to the new sim. I'm hoping that the systems and flight modeling are done reasonably well, because it looks fucking astonishing. And I'd be all over that thing, man. I want to do a Rolly Falk. I want to fucking barrel roll it. The sole reason I bought FSX back in the day was to barrel roll a Vulcan. Like, there were other things I could fly as a bonus, but that was the sole fucking incentive, was to barrel roll the Vulcan. Wait, what? TOS in what sense? I'm assuming not spicy nose art since Soviet aircraft, but I mean, it's possible. Is it like ironically TOS or is it actually TOS? Because if it's actually TOS, I've seen a few of those. They're, Yeah, I thought as much. You know where my DMs are, my dude. Oof. Well, unfortunately, there's more than a couple in that kind of state. But yeah, send it anyway. Hello, my dudes. What the fuck is going on here? Hang on. I need to fix my camera. It's really weird. I think it's because I turned the white balance down so much to make it not see through me before. Hello? Brightness? Brightness? Is that gonna... No? It's so odd. Oh, it's probably because the fucking sunlight behind me is so bright, it's picking that up. Hmm. Oh, Jesus. I just went nuclear for a second there. If I turn the gain up, you can see me better, but it... yeah. I think you guys are gonna have to deal with it. We'll just leave it at fucking that setting. Something really reflected behind me. Oh, yeah. Somebody's upstairs in the other block. The fucking... Their window is blinding my camera. Alright. Let's see if this behaves itself today. Well, it's on Caucasus, so that's a start, I guess. What's blue flying? I don't know. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do the 15 again. It's gonna be frustrating when people fly away from me, but whatever. Where is it? Nalchik, huh? Hey, this is promising. This is promising. How's it looking on stream? Is it smooth?
Request rearming. Copy. Chief, turn on the ground power.
Awesome. Also, hey Conti, good to see you, man.
Copy.
We did a flight up your neck of the woods earlier in the Caribou. Actually, I did this pretty much the same flight last night in the little Piaggio. I saw you were flying up there, so I was gonna give you a little bit of a hello by forming up on your wing, but by the time I actually got the sim to behave itself and run properly, I think you'd hopped off for the night. Right. Put on power to everything, just fucking give it the lot.
Rearming complete.
I don't pay for the fuses, so who gives a shit?
Ground power is now on.
Booster... I always forget not to turn on the isolating valve. That one stays off. So does this one. That's the air start switch. That one stays off as well. These, I think, are for radio navigation. Not that I freaking use them properly anyway. Okay. I'll give it flaps now, so I don't forget. And then... I just got... Was it that cloudy before? I guess the clouds just moved in front of the sun. Hopium for the 17F? Yeah, man, same. Okay, good start. Brain malfunction. Radio navigation, that's what I'm trying to do. Okay, so we are at... Good lord, they've pushed us back a little. Fuck's sake. Red team, get your shit together. 350. And fucking Minvodi is 583. 350 and 583. Right, so we'll set distant first, Dalny first, so... 503, I think I said? The only man on Twitch who doesn't even pay attention to himself, let alone what anyone else says. But that's not what I want. This is what I want. Okay, that's 470, 480, 490, 500. It's like there. $583, dumbass. And this is 350. I'm gonna forget that again in a second. That's the beacon at Minvodi. And then, 350, wasn't it? Weird it's not picking it up here, but whatever. I think I've got the right setting for that, or was... I'm trying to remember. Did I have to set it somewhere else? There was... Because I remember in the MiG-19 there's a different switch you have, or a different rotary you have to use to set the other scale of the arc. But I think we're good-ish, question mark. No, I fucked something up, haven't I? I've turned it off is what I've done, which doesn't help. You know what? We're just gonna leave it for Minvodi. We're not gonna need to come back to Malchuk. We can just fly to fucking Minvodi. And I need to do some studying in the MiG-15. And now it's not picking up anything. Hooray! I've broken it. Whatever. Okay. That should be everything. You know what?
Request rearming. Copy. Request refueling.
We're gonna need to fill back up. Okay, that should be everything. Maybe it's that switch. It probably is. I forget. Whatever.
Rearming complete.
These are the little baby fuel tanks that you can't see under the wings. I think... No, it didn't give me them. What the fuck?
Refueling complete.
Maybe it's bugged.
Rearming.
Some of the loadouts, like some of the presets don't work properly, I think. I don't need the revs that high. I just need to keep the generator running. See how fucking painfully slow the engine response is? There we go. Come on, give me my fuel tanks.
Chief, turn off the ground power.
There we go.
Copy. Rearming.
There we go.
Ground power is now off.
Not sure how long there is till the server restarts. Hopefully I got a while. Should have checked that before I joined, hey? Oh, that's the one that closes the canopy in this. Okay. I need to lock it. More powerful engine. I think there were one or two other things too, but it was chiefly the engine. Pretty good time for it. Multi-core's coming soon, apparently. Oh, somebody forgot to seal their canopy. Yeah, multi-core should be pretty close. Now, whether it's going to fix all the problems, we will see, but hey, it's something. Come on, uppies. There we go. There's the uppies. We're heading straight north, so we'll swing it left. That mountain there, or that collection of mountains there, is Minvodi. So I think my radio compass is balked. Probably fucked it up by turning it off by accident and then setting it. It apparently doesn't like that. At least in the real jet. I don't know about DCS. We'll fiddle with it in a minute. See if we can get it working again. So we want antenna mode. 583, so we should be getting tone here. But I fucked something. I think I actually did break it. Whoops. Oh well. We can VFR our way around Caucasus, it's fine. Take the safety off, so I don't forget when I inevitably get jumped. Oh, and I should probably, like, do the whole, you know, overlord thing too, hey? So I'm not flying around oblivious. Wait, why did SRS... Oh, yeah, SRS crashed. Wonderful. I was wondering why I wasn't hearing anything. I hope I'm not pointed at the ground because I'm tabbed out at the moment. I can't tell. There we go. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 15. And we'll set a secondary frequency up on 251, just in case.
Copy. Warning 15 kilometers.
I don't like using 251 on red, but everyone else insists on doing it, so fuck it, we'll just assume that's general comms. Wait, why are there so many people on fucking 243? What the shit? Oh, let me guess, 243 is fucking air traffic control. They're all fucking LARPing. Oops, wrong button. Oh, vegan, huh? 275 for 43. Intriguing. Excited for any upcoming aircraft? The F-15E looks neat, but I don't know if I'd say I'm excited for it. I'm kind of interested in it. I'm excited about the A7. I'm excited about the MiG-23. I'm excited about the Phantom. What else is there that I'm excited about? Corsair. The other Corsair, that is. The F8, if/when that happens. I'm going to get rid of the belly tanks now, or the wing tanks now, rather. I'm going to regret this soon. Yeah, I'm not really big on the modern stuff, so... C-130, I would have been a lot more excited about the C-130 if it was a C-130H or something like that, or a C-130E. It's a C-130J, it's full of glass. I don't really care that much. Like, in the case of it being a full MFD aircraft, I'd prefer the F-15E. It's more interesting to me than a C-130 full of MFDs. Very interesting. Why is he flying that way? It's like heading into the fucking mountains. He's probably going for a depot strike or an airfield strike or something, so I'm probably not going to catch him, but we'll see if we can bait him into an engagement. Sky Raider, yeah, although I don't think there's been any news about that for a while, so I'm not sure what's going on with it. Vegan pilots on here are pretty dense creatures. They like turn fighting for some reason, especially against MiG-15, so if we can bait this guy into a turn fight, that's what I want.
Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 235, 15, 1100, flag southeast, begin.
Oh no, don't run away. Come play with me. I just want to be friends. He's on a fucking industrial strike is what he is. I reckon. He's on an industrial strike. And both industrials are right next to each other. Oh! Never mind. 21 bagged him. Oh well. Good kill, 21. I wasted my fucking wing tanks. Hey Josh, good to see you, man. Yeah. And I had a haircut. So I don't get confused for being like a fugitive when I go to get on the plane on Wednesday.
Gold 1-1, Bogito 4 Hog.
I also had a funeral to go to the other week, so I wanted to look presentable.
Overlord, Bra, 330, 77, 1100, flag south.
I really need to clean this monitor, it's so fucking covered in dust.
Silver 1-1, Overlord, Bogito.
They speak.
I don't know how to do this. You gotta say Overlord first, and then your username, and then do the Bogito. Overlord, Silver 1-1, Bogito. Silver 1-1.
It's always good to see, man. Don't give me that.
94, 1400, flag northeast, Tiger 2.
Thank you, I love you very much. I love you so much. That's the first time I'm experienced this kind of stuff, you know. Normally I just do F10, F2, F1.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you for the
Although, he's probably doing it over the Overlord channel, which would have been costing money to say it, but hey, it's something. And to be honest with you, because I don't have a way of switching frequencies without tabbing out, because I haven't bound it up properly yet, I used to, like, give people instructions over the fucking Overlord frequency too. It's like 10 cents, honestly.
Gold 1-1, threat, Bra, 188, 10, 900, hot, fast, Tiger 2.
Like, if you donate towards server upkeep, even, you know, fucking couple bucks a month or something, I think that entitles you to a few a few non-critical overlord calls. Need to get back into DCS. Been too long to need to get the VR set back up. Yeah, it seems to be. It seems that a lot of people kind of burnt out on DCS around the same time, I guess, because I hadn't really played it much since September. I keep wanting to get back into it, but every time there's been some sort of barrier, so hopefully this time it's not a false start. Last 2 times I tried to stream it, I couldn't even get it to run smoothly, but it's running beautifully today. Granted, it's on core because it's in the servers, not super full, but it's a start. It was literally unplayable the last couple times, I was getting so mad. That's what I was thinking of doing, actually, Josh. I was going to do the same thing. I just got to get around to doing it.
Gold 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 015, 43, 2300, drag east, Warthog.
Hey, Gold 1-1, I can ask for a specific plane too?
Specific plane type, yes.
Yeah, it's the last call, right? Like, I ask everything and then the target at once.
Yes, but it only recognizes some names, so you might need to try a couple. There we go. I just used my just used my non-overlord calls for my month.
Overlord, I could not find you on scope.
Overlord, Silver 1-1, Bogey Do.
There's one of our depots.
Silver 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 311, 77, 2100, flank south, fast, Tiger 2.
You'll notice I mostly use the text calls when I'm on the way into battle. I only use voice when I can't, like when I'm under time pressure, like if I'm either in a dogfight already, or if I'm too close to be futzing with the keyboard. Just because I don't want to clutter up comms for other people who need to make calls. There's Minvodi there. I'm almost half tempted to land and grab another pair of bags. Almost. I mean, we got road bases, I guess. Oh, Minvodi's literally on the front line. Don't mind me. Yeah, I don't need to. I don't want to be too full up on fuel, and the road bases are all in the middle anyway. We don't have any behind that. Oh, no, we've got one behind that, I think. That's okay. We'll just base out of Minvodi. 54 gig download. Oh, it'll just get bigger and bigger. Don't worry about that. Yeah, it's just DCS, not any of the modules or any of the maps. I'm starting to run out of space on my DCS SSD as well. My MSFS SSD is overflowing. My DCS one, it's getting close, which is annoying. It's going to be a problem. I might need to start sim linking stuff.
337, 63, 2900, flank southeast, Warthog.
Oh, A10, juicy target. 332, 47Ks, he's off the nose, flanking southeast, so we'll just come left a little teensy bit. Need another SSD? I need a bigger SSD. The problem is my 2 NVMEs, one is DCS and one is MSFS, they're both like, I think, 2 terabyte NVMEs. I can't get any bigger than that without spending over $50,000, which is just like insane. Hopefully you'll be hearing some chonk 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 soon as we blast somebody with a 37mm. There's an A10 lurking around here somewhere. Yeah, piggy piggy piggy. Oh, oh, he's coming this way. 3,000 meters. So he's basically in the cloud layer too. Oh my god. I'm just making the problem of dust worse by trying to brush it off. Jesus. It's over here somewhere. Oh, I turned a little far there. He's over there somewhere. Oh, I wonder where he is. It is a mystery. SAMs are out after him. Those look like, they look like they've killed him, is what they look like. Maybe not. Somebody else got shot down over there. I think they changed the SAMs around the airfields to be bigger SAMs. I'm not sure what they are. They might be SRs, but they might be Cubs. Firing in pairs, it looks like, so it might be Cubs. I haven't kept up with the server announcements at all, so I have no idea what changes they made. Oh, no, the A-10 did get downed. Someone else bagged him. 324 for 50. It's a F5. Still pretty good on fuel. We're right at the front line here, so if I need to, I can just party beat him in body and top up. Yeah, I would get a minimum of 1 terabyte for DCS, and if you're a fucking livery hoarder like I am, get 2 minimum.
Splash 2, Tiger.
Nice. He's having a good time. With R3Rs, what a king. Balance winding upcoming.
Silver 1-1, bogey do.
Super 1-1, Overlord. I could not find you on scope.
He's pretty low. He's not on the deck, but he's low. He's below me. I've got myself just a regular hard drive to move some data over to. I still got to install that. I'll do it when I get home. I was going to do it today, but I just couldn't be asked. Vixada, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Silver 1-1, Overlord. Bra, 219, 27, 1000, beam southeast, fast, Tiger 2.
263 for 46. Main downside of the MiG-15 is that you don't have any ability to run people down. They just run away from you. The Sabre is at least got missiles, so it can reach out and slap someone if they try and extend away, but this thing, it's just so frustrating sometimes. Like, it's a lot of fun when it works out, but it can be really frustrating when it doesn't. But I need to learn to deal with the frustration and fly this thing more, because it's a lot of fun when it does work. For 139. 480 indicated, yep. I'm not full throttle, I'm throttled back a bit, but still. Like, even if I was full tilt, I'd only be doing about 700 probably. Oh, come play with me. Come play with me. He's on the deck too. I hope the SAMs don't get him. They probably will, but I hope they don't. I want him. I don't know why he's diving either. He's throwing away all his advantages by being at low level. If he was higher up, he could just outrun me, go supersonic, but down here... Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogido. Now I gotta do a shit ton of nose down trimming as I put the throttle on.
Overlord. Bra, 256, 22, 3,200.
Oh, he's climbing now.
Tiger 2.
Splashed. Someone got him, I think. Yeah, looks like... Oh no. He bagged someone. Fucking son. Does this thing have a dimmer plate? I forget. That's just the gyro. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Fucking tumble my gyro. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. That's the front line.
Circus 1-4. Threat. Bra, 301.
Oi, oi, oi. Oi.
900. Beam northeast. Fast. Tiger 2.
Huh, this is fine.
Circus 1-4. Overlord.
This is fine.
058. 1,900. Flag south.
This is
Tiger 2.
absolutely fine.
Circus 1-4. Merged. 301. 2,100. Tiger 2.
I don't see him yet. Those are all the rounds impacting the ground beneath me, by the way. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Come on, Overlord, fucking respond. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. The other problem with going fast in the MiG-15 is, when you do go fast, you lose a lot of control authority.
Overlord. Bra, 302. 11. 1,800. Beam southwest. Tiger 2.
Although I'm noticing now that I haven't fucking accidentally turned on the isolate valve for the boosters, I have a bit more roll authority than usual. So I think I've been shooting myself in the foot every time I play this thing up until now. So I just don't even look at the label, I just hit all the switches without thinking about it, which is bad.
Circus 1-4. Threat. Bra, 285. 15. 800. Hot. Begin.
Hey, buddy. Oh, he's fighting someone.
Circus 1-4. Merge.
Vigan's here too.
7,
It's alright, I'm not too worried about a Vigan. I'll try and bail this 21 out, and then I'll deal with that. Hey, buddy. Oh, there's another MiG here, it looks like. Another 15. At low speed, I've still got fuck all aileron. Making myself kind of an easy target here for the triangle, but... Come on. There he goes. A million miles an hour through the merge, like they usually do. He'll pull one really hard turn and wash off all that speed and comp stall himself, probably. AAA is going to be a pain in the ass.
Circus 1-4. Merge.
Come on, man.
138. 1,700. Begin.
Fucking... Low speed F5s are so fucking difficult to hit, even with this thing. Oh, he might have lost it? No. There we go. He lost something. Boom. Get fucked, boy. Right, where's the Swede poster? Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 159.
Triple A is going to be a problem.
900, hot, begin.
On my nose. Below. It's alright, I'll let him get behind me. I know where he is if he's behind me. Plus I can drag him away from his AAA. There you are. There you are. The 21 might get him even. He's got his fucking landing gear out, my brother in Christ. Really? More people are starting to do that shit?
Overlord, Silver, 1-1.
Fucking gamers.
Silver 1-1.
Alright, I don't want to run into the 21 here, but I don't know if I have enough faith in his ability to hit this thing. See ya.
Delta traffic, Kodiak 1 is on short panel for runway 06.
Why would you do that? To drop the flaps.
That, when?
To drop the flaps. Because the gear and the flaps are connected to each other. When the gear comes down, the flaps come down. When the flaps come down, you gain magical lift, because Heat Blur never adjusted that. Now, I can't say for 100% certainty it shouldn't do this, but I'm pretty sure... That was a bit spicy. I think... Fuck. Please, no fuel leak, Reno. Jesus, they're accurate. I'll have to do a repair when I land. I can't say 100% that this is not how it should be, but the Vigan doesn't really lose any turn rate when it drops its flaps, but it also tightens its turn by like a third. So you get a much tighter turn radius, but you don't trade any rate for it, whereas in any other aircraft pretty much in the game, dropping flaps you lose rate, but you get a better radius out of it. It's not a hard and fast rule though, it depends on the type of flaps the aircraft has, and with the Vigan, because they're on the canards and it's a Delta, I don't know. I don't know. But it feels gamey as fuck to me, so I do wonder about it a lot.
Overlord, Silver, 1-1.
Drag from the gear should be a problem? Oh yeah, absolutely. But they fly at like such slow speed when they're turn fighting, it doesn't really bother them.
Silver 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 304, 143, 1,200, hot, Tiger 2.
I hope the server doesn't restart until after the sun's dropped a little further.
Picking the right targets that you want to call for.
I'd love to do some night fighting in here,
Just that
or
he
like
gave me
evening fighting at
the
least.
Vigan call, and I would try it, you know, to see if it works.
Yeah, usually he'll tell you whatever the closest thing is to you.
I think
No problem.
the issue is specifically Overlord has trouble understanding the word Vigan, and so it'll ignore you on that one. But like if you ask for a Tiger or a Stratofortress, it'll answer you. Hey Raccoon, good to see you, man. I love when people are like, oh, I don't know why they made the glass so dirty. When the sun hits it, it turns pure white. Like, yes, that's how Perspex works, my guy. When the sun hits it, all the millions of little tiny fucking cracks and fissures in the Perspex catch the light. Like, if this was a real canopy, this effect you can see of these scratches would be so much fucking worse. The whole area around the sun would just be white. You wouldn't be able to see through it. Like, I get it, it's annoying, but that's how it actually is. Just like canopy reflections, just like all the other shit people complain about, canopy reflections, smears on the canopy, dead bugs on the canopy, like, go flying, dude. That's the shit you gotta put up with. There's your base. Freaking bugs mentioned. I like the little fucking death twirl they do now when you blow a wing off. That's cute. I mean, it fixes the problem. It's just a very funny band-aid solution to fixing the problem, to be honest. But hey, it took a while, but we got the flight model fixed. I'm happy about that. Now we just need to figure out how to stop the fuckers from exploiting the fucking how do I explain what it is without telling people how to do it? You can bypass the weapon restrictions on the Viggen on this server, and people have found out how to do it. And it's not an accidental thing you can do without knowing. It's something that you have to actually have esoteric Viggen knowledge to do. That or have only played single player and not have played the game since they added invisible road bases. So that's the new thing for them, is to exploit that instead. It's just, you fucking find one thing and they find another. It's, I don't know, man. I don't know what it is about that plane, but it attracts some characters, put it that way.
Overlord, Silver, 1-1, Bovito.
Silver 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 283, 91,
I think that's an issue with some aircraft, Cube. So, there's one issue where the canopy reflections are reflecting stuff they don't have the line of sight to, and that's just a limitation of how they're done in DCS, unfortunately. And yeah, so like things like the windscreen or the gun sight, the reflections on those should probably be carefully, like, curated, if that makes sense, so they aren't reflecting things they shouldn't be, like the instruments. But they should reflect things. Like, you should see the reflection of the fucking lens and the gun sight on the actual gun sight. But, so that's one thing. But the other thing is, a lot of the older modules, they don't, like, because they were made before VR, when people could stick their heads up their own asshole, literally, they have, like, backface culling on the undersides of things, and so light will shine through them. A good example of this is the pilot seat on the Su-27. If you put the sun behind you in the Su-27, you will notice that you get this, you don't get a shadow of the seat headrest, but you get a shadow of parts of the seat headrest, because the backface culling is kicking in, right? So that's an issue with some modules as well, especially the older ones. I need to remember, now I'm playing DCS and not MSFS, that I can't lift the throttle over my idle cutoff gate, otherwise it will idle cut off the aircraft and shut the engine down. It's something I want to get working in MSFS, but I'd have to get like SPAD or some custom fucking control setup program for it, because the game... This is one thing that isn't a Sobo problem. The game doesn't natively support custom curves per aircraft, and it doesn't support asymmetrical user curves like DCS does. So I can't set a curve so that different aircraft have like nothing for the first 25% of throttle movement, or first 10%, whatever it is, and then use that as an idle cutoff in the sim. Likewise, I can't set afterburner so it coincides with the physical detent on my throttle. This engine wind-up, man. So if you want to know why I land the MiG-15 with the air brakes out, watch this. So we're gonna idle the engine. We're gonna idle the engine. It's still not done idling.
Overlord, Silver, 1-1, Bovito.
Okay. 12,600 RPM. We'll call that idle-ish.
Overlord, Bra, 320, 50, 900, beam northeast, begin.
And, like, I cut the throttle immediately, and look at it.
4 plates in my side of view.
Oh, the camera? Yeah, I'll fix that in a moment while I'm repairing. You have to shut the aircraft down to repair it anyway. All my surfaces are there, I just don't trust my fuel tanks not to leak. Fuel leaks are the big killer in this thing. Like, I'll take one hit from a 50 cal and my fuel just pisses away in like 30 seconds. Or I'll take multiple hits from a fucking Bofors gun and it just won't care. It's so, like, DCS damage models in general are really hit and miss. So I can believe that, like, Andy, for instance, talks a lot about having trouble knocking down MiG-15s. I can totally believe that. I don't necessarily share that experience either as the MiG-15 or shooting at one, but I've seen it happen enough times. But, from my own experience, and this is probably partially confirmation bias on my part, almost every time I get hit by more than 1 or 2 glancing shots, I lose all my fuel, and the aircraft can be intact, aside from the leaky fuel tank, but I am then force landing because I can't make home. We'll just cut the throttle here, I guess. Hopefully no one spawns into, on top of me.
Chief, turn on the ground power. Copy.
Officer,
Ground power is now on.
Flash 1.
Oh, I don't have the idle cutoff set for this aircraft, actually. Never mind. I have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Request refueling.
I gotta wait for the engine to spool down before I can get them to repair me, so I'll just tell them to refuel and rearm first. I'd normally do that the other way around, because the repair timer is 3 minutes.
Request repair. Unable to complete.
Ugh! 500 RPM. Too much, apparently. Okay, let's see. Configure video. White balance to auto. And then exposure to auto. There we go. Awesome. Does it not have self-sealing fuel tanks? If it does, they're not modeled. I don't know if self-sealing fuel tanks are even a thing in any DCS module, to be honest. Oh, I guess in the Warbirds they are. I don't know. It doesn't act like it, put it that way. Like, I've literally had a single 20mm from an F5 hit me in one wing, and my fuel is gone within 30 seconds. All of it. From a full tank. Also, probably the engine would be having issues if you manhandled the throttle that hard. It used to. I don't know what happened to it. Maybe no one's bug reported it, because I noticed people don't tend to bug report things that, like, that they don't enjoy. But it used to fucking compressor stall. When you threw the throttle around like a chimp, it would compressor stall on you. It doesn't anymore. I've never heard this thing compressor stall. Not once.
Request repair.
I didn't even know it could.
Copy.
Thank you.
So that's something that urgently needs looking at, so I might have to see if anyone's posted a bug report about that, and if no one has, then I might have to make one myself. Because if you want something done right, do it yourself, apparently.
Medium I traffic control. Super 1-1, inbound to land. Emergency state.
I'd normally tell him just to see and avoid, but if he's coming in for an emergency and it's late in the afternoon, it's kind of difficult to see people, so... I don't mind concise traffic calls if it's, like, low visibility, like now. If it's broad fucking daylight and you can see for 20 miles every direction, no problem, then you don't need someone telling you their life story or, like, their intent for the next fucking 30 years worth of air travel when they go to take off. But if someone's trying to call an emergency and it's kind of low vis, then whatever, that's fine. Though there is a separate frequency for it, so you probably shouldn't be using Overlord. Oh shit. Ah! The fucking IKEA triangle. Shit, and it's caught me on the ground repairing. He's dead though, the SAM's got him. The way he despawned in midair, his pilot was probably killed. That or he fucking deslotted. Naughty, naughty. Oh shit. It's got wheels out, but I don't know if they're locked. I don't know if this guy's on 251. Oh, he probably is. Let's quickly flick over to that. Hey, MiG-21 making an emergency landing at min body. next time, if you get the chance, don't drop your landing gear and your flaps until you're lined up on the runway. It's just too draggy with everything down.
Yeah, I was about to land and F5 hit me from behind, so...
But yeah, there's a Vigan that just got shot down by our SAMs as well. I'm on the ground repairing, so I'll be up in a minute.
I'm making a left turn to land again.
Just as a heads up as well, the 126 channel, the one you're on, that's mostly used for contacting the AI AWACS, and it costs the server owner money when you use it. It's not much, it's like 2 cents a message or something.
Sorry.
That's alright.
Wait, it gets real money or game money?
Real money. Because it uses AI to understand what you've said to it and then generate a message in reply.
Oh, sorry for that, sir.
That's alright, I'm not paying for it.
Inbound, runway 29.
You should make it. And our arc set's fixed. So yeah, I did break the arc set. That was my bad. Easy does it. Oh no! Oh no! Jesus, that was a bouncy landing. He's okay. He's okay. He made it. Nicely done. Destroy a thing with BK90. It's been a while since I used the BKs. I don't actually remember how to be honest. Kind of half remember. Let's get this aircraft up and running.
For 2 times in that land, I thought I was going to die.
I just wasted my starter, but I had to. I need to add some more to Twitch, actually. I think I've got a shit ton of BTTV slots still open. Because, like, when you actually sub to BTTV, they give you a bunch of fucking free slots every year or something. So I could probably add a fuck ton of emotes. I should do that, actually. Probably should have told them that before I closed the canopy, but whatever.
Copy.
Well, they copied it.
Ground power is now off.
I couldn't find Pepe Awake. I wanted to add it, but I couldn't find it. And I think if I upload it, since I didn't make the emote, they might they might crack the shits with me. I mean, tons of people upload emotes they didn't make, but I just don't want to open myself up to that. I gotta tab out. Yeah, I am.
How is it like flying the 16?
It's very different. So, if you go too fast, it tries to kill itself. If you go too slow, you have no control authority. You don't have any, like, because you don't have any missiles, you don't have a way to stop people from just running away from you. They'll just outrun you if they're smart. But if they're stupid, you basically won, because this thing will outturn anything. It doesn't roll very well, its roll response is really bad, especially at low speed, but it turns like crazy.
Do you guys have countermeasure? Any type of countermeasure?
Nope.
Flares? How you dodge a
Very carefully.
IR?
You try not to be at full throttle, although you kind of have to be anyway. And you just try and outmaneuver it. Like, I've rolled out of the way of incoming missiles with this thing. It's pretty good at that. And it has a very low IR signature as well, so it's quite hard to get a lock on.
You are the real hero here.
I wish. Honestly, the best way to play this is just find a group of MiG-21s or MiG-19s. Find a group of MiG-21s and MiG-19s and just kind of hang around them like some sort of scavenger. And they'll bait F5s and Vigans and stuff into dogfights, and then you just clean them up when they get too slow.
Oh, that's nice. You are the member that I need on my team. I kinda die every time that I think about getting into a dogfight. And most of the times I just go there, shoot missile, and try to move on zone, you know? Go away fast as I can.
Honestly, that's probably the best way to do it. I haven't played DCS much for quite a while. I used to play the MiG-21 a lot, though. And that's usually how I try and play now, because I'm not as good at it as I used to be. So I just try and get in quick, fire a couple missiles, and go home. But with this, I can catch people who think that, oh, it's like a MiG-15, it's an easy target, and then they get themselves nice and slow, and they can't run away from me anymore. Oh, I've been hit by a 530 IR in this thing. I know how ridiculously hard they are to get away from. Like, impossible. The 530's kind of weird, because the slower and more maneuverable you are, the worse off you are. Like, Su-25s are basically toast to a 530. But something like a 21 can quite easily get away from it, because it can just outrun it. Like, extend away, do a couple of S-turns to burn off its energy, even though it has the sustainer, it's too slow to catch you, and just get rid of it that way. I hope they fix up the F1's radar and weaponry soon. It is kind of busted. Like, the more I look at it, the more I realize actually it is pretty... Holy shit, it's broken. A lot of weapons in DCS perform way better than they should, but that one is right up the top of the fucking list. And it's for reasons you don't usually think about, like the controls unlock faster than they should, stuff like that. We're fighting into the sun, this is going to be annoying. Let's check the runway's clear.
Circus 1-4, threat, bra, 8, 500, flag northeast, fast, begin.
There he is. Can we get one right off the runway?
264,
Come on, baby, take off. Come on, give me some air. Give me some air, come on. He's got someone in hot pursuit. No, it's two Vigans. Oh, 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 oh.
Okay, I have a MiG over the airfield.
There they are. Oh no, one of them's a MiG. Okay. Yeah, that's a 21. Once again, I jettison my... Well, why am I even taking tanks? I'm at min-body. What am I doing? Good thing I fucking punched him off. Dumbass. Overlord. Circus 1-4. Bogey dope. You just not going to talk to me, Overlord? Overlord. Circus 1-4. Bogey dope. Am I transmitting on the wrong frequency?
Circus
No,
1-4,
I'm not.
Overlord. Raw.
It's just on strike.
75, 500. Hot. Tiger 2.
292, 75. Pfft. I'll just wait here. I'll just climb up and circle over the airfield and wait. Do we... I don't think we have anyone in ground attack stuff, do we? If we do their Hinds, they won't be, Su-25s. I'm almost tempted to jump in a 25 myself. I might... I want to stay on too much longer, it's getting pretty late, but... We might maybe do a sortie or two in a Su-25, because we need to get some groundwork done and get this fucking front line away from Minvordi. Five kilometers. Yes. I'll just wait for him. I don't want to overfly their front line and get lit the fuck up by those Bofors again. So I want to try and stay kind of close to my own airfield. It might mean the SAMs get the kills rather than me, but hey, if they die, they die. I don't really care if it's me or the SAMs knocking them down. Kill is a kill, whether you actually get it yourself or you enable someone else to. Having a bit of a Hoggett moment with the sun coming through the clouds there. Not gonna lie. Come into my lair, said the spider to the fly. Come on. Come play with me, Mr. F5. Come play with me. And I have an additional option here. If he gets behind me, I can just fly into the sun. His missiles won't have a hope in hell of tracking me. So while the sun might blind me in the direction they're going to come from, it'll fucking blind his missiles real nice.
274, 15, 1,800, hot.
Climbing?
Tiger 2.
Okay, we can climb. That'll get me away from your Bofors. I'm fine with that. It's going to be coming pretty much out of the sun.
Circus 1-4, merged, 239, 500, Tiger 2.
Dived again. Merge calls are at, what, 7 miles? Which is about 11 kilometers, so I've still got some time before I should see him. He's probably past me at this point, but... We're in a few maneuvers and we'll start looking for him now. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Oh, hello! Never mind.
Overlord.
Found him.
Raw, 0650, 900, hot, Tiger 2.
Now the goal is to not get shot long enough to force an overshoot. Oh! Who thought it would be a good idea to scissor with a MiG-15? Why on earth did they get that funny fucking idea? Hey, buddy. Guess whose fucking house you're in now, boy? Is he gonna extend into the sun? That would be the clever thing to do. Fuck, I can't see shit. He's gonna try it. Or is he gonna... Oh, is he gonna turn again? That'd be really funny. Please turn. We'll give him some 23mm to scare him. Just chuck a couple traces his way and try and force a turn. Come on. We might have found the only intelligent life form on blue. He's gonna drag me real deep into his fucking front line. Yep, we found one with a brain. Incredible, they exist. I didn't think that they did. Now we break off and wait for them to get bored and come back. Oh no, I know how many. I know how many do. Mirages as well. I had a really good spree in the Sabre a while ago against Mirage F1s. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope. Wonder if he kept running. I lost sight of him in the haze. Oh! Oh no! Was that... I don't know. Did he just crash? What the fuck just happened? Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope.
Circus 1-4.
Flares.
Overlord, Bra, 236, 42, 1000, beam southeast, Mirage F1.
Oi, hello Bofus. Was that 246, 41 or something like that? Oh shit, hello! Hey buddy! That's not a Bofus, that's something else. That's a fucking 50 cal, I think. Two. Oh, it is a Mirage. Oh, yeah, boy. Now, hopefully, he'll have a fucking 530 IR, won't he? Is the 530 IR all aspect still, or did they fucking fix it? Oh, wait, no, did they not fix it? Is it supposed to? I think it's supposed to be, isn't it? Shit, I don't know. Am I going to get shot in the face with it, is my question. Shit, there's an F5 coming as well.
Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 218, 15, 4300, hot, fast, Mirage F1.
I'm being intercepted. Rot roll. He's actually above me.
Circus 1-4.
He's way above me.
5400, Mirage F1.
Man's in fucking space as far as blue team's concerned. There's a sonic boom. He's probably not even going to engage, he's going to blow past and then double back when I'm distracted by the F5.
5700, flank east, fast, Tiger 2.
Got a little slow on that vertical. Nearly stalled it. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope. Did I leave a contrail? No, I didn't.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 153, 2000, hot, fast, Mirage F1.
Tumbled my fucking gyro
Circus
again.
1-4, merged, 321.
And then flew into a cloud. This is a great idea.
Tiger 2.
Where are these shits? Oh, there you are. No, wait, that's 21? That's a 21. I got a buddy.
I have a Tiger 2 on me.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4.
It's 21.
Overlord. Bra. 0858. 6100. Drag east. Tiger 2.
I hope he realizes that's me. They're just running away from us. Incredible. Big, brave blue boys. I mean, it's a smart thing to do, but it's disappointing. I was hoping to fight them. I would mock them even more if they didn't run away, believe me. Oh, I forgot to turn my lights back on. I thought it was a bit dark in here. Be careful not to crank the lights all the way up in the MiG-15 or you blow the lamps. Way, yay! Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. It's probably the 21. Maybe not.
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Bra. 2818.
Nope.
2000. Drag west. Fast. Mirage F1.
Drag west. Motherfucker, come fight me! Coward! Either nut up and fight me or fuck off home. Stop playing with me. There's one of them new Ice Halo things. Did he bag the 21? No. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Mi-8 just killed a Mi-24. Oh, they probably spawn inside each other on the fart pad. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. A10's a much better target for me if I can get to him without getting shot in the back. Oh, now I am on the wrong freight. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. I love when he doesn't answer me. 32021. Let's do it. Fix my gyro too. Oh, no, it's untumbled. Okay, we're good. It's close enough.
342, 15, 600, flank southeast, Warthog.
Say 600 meter altitude? He's probably down there somewhere. Makes sense. An A10 is something I can very easily bully in this. Because his roll rate is also dog shit.
Merged. 009, 700, Warthog.
Don't see him. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. As long as he doesn't get behind me.
Circus 1-4, Overlord. I could not find you on scope.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord. Bra, 250, 800, beam south, Warthog.
03. And he's pretty low. Problem is the haze and the low sun are making it really hard to spot near the ground. There you are. There you are. Come here, you shit. fucking think you're gonna get away from me? Huh? Huh? Funny thing is, he's heading for Minvodi, so if he keeps that up, he's gonna get smacked by a Sam anyway. Okay, safety's off, guns cocked. 3 reds. This guy's fucked. Unless somebody else pops me. Or he drags me over the front line. That might be a problem as well. Don't want to overshoot him, he's super slow. And I'm coming in pretty hot for a MiG-15. So we'll use the old speed brake, air brake, whatever you want to call it, bleed off some speed. He might not even actually see me at the moment. I'm sitting right in his blind spot. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Wait until we're nice and close. Oh, I miss. Got an engine at least. Scared the shit out of him, no doubt. Why do they insist on reversing like that? Hey, buddy. Peace out. That was very cinematic. If somebody could do a clip on that, I would appreciate it. That looked really cool, actually. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. The MiG-15 is so cozy at night.
Overlord.
Or in the evening, whatever.
38, 1,500, Iraq Northeast, Mirage F1.
Will he actually fight with me, or will he just fuck off at Mark 1 again? Probably fuck off at Mark 1. Let's get that close enough. What was it? 338 for 38, I think? Reasonable amount of fuel left, and I am right next to home still. I'm just behind the front line, actually. Like, 1 sector behind their front line. Which is a good place to be. You're not close enough to draw AAA from the front line, but you're, like, close enough to their side that you can interdict them on the way in. Or catch stragglers on the way home. And they tend not to look... Let's go watch out for those. But they tend not to look for targets on their own side. Kind of block their reinforcement routes a bit. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 331, 44, 1,300, beam west, fast, Mirage F1.
Coward. Alright, let's get some altitude back. Just chill out up there. So how are we going? We got 3 of them. 3 for no losses, I'll take it. My last attempt to play on here was off stream. It was fucking... Oh no, it was on stream, sorry, wasn't it? Fucking 1 kill and 2 deaths. I wasn't real happy about it, but... We're doing well now. Almost like I can play the game when the game runs playably. Who would have thought? Well, they ain't pushing. We probably aren't either, but they definitely aren't. This fucking F1 is giving me the shits though. He won't come and engage. F5 might. In fact, the F5 will probably engage me and the F1 will fucking third party. I pretty much guarantee that's how this is going to play out. 267 for 30. Sure, I'll take that engagement. My main hope is that I can hide well enough in either the sun or the low altitude fog to avoid getting dunked by the F1. I can deal with the F5, no problem, as long as he doesn't get behind me too, like without me noticing, but the F1 is going to be the problem.
Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 239, 15, 900, flag east, Tiger 2.
You're not going to come play? I would really prefer it if you did. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. That's Minvodi back there. This is Cherkesk that I'm coming up on.
Overlord, Bra, 171, 7, 800,
I saw something there.
east, Tiger 2.
Hopefully he's moving slow enough I can catch him up, but I doubt it. Or he'll get a tripwire call or something and react on me, like he'll just, you know, head empty, no thoughts, turn and try and fight me. But I doubt it. It might be the same guy before that was too smart to do it. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 093, 12, 800, drag east, Tiger 2.
He won't do it. It's literally like right in front of me. He's going for Minvodi. He might even try and bomb it or rocket strike it or strafe it or something. I'm gonna get dragged back over the front line chasing him. Okay, there's that FARP. I think the front line's just past it, so we'll get some more altitude and keep an eye out for Tracer. And 4 Mirage F1s appearing behind us with 530s. If he goes for Minvodi, the Sams will just get him. I don't know what their end plan is though. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Dust on my screen.
Circus
Everywhere.
1-4, Overlord,
So much
Bra,
dust.
112, 11, 500, drag southeast, Tiger 2.
Is he going for a deep... Like, what is he doing? Come fucking fight me, dude. I have to land and refuel soon. I wonder if he's waiting for me to land and refuel. That might be the game here. He's playing the long game. Tracer. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Don't know if that was one of us or one of them.
Circus 1-4,
135.
Overlord, Bra, 135, 7, 600.
Hey, Chief!
Tiger 2.
That's a 21.
Circus 1-4, merged, 135, 600, Tiger 2.
I think the 21 took a head-on shot at me. MiG-21, you're mixed up with a F5 and a MiG-15. I don't see the F5. Shit. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 146, 1, 1100, drag southeast, Tiger 2.
Man, I am blind as fuck. Probably because I'm looking the wrong direction, that doesn't help. Here comes the Mirage. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Definitely gonna need to land for fuel in a minute. Come on, Overlord. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 018, 12, 600, beam east, Tiger 2.
I don't have the fuel. I gotta land. God, the game looks, like, even on corpses, it looks fucking beautiful at this hour of evening. Holy shit. Now watch as the F1 comes charging in and tries to pick me off while I'm landing. Hopefully the SAMs will take care of him. Oh, I see Green Tracer. I think, or is that someone's nav lights? No, it's Green Tracer. There's Tracer on that hillside too. Is that the front line? Oh yeah, I'm over the front line. Okay. I forgot which side of the fucking mountain I'm on. Big brain over here. So that's the airport there. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 340, 31, 600, drag north, Mirage F1.
He won't even engage. Like, the F1 won't even engage. Farming time? Hey man, have fun. Thanks for hanging out, I'll catch you around. That should be the airbase over there. Yep, there's the airbase with stuff on fire, which is always a good sign, and there's the town. Hey Jazz, yeah, the armor stream this morning was a bit of an unmitigated disaster, so I just said fuck it and went back to bed, and then tried again later with some flight simming. 8 hours, Jesus. 8.5 hours, fuck, I wasn't planning to stream this long, as usual. I think we'll land this one, we might do one more sortie, but I really can't play much longer, and I think the server's going to restart pretty soon anyway. Probably half an hour it'll restart. Which is enough time for one more MiG-15 sortie, I think. That's reversed. Interesting. Like I said, this thing's really cozy at night. I haven't tried the Toby. I've only ever had a track IR. But some of what I've heard about the Toby makes it sound like it wouldn't be very well suited to combat sims. It'd be better for, like, MSFS or something. And because I wear glasses and these have an anti-glare coating, they're very reflective, so I doubt the camera would even be able to see my eyes properly. And I can't wear contacts. So, track IR is just what works best for me, and it was the first thing I got, so I stick with it. Should be decent weather Saturday, not going to be a blazing sauna like the past few years. 26 and cloudy, sounds good. As long as the clouds aren't, like, as long as it's not a full overcast, that's fine. A little bit of cloud's actually good, because it gives you some perspective of speed when there's aircraft doing displays, but just don't want it to be completely overcast or for the fucking show to be, you know, like, for them to be grounded on the Saturday. Even if I don't get to see any flying displays, I'd be happy just to walk around the aircraft, but I'd like to see some flying as well. Let a little too much speed there. Be all of them at once? Yeah, Melbourne's a bit like that, so I've heard. Cut it a little close on the fuel here. Get our moth lights and our landing light on so people can see that I'm coming into land. Oh fuck, now the F5 comes over. It's probably going to catch me on the ground. I'll have to try and tuck in behind a hangar where they won't see me. Because I'm totally vulnerable until I'm off the ground again. And I don't know if our SAMs are still up. I would assume they are, but... you know what they say about assumptions.
Circus 14, threat, Bra, 288, 15, 3600, hot, Tiger 2.
Yep, we got Sam still. Get fucked, boy. Oh, here comes the splash. Merry Christmas from the Soviet air defense, boy. They're still ASARs, so they're not super, like, fucking cracked SAMs. In fact, they're not even as good as they should be. Like, it underperforms in DCS. And yet they still just suicide into them repeatedly. Don't get it. Glad to hear it, Cotty. We'll get rid of the tanks, we don't need them. It's funny the first time you do it, but like, I'll do it if I need to deny the enemy. Like, if the enemy have a fucking airfield that they are able to use as a forward staging area and we're on the back foot, I'll try and fuck with them. But yeah, like, I won't go out of my way to hit an airfield if it's easier to just engage the enemy in the air or hit the front line. But OCA is fun. Like, I legitimately enjoy trashing airfields and people on the airfields, but only if it makes sense. Like, otherwise you're just wasting your time and your team's time. You know what I mean? Forgot to safe my guns. How terrible. Now I'll probably forget to fucking unsafe them when I take off. It is what it is, man. Small things amuse small minds, so they say.
Refueling complete.
That's the thing as well, like, when I'm doing OCA, I'm trying to actually close down the airfield. I'm not trying to farm kills as people take off from it. I don't want them taking off from it. I'm hitting parking areas, taxiways, runways, fuel ammo dumps, whatever. I don't want them actually taking off from the airfield, or even spawning there. The whole point's to stop them using it. I think we're good to go. Oh, actually, now we're good to go, because the gun lights went out. Make sure that's aligned. That should be good enough. We're going to arm the guns on the ground, because I don't want to get in the air and get into a fight and then realize my guns are dead. Which I have done multiple times in this. There we go. We're going to close the lid, just in case. B-52s are going to be doing a flying display. Fuck yeah, man. I haven't seen a B-52 flying, like, in person since I was, like, 6 years old, 7 years old. Oh, look, another one. Another customer. Womp womp. Another F5. Why are the F5s coming here? A Vigan, sure, but why an F5? Mirage. What are they flying? 16s? So we're restarting 15. Hopefully the SAMs are on reload. I want to fucking shoot somebody down. Like, it's funny watching them repeatedly get popped by some of the easiest SAMs to avoid, but I'd like to bag one myself. Oh, they're flying the Golden Eagles. Shit, I've never seen one of them in person. That'll be cool. Really? Another one? Oh, the 21 got him. Oh, it's Pixie in the 21. Okay. I'll just get the lights on so people can see that I'm on the runway. Once we're in the air, we'll fence in. Where are you going? Melbourne. To the Avalon Air Show. We're going to be staying at Harry's place. Hang out with Jazz, Envy, a bunch of the other guys. Forgot to get rid of the fucking air brake. I thought it was accelerating a little slow. Big brain moment. As far as I know, yeah. If all else fails, I'll find my way to his, but yeah. I think he's picking me up from the airport. Actually, I know he's working in town on Wednesday, but I don't know what time he finishes, so he might not be finished yet. I'll just, like, when I get to the airport, if I don't see him, I'll send him a message. figure it out from there. God, more fucking DCS servers need to run missions around this time of day. Yeah, it's bad for spotting. Yeah, whatever, dude. It looks fucking glorious. Absolutely glorious. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Time, get in 3 p.m. I think.
Overlord, I could not
Overlord,
find you on scope.
Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 297, 34, 500, drag west, Mirage F1.
Come fight me! Fuck! This Mirage, man. It's probably the same guy that was complaining earlier, like, oh, I've been flying for fucking 3 hours and I haven't fought anyone. Well, I wonder why, champion. But hey, we know DCS works now, so I can start streaming this again, finally. I need to get back into it in a big kind of way. I'll be flying this a lot more. This is fun. When they actually fight me, this is a fucking ton of fun. But I do need to get back hands-on with the 21 and the 19, get used to them again. And I, of course, need to do more Su-25 stuff because Red appears to have a shortage of Su-25 pilots at the moment. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. He's out getting kills. He killed somebody. Wait, it says Blue Unknown in Mirage F1. Eh? Eh? What the fuck? 299. 26 kilometers beam north. Just, bro, come fight me, please. Please, Mr. Mirage Man. Check his name. Ah. The chat has elected not to repeat his name, apparently, in the kill board. We've got a F5 coming as well. Navy man, I see. Yeah. Obviously. Straightest sailor. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 293, 15, 2,900, hot, Tiger 2.
2,900, huh?
Overlord, Bra, 294, 14, 2,800, hot,
He's descending.
Tiger 2. Circus 1-4,
Oh, hello.
merged, 300, 2,300.
Holy
Tiger
shit, I actually spotted someone coming into the merge for once. And I don't think he spotted me. Please turn, please turn, please turn. Oh my god, it's fucking auto-start Andy with his lights on. Oh my god. Oh, and he's going vertical. Oh, this is so juicy. Please, no 530 in the butt, please. Oh my god, he's not even in burner. Oh, come back down here, boy. Come on. Pull the stick just that little bit harder, you know you want to. Now he realizes he should light his burners. Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Turn. Oh, don't you beat... Oh. Okay, I think I've worked this out. This one's just intelligent enough that he can extend away from me. And the Mirage F1 is just intelligent enough that he knows he can use the F5 as bait. They haven't worked out how to synchronize that yet, but they've got the individual bits worked out, but they haven't quite figured out the coordination. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope, Mirage. Turn. Turn your shit, come on.
Circus 1-4,
Oh my god, I see him.
Overlord, nothing on scope.
Fuck off, there's nothing on scope. There's something right there. Although that's back towards RN. Oh, actually, no, it's not. He's setting me up. I can already tell he's setting me up. I'm gonna dive. Do a bit of a split S here. And not G-lock ourselves while pointed vertically at the ground. That would be a bit spicy. Flares over there. Someone's dropping off troops. Picking them up. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope. I lost sight of him, but he probably also lost sight of me, because I'm smart enough to turn my nav lights off.
Overlord, Bra, 214, 4, 2100, beam northwest, Tiger 2.
He's climbing again. Okay, Minvody's that way. So he'll be, like, between me and it somewhere. I love this song. This is the lead soloist of the Red Army Choir in 1948 in East Berlin. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 058, 4, 500, drag southeast, Tiger 2.
Sonic Boom? Question mark? Flares over there again. Helicopters playing around. Oh, hello! Hey, buddy! Good to see you again. I'm so glad we found each other. Now turn, motherfucker. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. He's... oh, now he's lighting his burner. I was gonna say, hopefully he doesn't see me. Yeah, go vertical. Turn the burner off at the fucking apex of your climb, man. Fuck, dude, I wish I had a missile. Just one. One R3S. Fuck, one R55. Even that piece of shit could kill him. Like, look at this. He doesn't want to fight. He's probably hoping that fucking F1 will come bail him out, but the F1's too bad at finding me to do it. Just fucking come on, dude. It's frustrating, because he's not even setting himself up for, like, in a position where he can attack me. He's just repeatedly baiting me and then fucking off. It's frustrating. Yeah, whatever, dude. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope, Mirage.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, nothing on scope.
Bravest Blue 4 player, right there. Another fucking Tiger 2 coming. Maybe the other one will actually fucking fight in the 5 minutes or less we have left before the server restarts. 6 for 30. $269. He's just either that's another one, or he's gone fucking 30 Ks out and he's looping back. I can't with these F5s, man. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope. I've got shit tons of fuel too.
Threat, Bra, 159, 15,
Oh, fuck me, about time. The server's gonna go down before I can get in position for a shot, guarantee it. We're gonna be right near the front line too.
Circus 1-4, merged. 131, 800, Tiger 2.
Cel не вижу. Aha! Вижу цель. Come play with me. Do not fuck off in Afterburner. You turn. Come on, you're an F5 pilot. Use the only instinct F5 pilots have. Pull the stick to your fucking nuts.
Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 317, 15, 4,700, beam east,
Bro,
fast.
there's another one. There's another. Bro, I hate this. I'm surrounded by fucking blues and not a single one will come anywhere near me. Like, they come close enough to spot me and then they go, oh no, a MiG-15! And they just fucking light the cans and run away. Come on, man. Like, I know that that's smarter than them actually trying to engage me, but, like, come on. Either kill me or don't. You're just wasting fuel. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Server's about to restart if it hasn't gone down already. Good timing because my, I'm experiencing an ocular failure here. Being blind in one eye at the moment is not conducive to dogfighting. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. I'm not going to get a shot off before the server restarts. We're at 1 minute.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 069, 12,
Nice.
600, beam north, Tiger 2.
Be nicer if you came to fight me, though. It's so frustrating, man. Like, literally, just fight me or don't. If you're not going to fight me, then leave me alone. Go fight someone else. Go do something. On the other hand, maybe me keeping like 3 or 4 different F5s tied down and unable to do anything for however many minutes is a good thing. Stops them from shooting anyone else down. And down goes the server. And on that note, I think we're going to start looking for someone to raid here in a minute, because I am well and truly done. Ooh, ow. So yeah, I'm not going to be streaming for anyone who's missed it, and it's in the stream title, but, you know, I can't read either, so I won't be streaming next week at the usual time, so like Monday morning my time. No stream. There might be a stream late next week, I don't know, like after I get back. Maybe like fucking Thursday or Friday or something, or over the weekend, but anyway, no stream Monday. Servers are timed, yes. So this mission, like this server rolls over every 4 hours, because if the server stays up on one mission for too long, it causes all sorts of problems. Including cumulative bomb craters, making the game's performance jump out a window. So yeah, are we going to Pucko on Monday? Sick. Well, you can join in. Harry and I were going to like fucking soyjack pointed to T-72 as an in-joke. But you can join in. We can have 3 soyjack pointings. We can be the 3 blue drakes. As if I wouldn't want to, dude. I mean, I know it's an army establishment, but I want to go see tanks. And also, they don't have any power over me anymore. So, why wouldn't I want to? Because, yeah, Harry said he reckons they got a 72 there. And if they have, we've got to get a picture with it. Already done after 9 hours? I was only planning on streaming for like 3 or 4 hours. And that was not counting the fact I went back to bed after fucking Armor this morning and started the stream again. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to be down there for almost a week. So no doubt Harry's going to get jack of having me breathing down his neck, pointing out every minute fucking detail that, like, no, that collar pin should be this color. No, there's too many, that's one too many buttons on his uniform. Actually, that rivet line should be 3 centimeters that way. He's going to fucking kill me, right? So I'm probably thinking, like, through the week, just to get myself out of his hair a bit, unless there's something he wants to go and do, because I think most of the time I'm down there, he won't actually be in town, like, working. He'll be able to do whatever. I will just find something for myself to do. But yeah, we can sort all this out when I get there. Just wing it. I mean, it's worked this far. Why fucking alter the formula for success, right? Alright, let's see who we got on. Oh, when Last 7 comes out, fly with me on 4YA. Oh yeah, dude, when that thing comes out. When that thing comes out. There's gonna be some Veraboo tears, that's for sure. If the MiG-17 does end up happening, it's going to be interesting. Like, a 17 AS would be nice, having the missiles to pop people who try extend away, but the 17F with the afterburner, not only do you do better in the vertical versus a 15, but also they'll have a harder time getting away from you at low altitude. They'll still be able to, but, like, at low alt particularly, you might be able to keep up with them in the initial acceleration, which I'm kind of eager to see. Rhino, you're late, but it's good to see you, man. Been a while. We were just doing some testing to see if DCS was going to cooperate with me, since my last 2 attempts to stream it have resulted in a lot of swearing and generally angry noises. Well, today it ran beautifully, and we did some trolling in the MiG-15. And then we got trolled at the end because Blue decided that 37mm is scary and they didn't want to come close enough to get hit by it. Like, literally, there's this one F5 with his nav lights on and he'd fly right up to me, merge with me, and then just fly away in burner. As soon as he realized he was merged with a MiG-15, it's like the single neuron fired and he went, oh fuck, must run away. Last time I tried, I had 30 FPS. It wasn't so much frame rate. The issue I had was that it kept stuttering really badly. Like, not usual stutter, but like unplayable, especially on Syria. But I think the issue was that I was trying to render on CPU with OBS, which used to work with DCS. Like, until very recently, it had no issues. But apparently now something's changed just enough that it won't do it. So, I'm back to GPU rendering, which MSFS doesn't quite like, but we'll have to find a balance between the two. Anyway, I mostly did MSFS today, and then got a bit of cheeky DCS in at the end. Make an Avalon channel only for Avalon chats. That is a good... I'll make a thread. I'll just make a thread in general chat or something. Was stabbed today, blood was drawn. Oh, F. I used to be, like, really about needles and stuff like that, but they don't bother me anymore. Like, I don't even really feel it when I get blood drawn now. Which is good. Because I have a very poor pain tolerance. We got a bunch of people on. A bunch of choices for where I can send you. Trying to think of who we haven't raided for a while. I think I'll send you... I don't know if we... I think we raided him pretty recently, but I'm going to send you guys to Fenrir anyway, because he could use a little bit of a boost there. I think he's just started up his stream, actually. So I'll send you guys to Fenrir. As I keep telling you, if you like it here, you will love it there. Because imagine, like, how much I tell you about random esoteric bullshit while I'm flying around. Now, imagine I actually did research and prepared notes. That's basically what he does. So I'll send you guys his way. But yeah, when I do get back from Melbourne, I think we'll be back into the DCS. Got other stuff I want to do too, obviously, but we will be back into the DCS. Oh boy, will we. Alright guys, thanks for hanging out with me today. Thanks for everyone who also put up with a turbo-scuffed stream this morning. I appreciate it. That was a dumpster fire. I'm probably not going to upload the VOD from that. I'll just upload the one from this stream. Because there wasn't really anything worth VODing in that. But I recommend checking out Ognyan's channel for the recording of that mission. I'll post the link to his channel in my Discord at some point, because he will probably have a recording of next week's mission as well, which I won't be here for. Anyway, guys, thanks again for hanging out with me. Stay safe, have a wonderful rest of your day, and enjoy Fenrir. In fact, if I still had MSFS open, I'd be flying along with him.